Good evening and welcome to the final few hours of Notre Dame Day 2021. I'm Vahid Sadrazadeh, and those local to South Bend might recognize me. I just wrapped up over 5 years anchoring and reporting at ABC 57 here in town, including years spent covering Fighting Irish football.
And I'm Caroline Torrio, weekend anchor for the local CBS affiliate WSBT TV in South Bend. I'm so excited to join you, Vahid, and all of our viewers here for another fantastic Notre Dame Day.
Yeah, likewise, Caroline. Even though neither of us attended the University of Notre Dame, we've seen firsthand the incredible impact it's had both on local level and really around the entire world.
And that's really what Notre Dame Day is all about, celebrating the university and recognizing the students, faculty, athletes, alumni, fans, and friends who just make it so special.
In the past hour, Father Jenkins has recorded a prayer service for racial justice featuring a reflection from Vice President and Associate Provost for Undergraduate Affairs, the Reverend Hugh Page. It'll be emailed out to everyone to view this evening if it hasn't already. Over the remaining 5 hours, we'll continue sharing incredible Notre Dame stories. You'll hear from Fighting Irish athletes past and present, including some of 2021's top NFL draft prospects, meet some impressive students, and even experience a little magic.
Pretty cool. And that doesn't even cover this hour. And coming up, we'll talk with two of the university's top leaders, connect with Notre Dame's only 4-star military officer, and meet a video game designer who happens to be a huge Fighting Irish fan, and sit with two Notre Dame parents who have a tremendous story to share. We're
excited to share that with you. You truly don't want to miss a minute. And while you're watching the broadcast, you have the opportunity to get involved in another way by giving in support of some of the causes you love most at this university.
And that's right. All throughout Notre Dame Day, over 800 student groups, clubs, organizations, and campus units have been competing for a share of our $250,000 challenge fund. Each new donor nets a group a larger share of the challenge fund, and all these groups will also be competing to lead in giving and in specific challenges every hour for some special prizes.
So listen, we only have 5 more hours to go, so make sure you visit notredameday.nd.edu to make your voice heard. These groups use the gifts they receive on Notre Dame Day to expand their impact and continue their impact. So giving a gift matters.
Absolutely. And we are going to kick off the hour with a visit to the Duncan Student Center, where Brian will give us an update on giving. Brian.
We have been watching the leaderboard, and we've had over 13,438 gifts come in, over 3,000 since we went off the air a few hours ago, and we have surpassed the $1.5 million mark. What a wonderful, tremendous show of support by you, the Notre Dame family, for our students and all the causes. 660 student causes have benefited from your support, nearly 200 additional causes since we started the broadcast last night. If you take a look at the leaderboards, we still have the Idea Center coming in strong at #1, but the Ultimate Frisbee Club of Notre Dame has worked their way up the top 10. They've won 2 hourly challenges so far, and we're going to be keeping our eye on them in the coming months. Our hourly challenge this hour is for our Notre Dame clubs of A size. So that is Notre Dame Club of Lake County, Notre Dame Club of Central New Jersey, San Diego. This is your hour. Go online if you're from any of these areas, make a gift towards your club, and you'll get them an additional $150. We're watching social here on the broadcast all night. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, #NDDay. We're wanting you to share your story, share your Notre Dame cause that you're most excited about, and we'll be talking about it on the broadcast all night tonight. We'll be throwing it back to the studio and you, Caroline, right now.
All right, thanks so much, Brian. And joining us now is Notre Dame's Charles and Jill Fisher Provost, Mari Lynn Miranda. Mari Lynn, welcome to Notre Dame Day. And your first year has been a bit of a wild ride, from becoming Notre Dame Provost in the early stages of a pandemic and really helping the university work through it all while trying to get to know your faculty and the university. So we all want to know, what has your first year been like?
Well, you use the phrase wild ride, and I think that's exactly, I use that phrase myself all the time. That's exactly right. So it's been this very interesting combination of, on the one hand, getting to know people incredibly well, incredibly quickly around all the issues we needed to deal with COVID-19. And at the same time, not having the opportunity to get to know all kinds of other aspects of individuals that you're working with, as well as the departments and colleges and schools and alums and university friends, all of those sorts of things. So it's been this odd combination of intense interaction, getting to know people very deeply. I have a standing joke that Shannon Cullinan, who I understand you're going to be interviewing next, that he and I are like Lucy and Ethel. We're so tightly knit and going back and forth on all kinds of issues. You should ask him whether he thinks of himself as Lucy or Ethel. Anyway, it's been wonderful. This is a great university. Even though I started in the middle of a pandemic, this is a great university that wants to make a meaningful contribution to the world. Every single person here wants to make that contribution, and we are figuring out ways to do that even in the middle of a pandemic. So it's exciting, it's meaningful, it's enjoyable, it's challenging, it's all the right things.
And it's been such a tough time too, but you're making the most of it. So what are some of the other kind of priorities you're thinking about as we move beyond COVID-19?
Yeah, so Caroline, I have been talking with the deans and the department chairs and faculty and students about this idea that we just don't want to survive COVID, like come out the other end and go, phew, we survived it. We actually want to come out of COVID bigger, stronger, better, faster. So we're constantly trying to think of all the innovations we've put into place with COVID, which things do we want to keep because we're better because of them. At the same time, we want to do things besides think about adjustments to COVID. We want to think more broadly and more aspirationally about the university. So we're in the middle of a initiative called Moment to See, Courage to Act, which is encouraging everybody in the community to sort of take a moment to stop and reflect and really see this moment that we're living through with the pandemic, with the economic crisis, with the racial and social justice crisis, with the climate change crisis, this polyvalent crisis time that we are in, to really see it and recognize it and name the thing that each individual can contribute to, and then start to name the things that we as a university can contribute to. And then as we have had that moment to see, we then have to have the courage to act. Mm-hmm. And all of the different components that we're working on right now will play into the strategic plan for the university. And the moment to see, courage to act language comes from a combination of words written by the Holy Father, as well as words that are in the constitutions of the Holy Cross. So it's deeply tied to our mission as a university.
And in the midst of all that, you testified before a Senate committee in Washington, D.C. just last week about some ways that we can encourage more young people into STEM fields, particularly women and underrepresented minorities. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So there's a very important piece of legislation in front of the Senate right now, and of course in front of the House of Representatives as well, eventually, called the Endless Frontier Act. And it's a piece of legislation that's all about doubling down on our investment in science and engineering research. It's incredibly important for our country. It's important for our national security. It's important for our national competitiveness. And it's important if we're going to address the great societal challenges that we face. One of the keys to making sure that we're able to address all of these things is being able to tap into the full breadth of talent that's available in our country and internationally. And that means that we need to make sure that we are creating the environment that will have a full cohort of women and a full cohort of individuals from underrepresented groups. So as a sample statistic, there are about 5 million people employed in computing jobs of one type or another in the United States. Despite the fact that women make up 40% of the workforce in general, 47% of the workforce in general, they only make up 24% of the computing workforce, and underrepresented minorities make up 15% of that computing workforce. So we need to find ways to attract and retain and create positive environments for women and minorities to stay in STEM fields.
That is such an important initiative, and thank you so much for traveling down to D.C. to do that for us. And Mari-Lynn, we want to thank you for joining us today. We want to send it over now to Vahid, who's on the line with another leader. And Vahid, take it away.
All right, thanks so much, Caroline. Joining us now, Notre Dame's Executive Vice President Shannon Cullinan. Shannon, thank you so much and welcome to Notre Dame Day 2021.
Hey, thank you, and thanks for doing multiple segments for us here. We're grateful.
Absolutely. We're grateful to have you on. We just obviously spoke to the Provost, Miranda, and she said, we don't want to survive the pandemic. We want to come out on the other side stronger, faster, and better. And part of that is the university's COVID response, and it's evolved over time, with the most recent evolution being the on-campus vaccination program for students, faculty, staff, and dependents. So like so many other pandemic-related efforts, it's offering now a 2-dose vaccine on campus before finals and commencement, and that is unprecedented. Talk to us a little bit about that and the planning that had to go into that before all of that takes place.
Yeah, great question. It depends on who you ask, Vahid, but if you asked our steering committee that oversaw vaccines, they'll say I started talking about this in October. It was really probably early December. We got very serious about the planning for this, and I was pretty relentless with the Mike Siemens and Gracie Gallagher's and others that in the spring it was going to be about vaccines, vaccines, vaccines. And I have no doubt this oversight group would get off of Zoom meetings and they would say, we don't even know if we're going to be approved to be a site here in the state of Indiana. I said, well, we're going to be ready if they ever give us the green light. And this was really different. This was not like doing a flu blitz, right? It's very complex. And that you're not only doing a couple of doses, you don't control the supply. You need to be really thoughtful about how you freeze and manage the supply. And as you said, we're going to be doing a second dose here before too long. But we made a commitment. We said, all right, if the state approves us, we're going to be ready within 10 days to actually do this, which means we had all the paperwork filled out. We had learned from locally, the St. Joe County Health Department. We had gone with a software company that the state had. And lo and behold, the end of March, we get the green light, and we are up and running by April 8th in the Compton Ice Arena. And people ask me, what were the keys to success in all of this? I'd say Governor Holcomb and that Indiana Department of Health team they're extraordinary. That is an impressive group of leaders. It's why it's gone so well in Indiana. The second is the volunteers and the staff that oversaw the site were incredible. We had faculty, staff, students in the hundreds. Sent out 2 emails, Marilyn and myself, and they were just full of joy, that group. If you want to be uplifted, go to the site the next time we open it up. And the last thing is our students, they showed up. We did 90% of our students have been vaccinated, which is just extraordinary. So just a high five to our students. We'll get ready to start again next week.
Yeah, major progress in the past few months. Affordability remains a challenge with or without COVID for families and higher education institutions alike. Give us a sense, if you could, of the pressures now and beyond the pandemic as they relate to financial aid and college affordability, and how Notre Dame specifically is addressing them.
Yeah, maybe a little context, Vahid. There's 2,500 institutions that have 4-year accredited degrees in the U.S., but they're very different, and I'm oversimplifying this. But you have tuition-dependent schools who maybe 90% of their revenue comes from tuition, which is hard, right? It was hard going into the pandemic. It'll be harder coming out of the pandemic. Ours is about 32% of our revenue, which surprises people, I think, comes from tuition. It's really important, but we also have endowment revenue. We have auxiliary revenue like the Morrison, and we have research grants and the like. So we're just a little more fortunate than a number of schools in terms of the diversity. Now, on the expense side, we made a decision that we were going to increase the number of undergraduate students that were Pell and first generation before the pandemic, and we were going to do it in 4 or 5 years. So we went in and we knew we were going to have to make investments and fundraise for that. Well, on top of that, the pandemic has been really challenging for a number of our student families, especially those in certain sectors that aren't going to come back for some time. Think hospitality, right? And so in 2 years, our financial aid will have gone from about $155 million in need-based financial aid for our students to about $184 million. So it's gone up tremendously. And I just have to say we're in a very fortunate position in that our alumni, parents, and friends are really passionate about financial aid because they want any student that gets in here to have the ability to come here. That's why we are need blind in admissions, and they've been incredible. Lou Nanni last May, he said to me, I'm going to go out with this student emergency relief fund for those families that have been impacted by COVID-19. Talk about affordability. And I said, great, Lou, I think that's fantastic. I thought they might raise $1 million or $2 million, and they raised $8 million in 3 months. So just an extraordinary Notre Dame family on our side. And I'm a scholarship kid, so I'm a little bit passionate about the topic, but we could spend hours on this affordability topic, but Jim Small would be in trouble with the producer. We are not going to slow down, I assure you.
Well, that's good news. But it's been a while since a lot of us really have been on campus. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the building projects that are happening on campus?
Yeah, I still remember when we delayed some projects in April of last year. And then we are actually, didn't start some others. So I'll give you 3, but he'd really quickly. So McKenna Hall, which is coming along really nicely, named for Andy and Joan McKenna, who are just dear friends of Notre Dame. This is directly across from the Morris Inn, and everybody says, wow, that renovation looks great. No, we actually took it to the ground. This is a brand new building that'll house our conference center again. It'll be gorgeous, but our enrollment group is going in there. So think admissions, financial aid, and student accounts, and it'll be great for visiting students and their parents because it'll be right across from the Morris Inn, very accessible. That's August 21 that'll open. The other one is Remick Family Hall, which is just to the north of the main building in the Basilica. There used to be something called Brownson Hall, and again, it was pretty condemned, so we took that one to the ground, and this one will be done in about December of 21, and it'll house the Institute for Educational Initiatives and the Alliance for Catholic Education, which is well known for all its K through 12 programming they do throughout the U.S. So thank you to Jack and Marianne Remick, who are 2 of the most humble people I know. And then the last one, the Racklin Murphy Art Museum, we just broke ground on it, and it's going to be just to the south of Walsh Family Hall of Architecture as you get to Eddy Street. And thank you to Ernie and Chris and Carmi Murphy, who had the same vision that we did, and they've had this for decades, that they want this to be an asset for Notre Dame, for our faculty, students, and staff, but they also want it to be a resource for the community, which it will be. It's going to be so nicely located that imagine K through 12 students, thousands of them, will get to this extraordinary museum that's in their backyard, thanks to Chris and Carmi and Ernie. So we're excited. There's far less construction going on right now than in the past, for those of you that haven't been there, and we can't wait for you to get back on the campus to see everything and get to the grotto and revisit a place that you love.
The campus is certainly shining right now. I can tell you that firsthand.
Jokes are up.
Well, Shannon, thank you so much for all you do for Notre Dame and taking the time with us today. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
All right, Caroline joins us here. Caroline, who do you have next?
All right, we're going to see a Notre Dame student right now. She's an equestrian, Bianca Schmidt. And Bianca, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, so let's start with your classic Notre Dame introduction.
Yeah, so my name is Bianca Schmidt. I am a sophomore in Welsh Family Hall. I am a psychology major and a French minor, and I'm originally from Excelsior, Minnesota.
Awesome. And so along with that, you compete in a very particular type of horseback riding called dressage. Tell us a little bit about this style and how your family played a big role in your involvement in it.
Yeah, so dressage is an Olympic sport. And so in this sport, we work with the horse and do specific movements in front of a judge, and we're judged on how well we do in those movements. And so my family has been super supportive throughout all of it and throughout all of the traveling we have to do. They're like my #1 fans, and I couldn't have gotten as far as I did without them, and they love the sport as much as I do.
It takes a lot of hard work and support. And you began riding at age 4 and competing at age 8. Talk about some of your competitive accomplishments in the sport and what you ultimately hope to achieve in the future.
Yeah, so when I was 14, I started competing in the North American Youth Championships, and I have been honored to be a part of the U.S. Region 4 team every year since then. And I have also achieved my USDF bronze medal, silver medal, and gold medal. And you receive that when you complete certain levels with a specific score. And I am also part of the United States Dressage Federation and the United States Equestrian Federation Emerging Athlete Program, where they take the top riders in the U.S. and between the ages of 14 and 25 who have potential to be USA team riders in the future. And so with that, I hope to be able to continue to compete in dressage and hopefully ride for Team USA internationally one day too.
We hope to see that too, and that's a lot of commitment. You can't just go to the gym or to a practice field on your own to train. You have to work with your horse, Lou. And so tell us how that works. Are you able to keep your horse close to campus? How do you travel with him between home and campus and competitions?
Yeah, so Lou is only 15 minutes away from campus, which is great. So I'm able to go out and ride him 5 days a week. And so that's really good. And I'm still able to train here in college. Traveling to competitions is really easy for us. We just load the horse in the trailer and we drive around the country going to competitions. It's a lot of fun to do that. And so, yeah, it's fun to do that and like see everything and be able to compete in different locations.
And you're very busy with schoolwork, so how often do you practice every week? And how can you balance the time commitment with all of your schoolwork and other responsibilities?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough sometimes, but normally I go to the farm early in the morning and then I go to classes, and in between classes I do all of my homework, and so that I'm able to have time at night to hang out with friends and be a part of clubs.
Awesome. Well, you are certainly a wonderful example of a Notre Dame student making the best of all of your experiences on and off campus here, and so we wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in your competition.
Thanks for having me.
Have a great night. And head out to Notre Dame Stadium where we got another great performance in store. And Caroline, who's up next?
Thanks, fellow Caroline. The Notre Dame Glee Club is one of the most well-known singing groups at the university, and it's been in existence since 1915. Over the years, more than 2,000 men have sung with the club, and we're so blessed to have some of them here with us tonight. So without further ado, take it away, Glee Club.
So why don't you swing down, sweet chariot, come and let me rise. Swing down, chariot, come and let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. Swing, 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 swing. Well, Ezekiel went down in the middle of a field. He saw an angel working on a chariot wheel. He wasn't so particular about the chariot wheel. He just wanted to see how the chariot feels. Swing it on, chariot, come and let me rise. Swing it on, chariot, come and let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. Swing it on, chariot, come and let me ride. Swing it on, chariot, come and let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side, on the other side. Oh, the money that I have.
What an incredible performance. Thank you all so much for sharing your talents with us and with the entire university. We'll go back to Caroline in the studio. Caroline?
Thanks so much, Caroline. Man, what a beautiful performance, even while wearing masks, still sounding just absolutely gorgeous. And we want to go now to Bernard Keating Crawford, Professor of Engineering, Mosang Myung. And Professor, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello, how are you? Thank you for the invitation.
Thanks so much for being here. And what brought you to Notre Dame?
Well, let me just start with my background. I think that will help it out, why I came. So my parents and I brought it to U.S. when I was 15 years old to give us some more opportunity for my sibling and live a better life. Although I was not able to speak English well then, but I was fortunate enough to come to U.S. and then actually adapt to the culture. Went through all the higher education at UCLA and had a very successful career at the UC Riverside for 17 years. So when Professor Polborn, dear my friend, the director of the Institute of Precision Health, called me up and he wanted me to join the Notre Dame, then that was a big decision I had to make. And then I decided to come to Notre Dame because I want to make a difference to the world. So I especially was sold by the vision of Notre Dame and the wellness initiative and institution of precision health that enhance the personalization and individual wellness by transferring my research work into actually a person to help the prevention and diagnostic of the people.
Well, you certainly are making a difference. That's a lot of important things that you're up to. And your campus lab focuses on using nanoengineering to enhance everyday materials and devices, from what I understand. And for those of us who are not scientifically minded, could you explain exactly what that means and what kind of research your lab focuses on?
So first, easiest way to describe what is my work is actually defining what's a nanotechnology. So nanotechnology is part of science technology that control the matter at atomic and molecular level. And one of the easiest and prime example that people see is stained glass in our Catholic Church, where the color of the glass is controlled by the size of the particle of gold and silver particle that embedded into the glass. So what my lab actually focusing on using similar technology that developing novel nanoengineering material and apply this various noble engineering to the different application, especially focusing on energy, environment, and the health. What we are hoping is that by manipulating the size and shape of the composition, that we will enhance the property that actually apply to various devices.
Man, impressive stuff. And one of the applications your work is in the development of some sensors. So talk about your current sensor project that the team's working on and why is it an important pursuit?
So my team has been working on the developing of sensor technology around 20 years so. And we are working on basically a different type of format to bring the technology into the daily life. Let me actually share, if I can. So one of the prime example is what I'm wearing right now. It's called smartwatch. The idea we are having is actually this is funded by the Nanobio Material Consortium technology. Bring the wearable smartwatch to the warfighter that actually can help it out and combine that with the intelligence software to accurately monitor and transmit the information to help the warfighter. Second application that we are working on is actually applying into the smart farming. So that actually developing low-cost sensor like this kind of small, tiny sensor that you can actually put into the different farm area where you can monitor various cycle of the nitrogen species to eliminate eliminate the greenhouse gas emission, but enhance the product. Last project that my group is working is actually but not the least, but the most is the technology is developing electronic nose. So this is sort of simple prototype that you see as a nose where we are integrating. This is one of the earliest prototype developing electronic nose system that actually can help it out to people who lost it. Eventually, the idea is helping the people who lost a sense of smell and taste. And hopefully I can finish this up before I retire.
Well, that's a lot of work that you're jam-packing in. That is so impressive. You also recently worked on material for a reusable microbial face mask. Tell us about that project.
That project is when my collaborator, Professor David Shortney from University of Iowa, and I've been working together to develop next generation of water filter system for about more than a decade. When the current pandemic happened, state of Iowa reached out to us whether we could re-engineer our filter material for the air instead of water. And which we did. We came up with a new concept making antimicrobial face mask where the virus can kill when it's actually captured. And also we are applying and working on the self-generating electrostatic charge to utilize piezoelectric properties so that you can actually charge it up without using other technology.
Well, Professor, the work that you do is impacting so many different areas. We appreciate you joining us today, and we want to check in with Vahid right now, who's standing by with a very special guest. Vahid?
Yes, indeed we are. We are joined now by Admiral Christopher Grady, proud member of the Notre Dame class of 1984. Chris is the first and only Notre Dame four-star military officer, and he currently serves as the commander of the Navy's U.S. Fleet Forces Command. Admiral Grady, welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2021.
Hey, it's great to be with you. Good evening.
Good evening to you, and thanks so much for being with us. Over the years, we've spoken to you live from a number of locations around the world. Australia aboard a forward deployed aircraft carrier, Naval War College, and most recently from the seawall next to the USS Cole. Where are you today?
Well, tonight I join you from the flight line of the Master Jet Base here in Oceana, which is in Virginia Beach. And behind me, what you see are two NF&A 18s and an E-2C Hawkeye, just two or three of the great airplanes that we have that fly for your Navy right now.
That is just incredible. I mentioned earlier that you are the commander of the U.S. Fleet Forces Command. For the non-military personnel in our audience, can you tell us exactly what that means?
Yeah, sure. What that means in my present capacity is that I man, train, and equip and command about 125 ships and submarines, over 1,000 aircraft, about 110,000 sailors and civilians, and our forces are deployed all over the globe. I'm also concurrently the commander of Naval Forces Northern Command, the commander of Naval Forces Strategic Command, and the commander of Task Force Atlantic. So we're real busy here on the Atlantic coast.
Absolutely. Sounds like it. What, if I can ask you, what is the Navy up to around the world today?
Thanks for asking. We're pretty busy right now. Your Navy Marine Corps team is all over the planet. right now. In fact, I checked just before I came out here, 101 of our capital warships are forward deployed right now. Your Navy and Marine Corps team is your varsity away team. And if you think about the era that we are in now, an era of great power competition in which we face peer adversaries like Russia and China, your Navy and Marine Corps team is defending far forward right now, 24/7, 365, all around the planet. We're really proud of what they do each and every day. And like I said, 101 ships are forward right now in every corner of the earth, and we are always on watch defending the homeland.
Well, as a graduate yourself, can you speak to the special relationship between the U.S. Navy and the University of Notre Dame? We understand it goes back a long, long way.
It does go back a long way. I think many of us are really familiar with the special tradition on the gridiron, one that we're really proud of. But it goes back to World War II and the V-12 program, in which the Navy generated new ensigns and second lieutenants for the fight in the Pacific. I think the cultures of both the Navy and of Notre Dame are built on things like service, dedication, and fighting spirit. And I believe that that is very true. But you don't have to listen to me. You can listen to Fleet Admiral Chester Nimitz. And I'd like to read you a quote of what he said to then the president of ND, Father O'Donnell. This is what Fleet Admiral Chester Nimitz said. He said, quote, "You sent forth to me men who had become imbued with more than the mechanical knowledge of warfare. Somehow, in the crowded hours of preparation for the grim business of war, they had absorbed not only Notre Dame's traditional fighting spirit, but the spiritual strength, too, that the universe imparts to all." And I think that says volumes about the special relationship between the Navy and Notre Dame. And I would tell you today that that relationship, that one that is built on that fighting spirit, continues.
Absolutely. We hope it does continue for many, many years to come. And speaking of that fighting spirit, the Notre Dame fencing team just won its 11th national title. And why am I bringing that up? I understand yourself. You were a captain of the fencing team while you were here on campus. So what do you think about this year's team?
Yeah, I couldn't be more proud of Coach Gia and his team for their 11th national championship, and just as importantly, 3 in the last 4 years. And why is that? We're all very proud. All of us Notre Dame alum are really proud of all our student athletes and what they do and how they represent the university. But when you think about the fencing team and those 11 national championships, to me, that speaks to that service, that hard work, that dedication and teamwork, and that grit and fighting spirit and determination to win. 11 national championships, I think, really speak volumes about what the Notre Dame fencing team means to the university and how well they represent each and every one of us.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. As one of our most distinguished Corby Award winners, what message, Admiral, do you have for the entire Notre Dame community?
Well, first of all, it goes without saying that I'm incredibly honored and humbled by having been bestowed the Father Corby Award. It was really something. But to me, again, I think it speaks to what Notre Dame means to those of us that serve. In the Navy, we are forged by the sea. And all of the sailors and Marines that left Notre Dame were cast by very strong metal while at ND. And if you think about the core values of both Notre Dame and of Navy, of God, country, Notre Dame, and honor, courage, and commitment, I think they fit perfectly together. It's a natural match. And so I would ask each and every one of those folks that are listening right now to remember all of the sailors and Marines, like these folks that we have here, who are defending far forward each and every day, standing the watch for you, and to think about them and say a prayer for them tonight, because they are truly doing God's work, and they're doing it the right way because they're Notre Dame men and women. I think we have a message from this crowd right here. What do you all have to say about that? Go Irish!
We are, Admiral, getting chills here in the studio just from that. Admiral Grady, thank you so much for your service. Thank you to all the men and women behind you for your service. And thanks for joining us on Notre Dame Day 2021. Always honored to have you on.
Thanks for having us, and congratulations to you on your new gig.
Thank you so much. Excited about that as well. Caroline is back with us in studio. Caroline, who do you have for us next?
All right, well, joining us now is Notre Dame's Keough Hesburgh Professor of Global Affairs, Paul Winters. And Professor Winters, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you for being here. And you came to Notre Dame Day this past fall as the inaugural Keough Hesburgh Professor of Global Affairs. So what drew you to the university and to the Keough School?
Well, the mission of the university is really important to me. And, we just heard the Admiral talk about it, and that's a great draw for being at Notre Dame. In the Keough School as well, in the Keough School, we talk about integral human development. As an economist, I know that it's very important to have income growth and people to be well off financially, but that's not enough. We need to have a broader view of what development is, and the school has put that front and center, which is very important. It's consistent with the mission of Notre Dame, and I really like the fact that it's just starting up. There's an opportunity for it to grow, to move in important directions. So to participate in that is just great. So I'm very happy to be here.
There is a lot of opportunity there. And I know that you oversee the Sustainable Development concentration for the Keough School's Master of Global Affairs program. And what do students learn in this concentration? How are they equipped to make a difference in the world?
Right. So one of the challenges in working in development is we have these bigger concepts, to end poverty, to end hunger, to get people education, health, to work and make sure we improve the lives of women. And we have to learn all of these bigger concepts. But the challenge is taking those concepts from, the 30,000 feet level down to the 300 feet level, and to make sure that we apply them on the ground. So what we're trying to do here at the Keough School is teach those bigger concepts, as I said, around integral human development, about the importance of dignity in development, but at the same time, make it very practical. So we have things like the integration lab, where the students learn how to, design projects and do on the ground work, but trying to always keep in mind those bigger concepts, the really important things that we're trying to do. And to learn skills that allow you to do that, quantitative skills, skills in designing projects, all of those types of things with that bigger picture in mind at all times. So that's the main focus we're trying to have.
And some of the major issues that you work on, food insecurity and rural development. So you focus on that. And how did you get into that field? How have you seen the impact of food insecurity on a global scale?
Well, I got interested in development because I grew up on the border. I grew up in San Diego. I went to University of San Diego, and I started spending weekends in Tijuana my junior year, and wondered why was there such disparity between Tijuana and San Diego. And it slowly got me into classes that were doing this kind of thing. And one of the things you find pretty quickly is that if you're interested in issues of poverty and food security, the majority of the poor and the hungry in the world are in rural areas. And so you're kind of driven to areas of rural, where there's rural people, because that's where the biggest problem, about 3/4 of the poor in rural areas. And so from there, you start getting interested if the rural areas are dominated by agriculture, by rural development issues. And so I started moving into those areas, ended up getting my PhD in agriculture and resource economics at Berkeley, and have been focusing on that since then. But really to drive an agenda to deal with poverty and hunger in the world.
Yeah, in rural areas, it is so important to focus on that. And what role does the data have to play in some of those development efforts?
We want to, data is important for two things. One is to monitor what's going on. So we have our big objectives in the world, sustainable development goals. And we need to know, are we making progress towards those goals? Are we moving in the right direction? In which countries are we moving in the right direction? Within countries, are there areas that are worse off than others? So the data helps us figure out whether we're on the right path for issues like poverty and food insecurity and education and health. And so we want to monitor what's going on. But there's a whole other aspect that's really important, is we also need to know what works. And so we really need to have data on interventions. So if we want to go into a rural area and we want to link poorer farmers to a high value market, we need to know if that works and it's going to be successful and achieve our objectives. So we also need a lot of data on whether projects are achieving their objectives or not. So that data kind of plays that two roles. So knowing what's going on, but also knowing what works. Like, does a vaccine work? Does an intervention that is trying to end poverty, does it work or not?
Professor, you are doing so much to try to tackle some of these real world problems impacting so many people in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we are happy to go to our next guest. We want to go to Vahid right now. And who is that special guest?
I'm going to tell you right now. Thank you so much. Joining us now, Executive Director of Notre Dame's Alumni Association and a proud member of the class of 1984, Dolly Duffy. Dolly, thanks so much for being here and welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much for having me. So great to be here, and thanks for doing this for Notre Dame.
Absolutely. Good to see you. So much of the Alumni Association's work centers, Dolly, around interacting with alumni and friends, both here on campus and in their communities. And I'm sure, and I've seen it firsthand, it's been a difficult year. And for you as executive director, when you're so accustomed to welcoming people back to campus especially, how have you and your team worked to stay connected to the Notre Dame family during the past year?
I've been amazed at the team and their ability to pivot. It's really focused all of us to get creative, totally pivot from our usual plans. And while we miss welcoming all of our alumni and friends back to campus or getting out on the road and visiting them in their communities for things like UND celebrations and Hesburgh lectures, away football games, and so many other things. But we were really fortunate that we had a strong technology base underway, which has provided us lots of opportunity to stay connected with the entire Notre Dame family.
Well, it's something that I'm excited to chat about and tell our viewers about is one of the newest initiatives, and that's called Think ND, an online learning community with hundreds of videos, podcasts, articles, courses, and other resources from across the university. Dolly, can you tell us a little bit more about that community?
Yeah, Think ND has really evolved over the last year. We were blessed that we launched it in September, October, right before the pandemic. And it has brought us the opportunity to have so many interactive series on topics from everything from like deep fakes to literature, to neurology, to world religions. We've had over 100 events that have featured more than 150 faculty and industry practitioners. And they get to share their passions and expertise with our alumni, parents, and friends all over the world.
Oh, it's so many.
And right now, you should know that Father Dan Grady, who's the Associate Provost, is leading a program called Heart's Desire and Social Change. And this whole program is based on his popular undergraduate course. And the series explores the cycle of human development and helps participants ask really important questions to find meaning and mission in our world. And the next event, you should know, begins this Wednesday at 2:30. There's still time to register at think.nd.edu. And this week's program features none other than Lou Nanni.
Awesome. And I know he'll do a great job at that. So mark it on your calendars there. Well, with so many people unable, Dolly, to attend Mass or church services for a good portion of the past year because of COVID, I would imagine many have turned to Notre Dame to nurture their faith and fill that spiritual void. What are some of the latest initiatives from Faith ND and the association?
To coin a phrase, that has definitely been a godsend during the pandemic. We've had the opportunity to work with everyone from campus ministry to Holy Cross to the Basilica, and done everything from streaming rosaries, each led by a different member of the Congregation of Holy Cross community every week. We did something called the Everyday Holiness podcast, and that's in its third season. One of the crown jewels has to be that we did Sacred Places of Notre Dame Advent series for its second season. And we had over 350,000 views of certain places all over campus that one person in particular, might have been a student, might have been a priest, might have been a professor, found sacred in their lives. And I'm here to tell you, one of the greatest surprises and delightful moments of that was when we all found out some of the places that were sacred that we never knew were before.
That's just incredible. Well, despite the pandemic, the Alumni Association and Notre Dame clubs and affinity groups have still found unique ways to safely engage the ND family, particularly through service. Can you tell us about some of the most recent projects there, Dolly?
Absolutely. We really wondered, would we be able to do the service level that we were accustomed to doing with 270 Notre Dame clubs all over the world, and they all, almost every one of them, engages in some service. And with all the restrictions in place, could we do it? So in September, we partnered with none other than Muffet McGraw, and we did something called Meals with Muffet. And it was safe, socially distanced food drive across the entire Notre Dame family, and our clubs partnered. And we were able, through our clubs, to collect more than 147,000 pounds of food and more than $80,000 for food banks all over the country. And then just recently, we added on to do another event, and it was the Fighting Irish COVID campaign. And this one was very different from the first one. We had clubs that would help the elderly schedule their vaccination appointments. Some of them contacted local health issues to assist with their needs, whatever they might need. They created care packages for medical professionals, all kinds of things, depending upon what their local community needed.
Well, you all are doing amazing things over at the Alumni Association. So thank you so much for what you do. And thank you so much, Dolly, for joining us here on Notre Dame Day 2021.
Thank you.
All
Take
right.
care. God bless.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much. And let's go to the performance stage at the stadium where Caroline is standing by with another group. Caroline?
Thanks, Fahid. Joining us now in the Notre Dame Stadium Concourse are the ladies of the Notre Dame Magnificat choir. The choir is comprised of 40 women across various academic and faith backgrounds who primarily serve as musicians in the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. Performing Ave Maria and Prayer of St. Francis, here is the Notre Dame Magnificat choir. Take it away, ladies. What a beautiful performance. Now let's head back to the Notre Dame Day studio where Caroline is sitting down with a major Notre Dame fan. Caroline?
Thank you so much, Caroline. And joining us now is Todd Howard, director and executive producer at Bethesda Game Studios, the company behind award-winning games such as Skyrim and Fallout. Todd's company recently joined forces with Microsoft as part of a 10-figure deal that aims to empower his team to reach even more players around the world. And Todd, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. And Todd, you didn't graduate from Notre Dame, but you're a big fan. You even have a Notre Dame football right in the middle of your bookshelf. Tell us where that love for the university came from. There it is.
Well, my father went to Notre Dame, and so I was raised on it. I mean, my earliest memories, it was always about Notre Dame and our household. I was going to campus when I was very young as I can remember, and going every year. And so it's been a great part of our family, all the traditions from not just the sports, obviously, but what Notre Dame means to the world at large, the religious community and everything.
And do you have a favorite memory from coming to Notre Dame football games with your dad?
You know, there's so many. There's probably, I mean, like game wise, the 1987 game where Tim Brown ran back 2 punts against Michigan State. I was in high school at the time. It was just my father and I. And I remember the look of joy on his face. He grabbed me with both arms and shook me. Oh, there's a picture of my father. Wow. And he was so happy. But the other memory was it's really just being together there, going to the grotto. Those who haven't been, I say you have to experience game day there because it's not just about the game. It's being on campus. And I love just sitting in the grass and watching people go by and just the whole atmosphere there. It's kind of those quiet times that I really, really enjoyed and missed quite a bit.
Those are some wonderful memories. And I know that your father unfortunately passed away in 2012 at the end of an undefeated football season. He was buried with full honor guard at Arlington National Cemetery on that same day that Notre Dame played Alabama for the national championship. So did you watch the game that night?
We did. And that season was kind of an amazing, for our family. My father passed away early in the season. It was after the Michigan game. Which he wasn't at. He was ill, but my brother and I went with my son. It was my son Luke's first game, that Michigan game. We talked to my father after the game, and unfortunately passed away that week. And I remember thinking at the time, or joking with, well, at least Notre Dame was undefeated. And then every week, it was such a dramatic season. Every week became this celebration of my father to us, of watching Notre Dame, dramatically go undefeated. And I had said, my whole life, whenever Notre Dame goes to the national championship, nothing will stop me from going there. And he had to wait to be buried, even though he died in September at Arlington, because he was getting buried with full honors, as you said. And of course, the date they picked was the day of the national championship. But we knew that date. So the whole season is going toward, can you imagine if they play for the title on the day my father was buried? I mean, you can't write that. And so everybody came here for the burial, then at my house to watch the game. And it didn't go their way, but it was such an amazing celebration of everything my father was and his love for Notre Dame. Really, really special memory.
That is such a wonderful memory, and hopefully we get some more of those kind of celebrations happening this year for the football season. And so I know every year that you and your brother get together for a football game, you from the East Coast, he's coming from the West, meeting right here in South Bend. And do you have a game picked out for this year?
We always go to the opening game or try. So I have things booked for Toledo. So fingers crossed, all of that's a go, and we will be there.
Awesome. And Todd, you have another reason to be excited to visit campus. So what does it mean to have your son attend the same school that your father did?
Incredible. My son's going to be attending this fall with the class of 25, and the whole family is excited. And I think it's going to make, especially the next 4 years and all our trips out there to South Bend and everything around it, that much more special. And then, in the future as well, he'll be an alumni and enjoying all that comes with being part of Notre Dame.
Yeah, keeping that fantastic tradition in the family. And I know your video games have a rich lore that the characters and players learn as they explore new worlds. Do you connect at all to learning about history of Notre Dame at your young age?
To the fantasy worlds, I don't know. Maybe sometimes we do the golden armor is usually the best. I don't know. I can't really say that.
Okay, and I understand your team's hard at work at a number of new and exciting games. Can we expect to see any Notre Dame Easter eggs?
Well, you'll have to wait and see. Some of them are hidden. They're for me. The most obvious one is in Fallout 4. The ultimate luck-like ability you can get is the 4-leaf clover. And if you look at it, the Vault Boy is pretty clearly inspired by the Fighting Irish Leprechaun.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much for joining us, Todd.
Thank you.
We appreciate it so much. And right now, we're going to send it back to Vahid. Vahid, what's going on?
All right, thanks, Caroline. We are so pleased now to welcome our next guest who faced down tragedy when their daughter, 1994 Notre Dame graduate Melissa Cook, was killed after a piece of scaffolding fell from Chicago's John Hancock Center in 2002. Ever since, Paul and Linda Demo have worked to keep their daughter's memory and legacy alive through their relationship with her alma mater, the University of Notre Dame. Paul and Linda, thank you so much for being here and welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi. Hi.
Thank you for being here. Tell us a little bit, if you could, about your daughter Melissa and her journey to Notre Dame.
Melissa was a very, she was a lively child, and she loved Notre Dame, and the whole family loved Notre Dame. And it just seemed a natural thing for her to do to go to Notre Dame. And she loved every minute of her 4 years here.
Well, in the aftermath of Melissa's death, an accident which also injured you, Linda, how did the Notre Dame family rally around you?
It was amazing, and I didn't really understand the meaning of Notre Dame being a family until that day. And I'm absolutely positive that I don't think I would have made it without the closeness of all of her friends who actually took care of us and are still taking care of us. They never they never have a time go by that they don't contact us or send us a greeting. So it's like we still have a little bit of Melissa with us.
Well, that's wonderful. With funds from the accident settlement, you contributed a $3 million gift for the construction of a new softball stadium to be named in your daughter's honor. What inspired both of you to put the money to use in this way, and how does Melissa Cook Stadium reflect her passions?
When there's a very tragic death, people don't want to say that person's name. And I had done the same thing before Melissa Cook passed away. And we wanted to have her remembered. And the settlement actually was, the way we believe, was the money that Melissa had. She paid the ultimate price for that money. So we wanted to make sure that
money wasn't wasted.
Money wasn't wasted, and it was something to pay tribute to her, because she was a fun child, but she was an awesome adult with a kind heart. Quickly, let me just tell you that the very last thing she did in that car before the accident was she sent a woman across the street and saved her life. So that I have that beautiful memory of Melissa's last act on this earth was a kind one. So the Melissa Cook Stadium has become more than a stadium. The Melissa Cook Stadium has been our purpose in life, hasn't it?
Yep.
The happiness and the joy that we get from the girls, the coaches, everything is just, it makes our life worthwhile.
So inspiring to hear her selfless act. You used another part of the settlement to launch the Melissa Cook Foundation. What was the foundation's mission?
The foundation's mission was to help young students get to college and have a full college experience, the campus and the university itself. So we did that for quite a few years, but after a while, one of our board members, one of our important ones, moved to Australia, and it just became too much for us to do. So we decided to give the foundation to Notre Dame. And we specified that the funds would be for Northwest Indiana children, students. And that's what they have done. And that is a beautiful thing for us because we get these wonderful letters from the students who have from Notre Dame that have gotten the scholarships.
It must be incredible, Paul and Linda, to see those letters, to see firsthand how you are impacting, how Melissa's legacy is impacting these students.
Sometimes we even go to lunch with them. And it really is, it's remarkable talking to them.
What does it mean to both of you to see Melissa's legacy and impact continue at Notre Dame today?
You know, when we go to the softball game and they said we're playing here at Melissa Cook Stadium, the both of us still just absolutely can't get over it. It makes us so happy. And the coaches are wonderful, and they have kept Melissa's story alive. I have to tell you that there's a relief in the stadium of Melissa, and the lady that takes care of the stadium at night puts flowers there for her. I mean, it's just everybody feels like it's a special place.
Well, I can't tell you what it means to us to have you join us here today and to share Melissa's legacy with the entire university community. She will always be an important member of the Notre Dame family, and we are so grateful for all you have done for Notre Dame in her honor.
She's where she loved the most.
Paul and Linda, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's check in one more time at the Duncan Student Center for an update from Brian. Brian?
Thanks so much, Vahid. We have surpassed 14,000 gifts, well on our way to 15,000 gifts at this point, with just about 4 hours left in Notre Dame Day. So if you're watching and you haven't had a chance yet to make a gift, please log on, do so now, notredameday.nd.edu. I want to spotlight just a few of the areas on campus really related to our Catholic mission here in Notre Dame that have had a great Notre Dame Day so far. Department of Sacred Music, you know, Notre Dame is really a leader in sacred music across the country, are closing in on their $10,000 goal. They're commissioning a special piece for their anniversary this year. They've raised $9,300 to date, and you can help push them over that $10,000 goal. The Alliance for Catholic Education has raised over $32,000. That's 3 times what they raised this past fall for Notre Dame Day 2020. I don't need to tell the story of the Alliance for Catholic Education, all that they do to empower Catholic school teachers across the country and Catholic school students. And the Knights of Columbus here on campus, if you've been on campus for a Notre Dame football game, you're familiar with the Knights and their stake sales where they raise over $75,000 a year through those stake sales to benefit local charities like the Women's Care Center here in South Bend. Without fans on campus this year, they weren't able to do that, but have raised over $14,000 between last fall's Notre Dame Day and this spring's Notre Dame Day to help defray and kind of bring back some of those gifts that they lost from the pandemic this year. We'll talk a little about what's coming up next hour. We have a really action-packed hour. Chloe Agnew, our Irish singing sensation and great friend of the Notre Dame Day broadcast, will be back in the Notre Dame Stadium concourse with yet another performance. You won't want to miss that. And then some student athletes. Rachel Tonsos, a member of the track and field team for the Fighting Irish, and Luke and Kara Linder. They are siblings on the Notre Dame National Championship fencing team. You won't want to miss them or any of the stories we have coming up next hour. So make a gift, grab a quick drink, and get back to the broadcast. We have a lot more coming up after this.
When we choose to do something good, the difference we can make in the world has no boundaries. At Notre Dame, the question isn't if we will do good, it's how. There are so many ways for us to help others in our communities, from researching cures to disease, to finding solutions for homelessness, to mentoring youth. For Good makes it possible for us to apply our learning and service to others. For Good provides students the opportunity to reach into their communities, helping to create a healthier, happier, and more just world.
My time here at the University of Notre Dame has been really special. It's afforded me the opportunity to pursue my passion of uplifting marginalized communities. The work that I've done here involves working with the Questford chapter and working towards founding the Financial Literacy Club of Notre Dame. Both of these initiatives work towards supporting first-generation low-income students on campus. Also, I've been fortunate enough to receive a rich computer science education that I plan to use in order to evolve the field of public policy and make a difference in the world. For Good has proven that one man can make a world of difference.
Every day this year, I've worked with members of my engineering team to design and 3D print a prosthetic hand for a child in elementary school. At Notre Dame, cutting-edge technology is one resource I have to change the quality of life for others. For Good allows us to change the life and perspective of those who need it most.
On campus, I've become deeply involved in international research, especially about how underground music can relate to social discourse on race. After my sophomore year, I received a grant from the university that sent me to Cape Town, South Africa, where I performed ethnographic research and personally connected with township artists, really hearing their stories about how they're using the art form to protest injustice. For Good has allowed me to explore a global counterculture that's now empowering local movements.
Because of For Good, we can make our difference.
Your goal is to go higher and higher, but the act of jumping high begins on the ground. The work is done as you approach the bar. 10 steps to build the foundation to send you on your desired path.
Notre Dame senior Sam Grew lost his leg to osteosarcoma, a type of bone cancer, when he was 13 years old.
I went from playing basketball and football with my friends to undergoing chemotherapy and treatments. I spent around 180 days and nights in the hospital. And my doctor's empathy, it helped me through some of my darkest days.
We used to think it was important to train emotional detachment. That was wrong. Here at Notre Dame, we're teaching and studying compassion from the perspectives of biology and neuroscience to help our future doctors and nurses have a foundation in a compassionate mindset, both for their patients' benefit as well as for themselves.
I know that there's more to medicine than the foundational science skills. And my best doctors communicated with me in easy-to-understand terms, and they motivated me to keep pursuing my own passions.
Sam Grew, the world title.
People like Professor Bashan are the unsung heroes of healthcare. He will impact thousands of students, which will impact hundreds of thousands of patients all because they were grounded in the virtue of compassion.
It's an incredible time to be studying the science of compassion because everybody's hurting.
Having been the recipient of so much compassionate care, I felt that it was my duty to go and give that same treatment to others in my own career in medicine.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for compassion in medicine.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Notre Dame Day, an annual global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Terry McFadden, a proud member of Notre Dame's class of 1983 and anchor at WNDU TV, the local NBC affiliate here in South Bend.
And I'm Colleen Wilcox, a former anchor and reporter for ABC 57 in South Bend, now a content strategist with Notre Dame International. After covering Notre Dame for the local news, it has really been special to spend my time crafting stories through Notre Dame International.
Yeah, and you know, Colleen, that's really what makes this a perfect broadcast, especially for you, because that's what we're doing. All Notre Dame sharing of stories of the amazing things that the Notre Dame family does each and every day here in the community and, of course, all over the world.
Absolutely. And we've had some great guests so far, and there is still so much in store for the rest of the night. We're going to meet inspiring students, connect with top NFL draft prospects, hear stunning performances, and talk with Notre Dame greats.
But let's talk about this hour where we'll get some incredible performances from Irish singing sensation Chloe Agnew and sit down with some very special Notre Dame siblings.
And through the hour, we'll also be spotlighting Fighting Irish student athletes who don the blue and gold and make the university proud, both on the field and off the field. It is really a great lineup. You don't want to miss even a minute.
Yep, and while you're watching the broadcast, you can also get involved by making a gift to any of the over 800 student clubs, organizations, and campus units competing in Notre Dame Day. For every new donor to their cause, a group will earn a larger percentage of our $250,000 challenge fund.
Yeah, groups are also competing for additional prizes every hour, so be sure to make a gift in support of your favorite causes. All you have to do is visit notredameday.nd.edu and click the green Make Your Gift button to get started. There are only 4 hours left, so don't wait another minute.
All right, and let's start this hour with a visit to the Duncan Student Center, where Brian Diss is standing by to give us an update on giving. Fill us in, Brian.
All right, sounds good. Thank you guys so much. We are watching the numbers closely here, inching up closer to 15,000 gifts. I'm going to challenge the Notre Dame family. Can we get to 15,000 by 9 o'clock? I think we can. Want to take a look at the leaderboard. And what we haven't talked about as much tonight is the amount raised by some of these groups. You know, we had a donor who generously called in and donated $25,000 to the Air Parsegian and Medical Research Fund. That fund is so important, near and dear to Notre Dame's heart. Coach Air Parsegian, the late great coach of Notre Dame football, his grandchildren were lost to a horrible disease. And that family has donated a good deal of money to advance medical research here at Notre Dame to find a cure. And so thank you so much. We had another donor who wrote in and gave $25,000 to the Alliance for Catholic Education, again, empowering Catholic school students across the country. But it doesn't matter how much the gift is, no matter what the size of the gift, as Terry just mentioned, it will allow a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. So really a multiplier effect. No matter what's important here at Notre Dame, no matter what you can afford to donate, it has an impact on Notre Dame students, faculty, and staff. So please make a gift to any area. Help us get to that 15,000 mark. We're going to be watching the traffic on social. Go on to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Use the hashtag NDDay and let us know how you're celebrating Notre Dame Day and what causes at Notre Dame you're supporting. We'll check in with you at the bottom of this hour, but we'll send it back to the studio and Terry.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. And joining us now is first baseman and team captain for the number 6 ranked Notre Dame baseball team, Nico Cavadas. Nico, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now you grew up 20 minutes down the road from Notre Dame, big star at Penn High School. And I imagine you were watching a lot of former Fighting Irish greats when you were younger, taking the diamond. At what point did you know you wanted to wear the blue and gold?
Yeah, absolutely. I grew up with my dad and my little brother going to Notre Dame games and watching guys like AJ Pollock and Jeff Samardzija play, and I knew right then and there that that's where I wanted to play college baseball.
All right, you're known as one of the best power hitters in college baseball right now. You've got 13 home runs on the season. You recently named #2 hitter in the entire NCAA, leading the country in home runs per game with 0.55. How do you think you've developed as a player during your time at Notre Dame, and what do you view as your biggest strengths?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I've developed a lot offensively in the sense that my strikeout numbers have gone down every single year. I think Coach Jarrett's done a really nice job of taking our offense as a whole and making us a lot more difficult outs up and down the lineup. We're a lot more difficult to pitch to and a lot more difficult to get out 27 times. So because of that, I think you're seeing a lot of success between the lines.
Well, right now the team's got an impressive 18-7 record coming off a win yesterday. Congratulations on such a strong season. What are your goals now for the NCAA tournament, and what do you think it will take to achieve them?
Our goal from the very start has been to make a run at Omaha. Every kid grows up wanting to play there and wanting to succeed there. And I think that we're a group of guys who battle every single day wanting to win a national championship. We have a assistant coach, Scott Wingo, who's got a couple national championship rings, and he inspires us every day to go after what he has and follow in his footsteps.
Now, Nico, obviously there's life after Notre Dame. What about your own career goals? Are you thinking about the draft at all? I mean, I heard your manager, Link Jarrett, compare you to Big Papi.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, I'm just thinking about having fun and going out and finding a way to win ball games. At the end of the day, I think that that's what's going to put us in the best position possible to make a run at Omaha. And subsequently, it's going to hopefully put me in the best position possible to continue a career in professional baseball. So that stuff will take care of itself. Right now, I just got to have fun and win baseball games.
Great attitude. Nico, thank you very much for joining us today, and good luck with the rest of the season. Let's head over now to Colleen, and she will be with another Notre Dame coach. Colleen.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. That's right. With us now is Martin Stone, head coach of Notre Dame rowing. Coach, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, Colleen. Thank you.
Well, this April, the Notre Dame rowing team unveiled its newest racing show, which honors the entire Notre Dame athletics department by actually listing their names. Now, where did this inspiration come from?
I'd like to say it was an original idea by me, but it wasn't. I'm an F1 Formula One fan, racing fan, and one of the Formula One teams did that this past year for their factory workers. So.
And how does the boat's name, 2020 Vision, a name chosen by this year's rowing senior class, tie into the visual messaging on that boat?
I think it allows us to kind of the invisible hands that help every student athlete here achieve their goals and have a great experience while they're at Notre Dame.
And how is the team doing this year? What are their goals for the rest of the season?
I think we're doing well. We came up from a big weekend this past weekend, so 3 races, doubled our race total for the year. We opened up, and actually the 2020 Vision won its maiden race against number 16 Iowa on Saturday morning. So we're doing well. We have another race this weekend in Texas, and then we prepare for the ACC championship.
Oh, wonderful. And the Notre Dame women's rowing program has produced Olympic gold medal winners, world champions, Notre Dame valedictorians, doctors, scientists, engineers. The list goes on, all under your leadership. How have you shaped this into a model program to develop not just great athletes, but successful graduates?
Oh, I think it's the people I get to work with. I think they've done all of the work, the heavy lifting. I've probably learned the most of when just to kind of get out of the way and enjoy learning about the people and all their different interests. And the best part of practice is before practice, when you're finding out what they're doing in the classroom or what their career plans are, what their summer internships and things along those lines. So.
All right, well, Coach, you're doing some wonderful work. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you.
And of course, good luck through the rest of the season. All right,
Go
now
Irish.
Let's go Irish. All right, let's check in now with Terry, who's juggling a few special guests on the line. Terry?
That's right, Colleen. Joining us now are Cameron, Derek, and Samantha Ekaniaka, Notre Dame triplets, who also share ambitious post-graduation plans. Welcome to Notre Dame Day, and your mother got her MBA at Notre Dame, now works at the university, Samantha. Did her journey inspire you to look at Notre Dame when you were making those college decisions? And did you ever think you'd end up at the same place as those two guys, your brothers?
Honestly, directly, no. I think all three of us had the mentality that we wanted to go somewhere far away from home for school. And since we grew up in the area, Notre Dame has always been kind of associated with home. But personally for me, when I started like researching different schools I wanted to go to, I then started getting turned on to the idea of Notre Dame. So my mom definitely encouraged Notre Dame a lot. She loves the place. She loves that it'd be close to home. But at least for all three of us, I feel like we each kind of came to that on our own. And I never really actively thought about attending a university or a college with my brothers, but I also never entertained the option of being in a different place than them. So it'll be interesting to see how that all changes as we move forward past college. But I didn't think either or. I just kind of assumed that we'd always be together, I guess.
And Cameron, when you were offered a place as a walk-on for the Notre Dame football team, what did the opportunity mean to you, and how did it play into your decision-making?
Yeah, so Samantha kind of just said about it, but, we all wanted to go kind of far away, different places, whether it was the East Coast or West Coast, and Notre Dame was kind of in our backyard. And as you mentioned, our mom went here and kind of lost its sparkle over the years. But it's ironic because I'm sure Samantha and Derek can attest to this too. We never really visited campus. We'd been to one football game. So we didn't really know what we were missing at Notre Dame. We just knew it was right next to us. So when this preferred walk-on spot came on the scene, it kind of forced me to take a look at Notre Dame in a serious way. And then I actually went to campus and I fell in love with campus, and I realized that, this is too special of a place to turn down. So.
We're glad you made that decision. Now, all three of you are graduating in May and planning to attend medical school to become surgeons. Boy, what slackers. Now, Derek, you've been eyeing this track for a while, but was it a vision that you three have always shared?
I think for the most part, all of us have kind of all knew that we've all wanted to go into medicine, but in kind of our own journeys and finding our way to Notre Dame, we've all kind of had our own reasons and, obstacles that kind of led us to medicine and wanted to practice. For me, it was kind of my football injury and how that kind of put me in a whole different world and trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. With Cameron, I'm sure it's just his interaction with football and how he has kind of come to learn medicine, and through that. And Samantha, I know she's had some great experiences in Notre Dame, which kind of have solidified her desire to be a doctor and be a surgeon.
And with similar post-graduation plans, I imagine the three of you were in class together a lot, perhaps. Is there ever a competitive side to your relationship, Samantha?
Yeah, like 100%. I feel like it's been a competition since birth. But no, it's always, we've been in several classes. I think we're in 2 or 3 classes this semester together. So it's always been more of a friendly competition, if you will. It's never been like anything built on selfish intentions or anything. But it has helped us keep each other on our toes. No one's ever at the top spot, I don't think, for too long. So we, it's a good external motivator for all three of us. But yeah, always a competition.
Competition's good. Cameron, you have potential plans to study at Oxford for a year before medical school. Do you hope to land in the same area as your siblings for medical school and into the future?
Yeah, I mean, after going to school for 22 years now together, I think it's idealistic that we could end up together. I think we have a little tougher chance of that happening now that it's med school and not undergrad. But if it happens, it happens. I'd love for it to happen. But I think we're all going to apply. Cast a wide net, see where we go. And as you mentioned, I might spend a year in London over at Oxford. And if it brings me back to the United States, right next to Samantha and Derek, so be it. So.
And you won't have any fun in London, I can guarantee you that. Derek, what have these past 4 years meant to you, all being able to attend the University of Notre Dame together?
I think it's really been such a unique experience because we're also from this area too. So like Cameron was saying, we've grown up in this area and kind of in a way been isolated from the Notre Dame culture, but coming to school here and being just fully immersed in the Notre Dame, culture and spirit, and then also having your siblings here has just been an experience that I know I never expected to at least experience in college, but it has been something that I'm going to miss going forward, and I truly cherish it.
Okay, one more question for each of you before you go. How do each of you hope to make a difference in the world once you leave Notre Dame?
Cameron, you can go. You can go first.
I guess we'll go in our birth order, but at least for me, as you mentioned, we all want to be surgeons going to surgery. What we want to specialize in, I don't really know yet, but I kind of want to spend a lot of my time as well focusing on, increasing healthcare accessibility, especially in third world and developing countries. And that's why I want to pursue, maybe a master's in policy, whether it's Oxford or wherever, and maybe a master's in developmental economics, so that we can kind of understand, how healthcare is rolled out, how it's packaged, and how we can increase accessibility. And what that looks like with a career in surgery, I'm not sure yet, but I want to make it into something. So.
For me personally, my whole dream has been going into the military and doing surgery. And with my shoulder injury, I kind of got set on the orthopedics track. So currently, right now, my goal is to pursue a career in the Navy and become a surgeon and do my best through there.
Samantha?
I obviously hopefully hope to make a difference as a physician, but I still have no idea what that would look like or what area I want to go into. So this will be cheesy, but I feel like one way I know that I can make a difference or hope to make a difference is by bringing compassion and openness and like kindness to every interaction I have with other people. And I know that's very simple and a corny answer, but it's not something that I need to go to school to learn or I need a license to do. And I feel like hopefully one day change something as a physician, but in the meantime, in the smaller moments in between, I feel like just being nice is how I can make a difference.
The Echinacea triplets, game changers from Notre Dame. Thanks for joining us on this show today, and good luck with your future endeavors. You bet. All right, let's head to Notre Dame Stadium for another performance from one of our great performers, Chloe Agnew.
Hey everybody, I hope you're having a fantastic Notre Dame Day. I am thrilled to be with you all. Hope you enjoy this little song called The Thing About You. I've been trying to leave it all behind, trying to find my way on my own. I've been lying, trying to stop my mind every time I'm reminded of you. 'Cause I don't know what I'd do, and I don't know where I'd go. How would I start again when there's one thing I know? The thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you. I was driving through the night and fighting through the miles and memories of you. I was blinded by the crazy kind of thinking I'd be fine with someone new. 'Cause I don't know where I'd go, and I don't know what I'd do if this were the end of the road. When you're all that I've known, the thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you. Whoa, 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 whoa. The it's you, it's you. Maybe I've broken your heart one too many times. Maybe you've moved on. Maybe you'll still be mine. And every time I take a breath, it's you, it's you. Hey. The thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it. No, I won't fight it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you. Whoa, oh, whoa, oh, whoa, oh. The thing about you. Whoa, oh, whoa, oh, whoa. I've been trying to leave it all behind, trying to find my way on my own.
Falsehood flies, and the truth comes limping after. Jonathan Swift wrote those words in 1710. They are as relevant now as ever. In 2012, I started studying how ISIS was using social media to recruit terrorists.
Many are recruited through a powerful online campaign.
Fast and digital.
Using social media to recruit and inspire.
I wrote a letter to the Air Force warning them how other foreign actors could manipulate social media to spread misinformation and influence our electoral process. I was hoping I would be wrong.
Illegally using social media and disrupt the 2016.
Defendants allegedly conducted what they called information warfare.
Frankly, the United States is under attack.
In collaboration with DARPA, the research division of the United States Department of Defense, Notre Dame professor Tim Winokur is working to combat the spread of misinformation and state-sponsored propaganda.
The work we're doing at Notre Dame focuses on finding the vulnerabilities within the algorithms of social media platforms, and then developing technologies to safeguard them against manipulation.
Tim is on the very cutting edge of research in online social behavior. He is a great example of someone who thinks not just about the technology, not just about the science, but what does it actually mean? How is it going to change how we live and act every day?
The scary thing about the age of social media is the speed and the scale at which misinformation spreads. We've seen it incite mob violence in India and sway elections from the UK to America. This is a technology problem. Engineers helped create it, but we can also help solve it. And we must, because the future of our democracy and our society depend upon it.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting the spread of misinformation. We are the Fighting Irish.
And welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Colleen Wilcox. Joining us now is a thrower for Notre Dame track and field, Rachel Tanzos. And Rachel, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Hey, Rachel. Now, from what I understand, your dad played football at Notre Dame, and your mom and your grandfather also graduated from the university. So how did that legacy play into your decision then to come to Notre Dame?
Yeah, that was definitely a big part of it. Just the fact that I was exposed to Notre Dame from such a young age, and just growing up hearing my parents talk about, how much it meant to them and how, special of a place it was. So by the time I was, looking at schools, my senior year of high school, it came down that this is pretty much the only place I wanted to go. I had fallen in love with it myself over the years.
Well, it's in your blood, absolutely. Now, how do you think that you've developed as an athlete during your time here at Notre Dame?
Quite a lot. You look at, I was a walk-on my freshman year. I got into Notre Dame in December, and I wasn't even thinking about doing track. I didn't get on the team until April. And so, on one hand, if you look at the numbers from my freshman to senior year, it's been definitely a lot of growth, but also in terms of just, my confidence in myself as an athlete, and everything like that has also again, a lot of growth there.
Well, you've had a lot of growth. You've also had quite a season with the Fighting Irish, notching second place finishes in weight throw in both the ACC and NCAA championships, also earning first team All-America honors. What are you most proud of, though, throughout your Notre Dame career? And are there specific moments or memories that kind of stand out to you?
Well, taking second at NCAAs this year was definitely a big deal for me. Just, thinking about everything that's happened in the past year, with the season, with indoor championships getting shut down last year, and, being at home, not being really able to train the same way, and also rehabbing a couple of injuries in that time. So just really everything that I went through in the past year, taking second at nationals was really satisfying for me. But also, I think the things that mean most to me in the past 4 years have just been the moments with my teammates, having fun with them and being able to cheer them on, and all the successes they've had. Being there for them has been probably my favorite part.
Well, that's wonderful. All right, let's talk about what's next. What are your plans then after graduation this spring?
Well, I will be back next year for a fifth year, with COVID giving athletes some extra eligibility. I decided I wanted to come back and use that here. And then after that, the plan is to pursue a PhD in sports psychology. I might take a gap year or two to do some post-grad service. I'm still kind of figuring that out, but sports psych is the plan right now. Yep.
All right. Well, Rachel, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, let's check in now with Terry, who's next with our guest. Terry?
All right, Colleen, thanks a lot. And joining us now is Danny Kilray, Notre Dame junior and cross-country standout. Danny, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Terry.
All right, so what brought you to Notre Dame to compete for the Fighting Irish?
When I was a senior in high school, Coach Carlson was recruiting me, and even though the team had yet to make nationals in quite a few years, she said that was the vision that the team had, that this team would be fighting for podium spots and to eventually win nationals. And I saw that there was just a locker room of dedicated guys working towards that goal. And I love that they were all bought in, and that's what I knew. I wanted to come to Notre Dame and help bring this program up.
Well, let's talk about your impressive year. You placed 10th at this year's NCAA Cross Country Championships, leading the Irish to a second-place team finish and becoming the best Notre Dame individual finisher since 2008 championships. Now, how did you pull that off, and what does it mean to you to help the team reach this type of success?
It means a lot. I'm surrounded by so many great teammates that I think any one of us could have been the top finisher that day. And that's just how strong of a team we were this year. It definitely means a lot that I was the first top finisher since 2008. I think it just comes to show how far the program has come in such a short time. And I think that everyone on the team is just really excited next year to keep growing and building on our finish this year.
And of course, Notre Dame has had a lot of recent success with distance running. We could almost call it Distance U. How has the cross-country team been able to maintain such a high level of performance?
The team really just has a very high expectation every day from everyone in the locker room, whether you're competing on the top 7 or you were unable to make the lineup. And we all are always working towards being the best that we can be. And I think this really strong culture we built around the team mentality is why we've had such success.
And you've had success in what you love to do, but congratulations are also in order for another reason. You were recently named the ACC Men's Scholar Athlete of the Year for cross country. Boy, that honor's got to mean a lot to you.
Of course, I think at Notre Dame, of course, there's always a high expectation, first in the classroom as well as on the cross country course. So it definitely meant a lot to me that, that my hard work was recognized not only on the course, and also goes to show the type of lifestyle a Notre Dame athlete has.
Danny Kilray, the dual threat, as they say. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on all your success this year.
Thanks, Terry.
All right, we'll be right back following this quick timeout. Stay with us.
It's always been the nature of humankind to seek answers, to solve great mysteries by first finding truths in ourselves. I've always been drawn to fundamental science, to discoveries that help us understand how the world works. We pose questions like, how do animal societies work? How do their social lives help them solve problems? And how can we apply what we learn from the animal kingdom to address our own human health issues and needs? In order to get at these questions, you need long-term research and an incredibly large data set. Since 2009, the University of Notre Dame's Department of Biological Sciences has continued the research begun by Princeton University's Dr. Jean Altman in 1971.
It's so amazing to take part in a study that's been going on for almost 50 years. The data set collected spans over 6 generations and is unlike any other study in this field.
The study has led to some remarkable conclusions. We've discovered that animals with better social connections have better health and longer lifespans.
And not only do richer social lives improve health, but social connectivity can even help overcome early life trauma.
That fundamental biology is clearly paralleled in humankind. Beyond nutrition and medicine, friendship and community are key factors in good health and longevity.
And as a woman in science, I'm so inspired to continue the incredible work of the women who have come before me. Because women scientists tend to succeed when they have a strong community of women to rely upon.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to understand the scientific impact of community.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Well, welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Colleen Wilcox. All right, joining us now is Senior Associate Athletics Director Rob Kelly, a 2003 Notre Dame graduate who's helping students get involved with Fighting Irish media. Rob, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day. How are you?
Great. Thanks so much, Colleen. It's a pleasure to be on the program tonight.
Yeah, good to see you. And so, first of all, what brought you back to South Bend after you graduated then in 2003?
You know, in perfect candor, a little bit of an early midlife crisis. After a few years out of school, realized that there were a couple of things that were going to be really important to my family. And one of those things was working at a place whose mission and values were things that I valued personally, but also could get behind and wake up every morning looking forward to come in to the job every day. And 15 years later, that's still the case.
Yeah, I'd say that worked out pretty well for you. Well, you've been part of Notre Dame athletics since 2013. So what has been your favorite part of working with the Fighting Irish?
Well, first and foremost, the opportunity to work alongside our tremendous student athletes, the amazing amount of effort and personal investment that they make in their academic and athletic pursuits is truly inspiring. The next, I would say, would be the opportunity to work alongside 2 really, really strong teams, both in the ticket office and then subsequently in Fighting Irish media. It's hard to imagine 2 groups of people that have worked as hard as those 2 through really transformational periods in their respective industries to catch up and honestly take a leap forward in their respective areas.
All right, and tell us a little bit more about the new Roger Valdesari Student Worker Program within Fighting Irish Media. Where did this idea come from, and what kinds of things will the student workers actually get to do?
Yeah, this is something we're really excited about, and it's new, honestly, within just the past week that we were able to announce it, and surprise Roger himself with the announcement that the student worker program was going to be named in his honor. The student worker program has been around for a while, really since the beginning days of Fighting Irish Media. But it's difficult to build energy around something that doesn't have a strong brand. And when we had the opportunity through the benefit of a couple of anonymous donors to really provide a boost to the program with a contribution that'll support it with much needed resources, it was an opportunity we couldn't pass up. And so we're really excited about what we've gotten started. It's just the beginning of what we think is going to be a really powerful fund that will engage many, many students in the work that we do in Fighting Irish Media across all of our various areas of communications, video production, graphic design, innovation, operations.
So let's talk a little bit about that. So how do you think that this program will set up students for successful futures and careers?
Well, the first thing it does is it gives them practical experience of working in media and production and communications, all those areas I just listed out. But that's really a staple at any school that's doing this kind of work. I think what's unique about what we do here at Notre Dame in our athletics program, and specifically in Fighting Irish Media, is we really try to marry the practical experience up with the educational mission of the university. So we've partnered with film, television, and theater, and are looking to extend those partnerships to other parts of the university in the formation of minors, but also, just working with our colleagues in other departments. I'd be mistaken if I didn't mention the amazing work that Notre Dame Studios does in collaboration with FIM. They're really the backbone behind so much of what we do with our student worker program, and it wouldn't be possible without their help. So, Roger Baldessari Student Worker Program is a huge boon and a credit to both Fighting Irish Media and Notre Dame Studios.
Absolutely. Hey, Rob, thank you so much for joining us today, and really for all that you're doing to serve Notre Dame students.
Thank you, Colleen.
All right. Well, let's send it over now to Terry, who's got another Fighting Irish fencing sibling group on the line. Terry?
Boy, this is exciting. Thanks, Colleen. Joining us now are Luke and Kara Linder, brother and sister, who compete together for Notre Dame fencing. Luke and Kara, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Since you are the elder statesman here, Kara, how did you both get into fencing? I'll ask you.
So it's actually my little brother who got us into fencing. In elementary school, we attended school together, and one day this club came in and they were giving fencing lessons. They're like, oh, come sign up for our after school program. It's super fun. And, Luke, the whole Star Wars kind of ties to it. Was like, yes, I want to go hit people with swords. That sounds fun. But we ended up missing the sign-up date, and he came home crying, and my mom was like, oh, no. So she called the club, and they ended up saying, oh, why don't you just come to our actual facility? It'll be more fun. Like, oh, you have a daughter, bring her too. So I got roped into it, and, 10 years later, we ended up here, so.
And Luke, once your sister came to Notre Dame, did you always intend to follow in her footsteps?
That was never really my intent, but on her first official visit, my family came, and, I went on a tour, kind of similar to what she did, just on my own. And, I saw the campus for the first time ever, and I loved it. I thought it was a home for the 4 years of my freshman year and onwards. And then also I got to watch her freshman year at NCAA's, and just seeing the team atmosphere and what this program meant just solidified my commitment, and I found my home.
All right, now since you both compete in saber, Kara, do you ever practice or challenge each other?
I would say when we were younger, we were definitely very competitive. There was a lot of, just at home tournaments, that kind of stuff. And we definitely went at it. There were tears sometimes, but now that we're a lot older, we actually do not practice together at school. But when we go home to Arizona, we fence, and it's hard. My brother's a lot bigger than I am, but I hold my own,
I'm sure you do. Now, you were both part of Notre Dame's Fencing 2021 National Championship team victory, as well as taking home those individual titles. Congratulations. Luke, how does it feel to achieve that kind of success in just your first year, and how excited does it make you for the rest of your college career?
Yeah, it's crazy. Not many people get a chance their freshman year to go to NCAAs, let alone take home an individual title. So these next 3 or 4 years, there's a lot of excitement coming. Certainly, I look forward to the future. Our team is really deep and so dominant. So these next 4 years have a lot to hold for us. And I know we're all so strong and good fencers that there's the sky's the limit,
And Kara, how does it feel for you and your brother to be together at the top of college saber competition?
Well, my brother's my best friend. Like, I'll say that any day to anybody. And to look over and see that I have my best friend and brother like by my side, doing amazing things, making history together. It feels pretty good.
Well, thank you both for joining us today, and congratulations to the Linder siblings on a great sixth season. And we wish you all the luck, Luke, as you continue here at Notre Dame. Let's head back to Abby, who's at the performance stage. Abby?
Thanks, Terry. I'm here with Chloe Agnew, who's about to bring us another amazing performance. I won't make you wait one more minute. Here's Chloe Agnew, joined by members of the Notre Dame Undertones. We have Tommy, Tyler, Austin, Jimmy, and Matt Cabrera on the fiddle, with a song that Chloe wrote just for us with 2019 Notre Dame graduate Alex Mansour. Please know that we are taking every safety precaution here during this performance. Our performer is 10 feet away from any of our camera operators and our audio techs who are masked. And we are in an open air space just inside of Concourse E here at Notre Dame Stadium. This is Come Home to Notre Dame. Take it away.
Brothers and sisters are we, and Our Lady golden is she. In our hearts forever we'll always remember to praise and love thee. And the stars in the heavens we see, tender, strong, and true we believe. Oh, they're your untold stories in all of their glory. So wake up the echoes and deep. Come home to Notre Dame. Come home to Notre Dame. The gold and the blue is waiting for you. Come home to Notre Dame. Started, we'll finish. Vita dolce space. So whatever you dream or whatever you wish, oh, here come the Irish. Come home to Notre Dame. Come home to Notre Dame. The gold and the blue is waiting for you. Come home to Notre Dame. Take it away.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a lie.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting at each other.
This land was made for you and me.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
Well, welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Colleen Wilcox. All right, joining us now is captain and goalie for the Notre Dame women's lacrosse team, Bridget Dehan. Bridget, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much for having me. Happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. So, Bridget, tell us what brought you to Notre Dame to play for the Fighting Irish.
There are two main things. I'm a third-generation Notre Dame student. My grandfather went here. My mom and all her siblings went here, so it's always been a dream of mine to one day come to Notre Dame. And then just on top of it, the lacrosse program is just so incredible. I started coming to camp when I was about 10 years old, and I never went to another lacrosse camp throughout all of recruiting. So I just kind of knew the entire time that this is where I wanted to be. And I feel so fortunate that it overlapped with my passion of being on a lacrosse team and competing at the highest level.
Well, and for a spectator like me, goalie, it always seems like, a really difficult and stressful position. So why did you choose it, and what do you love about that?
Well, it definitely is difficult, and it sometimes can be stressful. So you're right on all of those fronts. But my oldest brother, Patrick, was a goalie, and he actually taught me when I was younger. I just happened to be at one of my high school lacrosse camps, and they asked who wanted to try, and I kind of just wanted to be like my big brother and give it a go. And right off the bat, when I was tried it when I was in second grade, I was pretty good at it. I played attack and goalie all the way up until high school, where I just committed to playing just goalie. Suited my skill set a little better. I just really love how it's a huge balance between instinct and just kind of lacrosse IQ. I think that's my biggest asset, is just understanding and really loving the game, and feels like one big puzzle to figure out. So it's a really fun position, and playing behind the defense that I do, that's super aggressive and so athletic, probably the most athletic defense in the country. It's just so much fun.
Oh, absolutely. So let's talk about this season. How is the season going so far, and what do you hope to accomplish your senior year?
Yeah, the season's going great. No doubt, just like every other student athlete in the country, there are unforeseen obstacles that we never knew that we would come across. Having had to go on a pause and then come back right out of that and pick up some extra games, just keep our schedule super competitive and vibrant and keep everyone playing. But it's been great, and I'm just really proud of our depth on our team. I think that's just our biggest asset. You never know what it's going to look like throughout this year, who's going to be available to play. And it's a huge testament to, I think, our culture that we got the younger kids ready to go when need be. And I just think when you watch our team, it just looks like something fun and something you want to be a part of. And I think that's something we're the most proud of. And no doubt, as we kind of enter into our final week of regular season, getting ready for postseason play, we definitely have our eyes on making a run and winning an ACC title. And then no doubt going for the NCAA championship. hopefully being the last team standing on Memorial Day weekend.
Well, sounds like a great plan to me. Now, you talk about being a leader. So in addition to being a leader on the field, you're also, president of the Student Athlete Advisory Council. So what does this role entail? And then talk about what makes you so passionate about being a voice for fellow Fighting Irish student athletes.
Yeah, of course. Well, this position is new this year. We restructured the leadership of SAC. Actually, this summer we were on a call. We formerly had 4 chief operating officers, and we decided that we wanted to go to a presidential structure. And on the call, one of my friends, Pierce Crawford, on the hockey team, unmuted himself on a Zoom and nominated me, and immediately got support. So first of all, I really feel so grateful and honored that my peers felt that they trusted me to lead, especially in this year that has been so turbulent, and we've needed to find answers and be creative in ways to build community. And like, this community is something so special and we've cherished for the last 4 years. And I think just beyond all else that it's going to be one of the greatest honors of all of our lives, calling ourselves Notre Dame graduates one day. But I think also just the honor to don the monogram, and it's one of the most incredible experiences of our lives. So this shared experience is something that only like a few hundred people a year can say that they've gone through. So I think that's why I'm so passionate about it. It is true, when you come to Notre Dame, it's a special place, but the people definitely make the place. And I've been inspired for 4 years by my peers, not only what they're able to accomplish on the field or on the court in their respective sports, and like their athleticism is so awe-inspiring, but it's really their impact that they have in the community and in the classroom and the lives of each other that have really inspired me, and definitely keep me going through this year, make me want to lead them. It's such an incredible group to be a part of, and has been one of my favorite experiences being a Notre Dame student athlete.
Well, absolutely. Just wonderful work, Bridget. And of course, we want to thank you for joining us today. And hey, good luck through the rest of the season. We'll be watching.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Go Irish.
Go Irish. All right. Let's check in at the Duncan Student Center now, where Brian is ready with another update on giving. How are we looking, Brian?
Hey, thanks, Colleen. You know, I had a chance to have Bridget in class a few years ago, so it's great to see her. I can't believe it's been 4 years already. Bridget, best of luck to you and the rest of the team this year. It's great to hear your story. So we are sitting at over 15,000 gifts. We have brought in over 400 gifts in the last half hour alone. So you, the Notre Dame family, are coming in strong as we approach the end of our Notre Dame Day broadcast. Got still a few hours to go, but are incredibly $1.6 million in terms of what you have given to the Notre Dame causes across campus. We'll take a look at the leaderboards, and since we were just talking about athletics, let's take a look at how our athletics teams are doing here on campus. Bring those up here. So our cheerleading squad, we talked a little about this last night. Our cheerleading coach was named the ACC Cheer Coach of the Year, and they are sitting in strong at #1. They've been great performers on Notre Dame Day the past few years, and we can't say how much we appreciate their support. The men's swimming and diving team is coming in at #2, and the women's lacrosse team, Bridget and her teammates, are really advocating strong for their team, coming in at #3. So many Fighting Irish sports teams are active today on social media, sharing the importance of Notre Dame Day towards their fundraising efforts. You know, this has been a tough year for Notre Dame athletics and athletics across the country at colleges and universities. The loss of football ticket revenue and so many different things. So your support is so crucial to allowing us to keep the Fighting Irish ready for competition and to succeed in the classroom as well. We'll take a look at our leaderboard overall. And we are seeing the Bowler Parsegian Fund, Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, has overtaken the Idea Center and Inventors Fund. The Idea Center was the #1 from the moment we kicked the broadcast off, but Bowler Parsegian has come up and taken the #1 spot. St. Ed's coming in #3. I don't think there's another residence hall out there that can beat them, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then the Aaron Parsegian Medical Research Fund and Financial Aid rounding it out. Great to see $21,000 raised for financial aid. That could underwrite over a third of a student's annual tuition costs this year. Incredible what can be done, just $10 or so at a time. We'll take a look over here to see what's coming up next hour. If you didn't see him last night, student Elliot Thomason, amazing magician. He wowed us last night. I'm sure he has something even more special in store for us tonight, so stick around for that. Zach Martin, a former Fighting Irish football player, now tearing it up for the Dallas Cowboys. He'll be joining us in the next hour. And Ken Rickey, a Notre Dame alum, a trustee, and a generous benefactor to the university, will come and join us a little bit more about his Notre Dame story. So stick around. We'll have a lot more coming up in the next hour. We'll be right back on Notre Dame Day 2021.
My husband, Paul, loved being a firefighter. When he had to retire, it was heartbreaking. I knew cancer was common among firefighters, but I couldn't accept Paul's diagnosis without knowing why. I started to do research and make calls, and I eventually discovered that PFAS, man-made chemicals known to cause cancer, were used in the gear that firefighters were wearing. And that was shocking. I tried to get answers from gear manufacturers. I tried to get people in power to listen, but I was just a woman without a college degree. And then I reached out to Graham Peaslee. That literally changed everything.
Graham Peaslee is a nuclear physicist at the University of Notre Dame, whose cutting-edge research on PFAS has helped lead to industry and government regulations for drinking water and food packaging.
When I first heard from Diane, I was really moved by her story, and so I offered to test some unused gear for her. Almost instantly, we got a signal there was a very high amount of PFAS. Then we tested used and unused gear from around the country, and the results were very similar. This really began to concern me.
Some people are afraid to speak the truth. Some people don't want to know the truth. Graham's been as straightforward as can be. His science, his findings, that's the truth.
These firefighters are putting their lives on the line for us. And if there's any way to make the gear safer, then I'd like to try and help find that solution.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to protect the brave.
We are the Fighting Irish.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Down, one, up! I've worked with a lot of strong and determined athletes over the years. Up higher, recover, good, pause. But my daughter Beckett is for sure the strongest and most determined person that I've ever been around. At 4 months old, Beckett became paralyzed from her shoulder down to her fingers on her left side.
Go up, go down.
The doctors still haven't determined what has caused the nerve damage in her arm, but when she has flickers of function, it gives us a flicker of hope that she'll regain what was taken from her.
At the University of Notre Dame Center for Stem Cells and Regenerative Medicine, biology professor Cody Smith researches the development and repair of the nervous system.
One of the biggest challenges with curing human disease is we really don't know enough about how the healthy body normally functions. So the approach in my lab is to understand how the nervous system is built so that we can use those concepts to rebuild it.
I joined Professor Smith's lab as a sophomore, and he encouraged me to pursue my own research. My brother had a brachial plexus injury, just like Coach Flint's daughter. So I decided to ask why these particular cells in the spinal cord don't regenerate. I remember testing this for the first time on a zebrafish. I could see the nerve regenerate where it had been before the injury, and the fish fully recover. It was amazing.
Evan made a true scientific breakthrough as an undergraduate that laid the foundation for new clinical therapies that could help his brother and Beckett that we thought we would never have.
Learning about the discovery in Professor Smith's lab has given my family a lot of hope. I've been at Notre Dame over a decade now, and I know how we approach hard tasks. We'll get it done one way or another.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to repair the body.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 12th hour of Notre Dame Day, a two-day celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Gary Sieber, proud member of the class of 1981. Seems like yesterday. You may know me from WNDU TV in South Bend, or you might know me in one of the classes I've taught here at Notre Dame over the last 30 years. But tonight, I'm just a Notre Dame Day anchor.
And I'm Colleen Wilcox, content strategist for Notre Dame International. Now, we are coming to you live from the campus of the University of Notre Dame. Because things are, a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes, right from our studio on the Notre Dame campus. And we are practicing social distancing here on set. All of our live performances will take place outdoors.
The reason that we're coming to you is to share the many great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen. And we will bring them to you over the next few days through live one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups.
Very impressive. All right, we're asking you to participate, of course, by logging on to Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. And if you're not watching from there already, click on the green Make a Gift button. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to and complete the giving process. It is just 3 steps. For each new donor to a cause, that cause will then receive a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 in challenge dollars through various bonus challenges they are participating in. And again, notredameday.nd.edu is where you can make your gift. Please join us if you can.
Yep. So far during the show, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family. And there's so much more to come. During this hour, we'll be talking to a student ROTC cadet commander, a lettuce farmer, believe it or not, a Notre Dame trustee, a magician, not a musician, and more. And later tonight, you'll hear from a former quarterback or two, a DJ, student performers, and more on Notre Dame Day 2021. But before we begin, let's check in at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving.
All right, thanks so much, Gary. We are keeping an eye on this leaderboard. We are getting close to 16,000 gifts. I think we can get there by the end of this hour. We'll keep an eye on that. Looking at the leaderboard, as we talked about earlier, Bullard Parsegian still number 1. We just finished an hourly challenge for ND in the community, and the Robinson Community Learning Center has overtaken College Mentors for Kids at the top of this leaderboard. You look down here, you were reminded how much of an impact Notre Dame and really its students and faculty have on the local Michiana community, and the Robinson Community Learning Center is really the crown jewel of those efforts. So great to see them making an effort here. A reminder that we do have challenges every single hour, and you can follow the different hours and what those challenges are and who the winners are. We are going into this 9 o'clock hour with the largest Notre Dame clubs across the country competing for the most gifts in the coming hours. So those of you in cities like New York and Chicago and LA and Orange County, take the time now, jump in, make a gift, and you'll be able to help your club raise some even more money for those students from your local area. For now, we'll send it back to the studio for Gary, and we'll give you an update soon.
All right, well, thanks very much. And go Kavanaugh Hall, by the way. Come on, you can do it. Joining us now is Crystal DiBiase, a sophomore neuroscience major from Wisconsin with a unique hobby. Crystal, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being with us. Tell us about how you came to Notre Dame, first of all, and did anyone in your family go here?
Yeah, so actually no one in my family actually went to Notre Dame, but I was blessed enough to be able to be a part of a group in high school called Matriculate, which is for high achieving first-gen low-income students, and my advisor happened to go to Notre Dame, so she told me all about Notre Dame, and I was able to learn a lot about what the community was like, and definitely fell in love with it, and I didn't think that Notre Dame was possible for me, but after diving further into it through learning about it through Matriculate as well as other colleges, I realized that it was definitely a place where I wanted to be, and I was so excited when I got accepted and was able to come here.
Well, after you applied, there's always that uncomfortable, awkward period where you have to wait. Did you think you'd get in?
I think, yeah, no, honestly, I did not think that I would get in, but as a first generation student, I hadn't really even considered the great opportunity that would come with being able to get into such a wonderful college such as Notre Dame. And I was so blessed and so surprised and so thankful when I did receive that admissions decision.
Well, Crystal, we mentioned that you have a unique hobby, and you've mentioned the word blessed a couple of times here, so I just have to turn to that. And you've made it your goal to attend Mass in every chapel at Notre Dame. How did that start?
Yeah, so that has been something so great for this semester, especially during COVID times. My friend Angela actually started a chapel hopping group chat through GroupMe, and it is basically we go to a different chapel each day of the week. And she started it at the beginning of this semester to be able to explore different dorms through Mass, as Mass is something that we kind of took for granted during COVID quarantine times, and through dorm hopping specifically, having dorm masses like cut off, like not able to go into different dorms, kind of made us realize it was something we took for granted. And so my friend wanted to get a group together to explore these chapels and to just be able to experience Mass in different settings and really explore the Notre Dame campus.
So chapel hopping is something that I can't say I heard a lot of, but I think it's fascinating, and especially as you mentioned during COVID, to have the resolve to do that. How often does your group go to Mass?
Yeah, so we go to Mass normally every day of the week. Sometimes it varies depending on if people have a lot of exams that week, but normally we have Mass in a different chapel scheduled from Monday through Friday.
That's wonderful. And you know, I have to ask you this. You know this question is coming, and you can't say I don't have a favorite, right? So what is your favorite chapel so far?
Yeah, so I actually love the Stenson Remick Chapel, even though that isn't a dorm technically. But Stenson Remick is just such a special chapel. They have Mass every morning at 8 a.m. So it's just a beautiful way to start off the day, and they have these beautiful stained glass windows. But as in like a dorm chapel, I love the Johnson Family Hall Chapel. It's such a simple and beautiful chapel, and I love going to they have a Spanish Mass every week. So it's a great way to just be able to like learn a different language while also being able to go to Mass and just like really be in the Lord's presence.
Oh, that's terrific, Crystal. Thank you so much. And you of course, love Kavanaugh Hall Chapel, right?
I'm actually from PE, but yes, I do love the Kavanaugh Hall Chapel. Yes, it is beautiful. I actually went there last Tuesday, so it was great. It was a great time.
Good for you. I spent 4 years at Kavanaugh. I went to that chapel many, many times, and the legends live on of good old Father Michelli when he was there. Crystal, thank you so much for being with us tonight. We appreciate it very much, and good luck in your quest to visit them all. And now over to Colleen.
All right, thanks, Gary. Now joining us now is John Milor, Associate Professor of the Practice in Notre Dame School of Architecture. Professor Milor, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so you are a practicing architect in the area with over 25 years of experience. Have you designed anything right here on the campus of Notre Dame?
I have. The first job that I had after graduation in the mid-90s was for a firm here in South Bend. And we did quite a bit of work on Notre Dame's campus. And I had the pleasure of being able to work directly on the Raltz Rec Sports Center, which is now the basketball facility, as well as some laboratories in Newland Science Hall and STEP in Chemistry. And but the projects I'm most proud of was I got to do some pretty extensive renovation and redesign of the chapels in St. Edward's Hall, Zahm Hall, Lewis Hall, and Fisher Hall.
Oh, that's wonderful. All right, tell us about coming back to then teach for your alma mater.
So I had my first degree in architecture in 1995, and I practiced for about 13 years, got my license, got registered here in Indiana, and decided that I needed to do something that was a greater contribution to the community. And I decided the path that I wanted to follow was to go back and to become an instructor. So I came back to Notre Dame in my mid-30s and got my master's degree in architecture and started a firm here in town and was given the opportunity to come back and teach on an adjunct basis. And I found that I really enjoyed it. I really loved spending time with students and helping educate them and helping them become architects. And that original adjunct position offering turned into a full-time teaching position for me, which, you know, I look at, and I feel very blessed to have this position at Notre Dame.
Well, that's wonderful. Now let's talk about your students. So your fourth-year students are designing a project, I understand, for Habitat for Humanity. Can you tell us just a little bit about that project?
Sure. This is a new design studio for us. About a year and a half ago, I started a conversation with one of the associate deans in our school about the idea of giving the students an opportunity to build some of the things that they actually design in our design studios. And the more that we talked about it, the more that we thought that a good fit for this particular idea would be to work with a local Habitat for Humanity chapter here in St. Joseph County. And so about 18 months ago, I got in touch with its president, Jim Williams, and he and I put our heads together and we came up with a solution that's sort of mutually beneficial. So my design students are working on a design of a new house this semester, and will be done actually in a couple of weeks. And then this summer, Habitat for Humanity intends to start construction on it. They're going to break ground with the footings and foundations, and hopefully when we return in the fall semester, the house will be ready for us to rejoin the project again with a different class. And that class is actually going to take part in constructing the house, with the goal of having the house finished during the academic year next year. So the students participating in the spring semester course with me now will have the opportunity to take another class in the fall and participate in its construction. And so this is giving them an opportunity to really see the practical side and the reality side of the things that we're teaching in the design studio. So we've taken a step beyond the theoretical, and we've given them a chance to really get their hands dirty in a very literal sense, you know, and swing a hammer and use a saw and tangibly make something with their own hands based on the ideas that they had originally put on paper. And so that's what the students are going to get out of it. But this is kind of a two-part sort of process for me, because I'm using this course as an opportunity to help Habitat for Humanity improve the quality of the design work that they're doing. That we're looking to help them to try and remove the stigma of sort of affordable housing, to make the housing that they offer to be as attractive and as durable and actually as energy sustainable as any other of the market rate housing that would be available here in the greater South Bend area. And so part of this is actually giving back some design research on our part to the Habitat for Humanity organization so that they can improve the quality of the product that they're providing.
Yeah, it sounds like just a wonderful experience all around, especially for the students. Can you give us just a glimpse into the timeline and when will construction begin?
Sure. Well, if all goes according to plan, and well, Lord knows if it will, but we'll find out. We'll be done designing it here in a couple of weeks. We'll make our final presentation in the first week of May. I anticipate turning design documents over to Habitat for Humanity sometime in early June. And at that point, it's a matter of pulling building permits and getting starting with footing and foundation, which I think will happen probably this summer, with construction in full swing by the beginning of the fall semester in August. So we'll be working on this house probably in conjunction with the Notre Dame Habitat for Humanity Club. Because they have a very active organization on campus, and they haven't had a chance to build anything for a couple of years thanks to COVID. And so we're anxious to go ahead and work with them and their student volunteers along with the students in this class, plus the Habitat Humanity organization. So I'm just looking forward to it all around.
Yeah, what a great experience for the students, real world experience for them. I want to thank you for joining us, Professor Mueller. It's been wonderful.
Absolutely, glad to do it.
All right, coming up next, we're going to go to Gary.
Hey, thanks, Colleen. We appreciate that. Now this is the segment we call Let Us Entertain You. And yeah, there's kind of a catch to that. Joining us is Matt Gura, an executive MBA candidate, class of 2021, and the vice president of operations at Pure Green Farms. Matt, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, Gary. How's it going?
Great. I said, let us entertain you. I first have to preface this by saying, you know, it's snowing outside, but some people may not be aware that fresh lettuce is grown year-round right here in South Bend. How in the world is that possible?
We got a saying, too. It's best to remain calm. But, yeah, we have we grow 100% of our lettuce indoors. So we have about 4 acres under glass. So, you know, rain or shine, sleet or snow, there's something growing every year. And, you know, on a cloudy day like today, we have supplemental lights that can really push those plants along.
Yeah, I think you had to turn them up a few watts today. It was pretty cold out there. How big is this greenhouse, and how much lettuce is produced annually there?
So this phase 1 that we just commissioned in January is 4 acres under glass, and we have about 1 acre of supporting structure with, you know, packing operations and shipping and receiving. And we can produce a lot of lettuce in that phase 1, enough for the Indiana market. And we have plans to expand with multiple phases to expand into the rest of the Midwest region.
And when you say enough lettuce for the Indiana region, what you mean the whole state of Indiana?
There's a lot of lettuce under 4 acres of glass. It's a couple million pounds a year.
Wow, that is amazing. So how did you happen to become involved in something like Pure Green Farms?
Yeah, I was very lucky. I linked up with the private equity firm that funded the greenhouse, Series Partners, a few years ago. And my first project for them was actually building a hop production enterprise up in Southwest Michigan. So we had a couple hundred acres of hops to supply local craft brewers. And then when this project came along, I jumped at the chance because this kind of technology, I think, is going to change the world.
Absolutely. And I'm a little more familiar with hops than I am with lettuce, but I'm just saying. Anyway, what does it mean to you, Matt, to have the most technologically advanced leafy green greenhouse in the world right here in South Bend?
It really means a lot to me because I can live out my values, especially, aligning with Notre Dame and growing the good in business. There's such a rich manufacturing heritage here and a growing tech community. And, to see it on the shelves locally and know that, I'm doing something to, benefit the community and supply fresh, healthy produce year round, it really means a lot to me.
Yeah, Notre Dame is a great marketing network. I'm sure you know that. What stores can we find your lettuce in around here, and where can we get it? Maybe online or whatever.
You can find it at most local Martins in the South Bend, Elkhart, and Goshen area, as well as any area Krogers. And pretty soon, I think you might be able to find it on campus through our partner, Stan's Food Service, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah, that's great. Matt, hey, listen, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. And I hope they pay you a good salary for what you're doing.
Gary, you rule. Thank you.
All right, back over to Colleen.
That was very natural, Gary. All right, joining us now is Stephanie Zacona, senior Arabic and STEM major from Kavanaugh Hall, who is cadet commander of her Air Force ROTC unit. Stephanie, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Colleen. It's awesome to be here.
Well, Stephanie, let's begin with your journey to Notre Dame. Are you the first in your family to attend the university?
I am not, actually. My parents are the classic ND SMIC couple. They came here in the 80s, met in Fisher Hall. So it's been definitely a good experience for me to come here, and they've been a great help through everything. But there's a lot more buildings on campus now than there were when they were here.
Yeah, and even though you are a senior, you still live in Kavanaugh. Are you happy that you didn't move off campus?
Yes, absolutely. I know this year's definitely been a tough year for everybody, the entire student body, but I've loved being in Kavanaugh. We have a great community here, and it's really been beneficial for me to be close to all of my friends and be a part of such a great community. And the hall staff has done an amazing job of having various events for all of us. Some of my favorites were Mario Kart out on the quad back when it was warm. We just had this past weekend hall bowling. So we had some bowling pins set up. And we're currently fundraising to get some nice furniture for the quad in between Kavanaugh and Zom. But I definitely don't regret it. I wouldn't change it for the world. And it's been great to be with all my friends my last year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, now I want to talk about ROTC. Up until 1970, women were not allowed to join ROTC at any college in the United States. What led you to become so involved, and was anyone else a member in your family?
So my dad did Navy ROTC when he was here, but he didn't end up commissioning or joining the military. He just tried it out. It was honestly not something I had considered until I got an email from my dorm that Air Force was considering more female freshmen, and I just wanted to go and try it out. And I was just amazed by the quality of people that were there. Everyone is so motivated and driven, and it's a great place to challenge yourself physically and mentally. And there's so much opportunity there. Like, I've had opportunities to fly in some really cool aircraft and gotten scholarships for language immersion programs that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And it's really just been an incredible experience for me.
Yeah, it sounds like it's led to so many unique opportunities. So what made you choose the Air Force?
The Air Force was right for me because of the variety of career options. As you stated earlier, I'm an Arabic and Spanish major, so I definitely have an interest in languages specifically. It's also a newer service. The Space Force was just, I guess, made official last year. So it's really good to be a part of a culture of innovation and feel like I can be a part of that change and part of something new.
And as cadet commander, you oversee, 83 cadets. So tell us a little bit more about what that role entails.
Right. So my job is organizing, training, and equipping everyone on a weekly basis for this whole semester. And that's for all of cadet operations. So we do a lot of things during the week. We have ceremonies, there's physical training, there's ROTC class, and then we have specifically leadership laboratory, which is 2 hours, and it's on Tuesday afternoons. This semester, we've really been focusing on giving cadets an education into various Air Force domains. So that's airmanship and space and cyberspace. So we've set up, organized all of those things ourselves as cadets, definitely with the help of the officers on staff. But it's been an incredible experience for me just to work with, like I said, so many motivated people. And I've learned a lot about leadership and how I work with others.
Well, that sounds like a wonderful experience. Now, of course, we have to talk about graduation. It's soon approaching. What are your plans? Do you have a job lined up next?
Right. So as a part of Air Force ROTC, I'll be commissioning as a second lieutenant on May 22nd into the Air Force. And I am thrilled after 4 years of hard work to be able to be a part of the world's greatest Air Force. And where I go next just depends on the needs of the military. And I'm really excited to take both my language skills and the leadership skills I've learned over these 4 years into wherever that is.
Well, we're very excited for you. We're excited to follow your journey as well. Thank you so much for joining us today on Notre Dame Day, Stephanie.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be back with more Notre Dame Day stories right after this break.
Education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
And welcome back to Notre Dame 2021. And we're now joined by a magician, Elliot Thomason, a junior philosophy and economics major from Columbus, Nebraska. And before you get too excited, we asked him if he could make me disappear, but unfortunately for the audience, no, he says he can't. But Elliot, welcome to Notre Dame. It's great to have you here at a safe social distance. How did you get into magic?
Well, I actually started about 7 years ago. It was through watching America's Got Talent. I saw a magician on there, and I think the same week I stumbled across a magic tutorial video on YouTube, and from there it just grew and grew.
All right, so prepare to be amazed. It's time for prestidigitation. Entertain us.
For sure, for sure. Let's get started. What we'll do to begin is I'll just have you go ahead and name any card you'd like.
Just to tell you? Ten of Hearts.
The Ten of Hearts, the Ten of Hearts, and we have that right here. Perfect. I'd like you to go ahead and take it for me.
Okay.
And we're going to need to make that 10 of hearts unique. And so I brought with me a Sharpie. I'd like you to take the Sharpie, and in order to make it unique, I'd like you to sign your name across the face of that card.
On the face of it. There you go.
Perfect. We'll take that card back.
Okay.
And I want everybody to have a good look at that card. You can see the signature on there. Perfect.
No one's ever asked for my signature. I don't know why.
Now, we're even going to make this 10 of hearts a little bit more unique. And we're going to take it and give it a nice bend, just like this. We're going to fold it into quarters. There we go. There's 1 fold and 2 folds. And Gary, you're going to help me out.
Okay.
You're going to take your 10 of hearts and go ahead and place it into your hand and hold it in the palm of your hand, actually.
Okay.
And put your other hand on top and cover it up. Really, really hold it tight.
Got it.
Perfect. Now I'm going to need a card of my own as well. We'll do this card. We'll do the 6 of clubs. Perfect. And you got the Sharpie over there.
Yep.
I'll take that back.
You got it. All right.
Because just like you, I'm going to take this Sharpie and we're going to mark that 6 of clubs with my signature right there.
Elliot Thomason. Got it.
Perfect. And we'll cap that.
I just said your name for publicity, so.
Perfect. And we'll show everybody my signature on that card. Wonderful. So everybody can see that.
Yep.
And in the same way that we took your card and folded it into quarters, we're going to take my card as well and give it a nice fold just like this. Perfect. Perfect.
I feel a little electrical buzz coming in from inside my hand. I'm not sure what's going on.
Now, Gary, one of my favorite parts about being a magician is that I know that none of it is real. That we all know what we're about to see is accomplished by nothing supernatural. That all this is it's nothing more than a lot of practice, some sleight of hand, a little bit of psychology, and maybe a little bit of luck. That's all we need to create a moment that feels impossible.
Is that you talking or your professor?
That is me talking.
Okay.
But Gary, even though there isn't any magic, somehow there is. You've been holding on to your card this entire time.
I have.
It has not left your hands.
No.
Perfect.
And I have witnesses.
And my card has not left our sight.
Right.
Perfect. In just a moment, I'm going to see if I can get my card and your card to switch places.
Ooh.
I'd like you to watch close. Here we go.
Did it make it?
And hopefully,
all right,
where there once was my signed 6 of clubs, we now have that signed 10 of hearts. Gary, you've been holding on to your card this entire time.
I have. I've never let it go.
For the first time, I want you to open up your hands and unfold that card.
All right. No.
And show everyone.
Unbelievable. Very good. Very good. So, do you major in this? I
wish I could.
that's unbelievable. All right, you got one more?
I do, if we have time for it.
We're done? Okay. Okay, I'm told we gotta go.
Gotcha.
See, I could sit here and do this all night, but anyway, yeah. So thanks, Elliot. We really appreciate that very much, and I certainly will be sitting around trying to figure out how in the world you did that for the rest of the night, because I still don't get it. It was in my hands. Anyway, next we're heading over to Abby at the stadium in the concourse there for a special performance. Abby?
Thank you, Gary. I'm here in the concourse of the Notre Dame Stadium with the Filipino American Student Organization, the oldest cultural club on campus. Tonight, they will be performing a traditional dance called tinikling. All right, take it away. Thank you for an incredible performance. Back to you in the studio, Colleen.
All right, thank you, Abby. Joining us now is Karen Kennedy, Director of Student Centers, Activities and Events here at Notre Dame. Karen, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, it's so good to have you. And Karen, how do you keep students entertained and safe during a pandemic?
Right, so that's been the challenge of the last year for us here at Notre Dame. But I would say that we focused on two things to actually give our students things to do during this last year. The first is we have over 500 student clubs and organizations. You just saw one perform. And we focused on empowering those clubs and organizations so that they would be able to have in-person meetings, in-person events, all kinds of opportunities for students to do on campus. But knowing that there was a lot of challenges in their programming, we supplemented that with a lot of other activities for students to do. We focused a lot on outside because outside was safer than inside during this whole time. And we just did a lot more programming than we would normally do. So in a normal year, we might do 60 nights of program, and we did more than 5 times that. More than 5 times that in terms of number of programs this year to give our students things to do outside.
No, that's wonderful. It sounds like you were faced with a lot of challenges this semester. So which events were your most successful, would you say?
Sure. So I would say that in terms of spaces, we supplemented our student center space, which with the lawns and the lodges. So you might have seen library lawn and south lawn, as well as north and south lodges. So those spaces were really, really helpful for us. And we did programming during those all winter and all summer long. I would say that the other things that were most popular for us were we partnered up with our friends in campus dining and university events and enterprises, and we put together these festivals. So monthly festivals where we paired a themed dinner with themed programming that would come after dinner that gave our students an opportunity to let loose and have fun. So we did Harvest Fest in October. We did a Halloween spooktacular. We did Winterfest and a number of others, just giving our students things to do that would bring them some fun. So those would be the big, and then I would say in terms of specifics, the 2 big winners were food trucks and live music. Lots of food trucks and lots of live music this year.
Yeah, music and food always wins. All right, so one of the activities that you helped oversee was the Notre Dame Day Music Festival, which garnered 37,000 live views, our most successful live audience other than Notre Dame Day. So tell us about the festival.
Yeah, so at the start of the fall festival, we see some pictures here. At the start of the fall semester, we had our a cappella groups had been rehearsing so hard, and they didn't have that many places to perform. So typically in the end of a fall semester, the a cappella groups get together and host an Fest. And these groups, as well as others, just were having trouble finding places to perform. And so we partnered up with Jim Small and his team and looked at the stadium, which is our largest and really best outdoor space, and provided an opportunity for, I think we had 12 different groups, from the symphony orchestra to the choirs to a cappella groups to the Notre Dame drumline. And they performed in person for about 600 students on top of the over 500 students who participated. And then, as you saw, the very successful live broadcast. So it was a great opportunity for students to share doing what they loved with a performance opportunity, and also for parents and loved ones and the Notre Dame family around the world to see what wonderful talent our students have when they normally can't, see that in a normal year.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And will you be repeating the event then in the fall?
We have plans to, yeah. So we are hoping to do something very similar this fall semester. We've talked with development, we've talked with the student groups, and we think that this could become an annual tradition and a way to bring the Notre Dame family right back on campus, even when they can't be here.
And speaking of music, Karen, I know you mentioned this earlier. Can you tell us just a little bit more about AcaFest, what that is all about?
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned, this is typically is something that our a cappella groups host in the end of every fall semester. It typically takes place in Washington Hall, and all of the on-campus a cappella groups are invited to participate and to perform some songs. And at the end, they usually have one song that combines all of the a cappella groups. And of course, we weren't able to do inside singing this year because of COVID. And so we wanted to reward these a cappella groups who have been working on their craft so hard all year long, sometimes rehearsing outside when they weren't able to rehearse inside. And so we are again partnering with Jim and his team and planning on providing an opportunity for the ACA Fest to happen in Notre Dame Stadium. So it's going to be on Thursday, May 6th. As of now, I think we have 8 a cappella groups that are looking to perform, and we will again have a live in-person option for students with some food trucks and other things to keep them entertained, and then looking to share it again with Notre Dame Family. So tune in Thursday, May 6th to A Cappella Fest.
All right, mark the calendar. It sounds like a wonderful opportunity, and thank you so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day, Karen.
Thanks so much.
All right, make sure to tune into ACA Fest. All right, coming up next, Gary, you have another great story for us.
I do, and thanks, Colleen. Joining us now, a guy named Zach Martin, a guy who really likes breakfast because he's made a habit over the years of turning defenders into pancakes. Zach, you might remember, class of 2014 here at Notre Dame. He was a 2-time team captain with the Fighting Irish and now plays as an offensive lineman with the Dallas Cowboys. Zach, welcome to Notre Dame.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Now, we've got to start with the family. Your roommate at Notre Dame, Tyler Eifert, also a well-known name, also plays in the NFL. He's your brother-in-law. And then your brother, Nick Martin, just recently signed on with the Las Vegas Raiders. You know, when you guys get together for family reunions, let me guess, you talk about football?
Yeah, there's a lot of sports talks going on, both sides of the family. And, you know, we're fortunate we're a football family and have some siblings and obviously a brother-in-law that has played. So it's great to get together and be able to connect on a football level with your family members.
There's never any trash talk between brothers and brothers-in-law, right?
Just a little bit. When Nick played in Houston, they beat us last time we played, so he had bragging rights for a little bit.
And how long did that last?
Well, we only played every 4 years, so he's got it for a while.
Okay. All right. Hey, what stands out most to you when you look back at your time at Notre Dame?
Yeah, I think the thing that stands out is just the people that I met, all the guys that I lived with, all the way through college. I'm still very close with keeping great contact with them, and then all the people that were involved with the football behind the scenes. A lot of the same guys are there, so just being able to stay connected with them, and then obviously Tommy Reese is a roommate of mine, so I'm still plugged into the program pretty well and get updates from those guys.
Any chance you're going to come back here at any point in your life and do what Tommy did?
Oh, I don't know about that. We'll get through the playing, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do after that.
All right. Speaking of playing, when you graduated, you were picked 16th overall in the very first round of the NFL draft. Any surprises about that, or was that about where you were expecting?
I think my agents did a good job of kind of giving me a range of where I was going to go, and I kind of fell right in the middle of that. So I know the draft is coming up, and I know Notre Dame's got a bunch of good guys. So wish all those guys good luck, and excited to see where they land.
Yeah, in 2019, you became one of only 5 offensive linemen ever to secure a Pro Bowl invitation in each of your first 6 seasons. That is stunning. And what does that achievement mean to you?
It's a huge accomplishment, and you know, I think it speaks not only to myself, but obviously the line mates that I've had here in Dallas. The offensive line position is very unique in that you have to work together, all 5 guys. So it's a great honor for me and for the rest of those guys that helped me along the way.
Yeah, and in 200 words or less, how is the NFL different from college?
It's definitely more of a job, you know. A lot of time spent on football. You don't have to deal with going to class or any of that kind of stuff. It's football all day long. So once you get in your routine and the season starts going, it's pretty smooth. But it is a lot of time, and but it's a whole lot of fun. You get to play a game for a job.
Yeah. You know, not so long ago, you were put on injured reserve for a calf injury, and, you know, a lot of people out there in Notre Dame Nation are wondering how that's going. You feeling better?
I am. I'm feeling good. You know, our season obviously was cut short. We didn't make the playoffs, but shortly after the season, I started to feel a lot better, and I'm 100% now. So I'm just getting ready for next season, and but I'm feeling great.
It's good to hear. Get you healthy, then you can beat up on your brothers and brothers-in-law, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Any thoughts on the upcoming season, both for you and for Notre Dame?
Yeah, I think for us, obviously last year, everyone went through kind of the crazy year that we had, not only in sports, but obviously across the world. But just kind of getting back into a routine and kind of locking in for that. And then for Notre Dame, you know, they've done great since Coach Kelly's been there, really, and excited for another big season from him.
Well, it's really amazing to see how many offensive linemen we've generated now playing in the NFL, and really true stars of the game like yourself, Zach. We really appreciate your time today. Go Irish. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for having me. Go Irish.
All righty. Colleen, back to you.
All right, thank you, Gary. Joining us now is a true pioneer and legend in the aviation industry. He has received about every honor his industry can bestow. He serves many boards, including the Smithsonian and University hospitals. He was Bill Clinton's personal pilot during his first campaign for president, and he is a Notre Dame trustee. Ken Rickey, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, Colleen. Nice to meet you and glad to be here.
Wonderful to meet you.
Very kind introduction, so thank you. It's there's an Italian word that says molto gentile. You're very kind.
Well, thank you so much. And Ken, honestly, we could talk about you for hours, but today we have about 7 minutes. So let's first start with you sharing all of us about your Notre Dame story.
Well, obviously, I had a wonderful experience at Notre Dame. I came through the Air Force ROTC program, and where I learned to fly. And I also had an accounting degree, and I can tell you that I've only seen my father cry twice in his life, once when his mother died, and once when his son with an accounting degree from the University of Notre Dame decided he was not going to be an accountant, but become an aviator. But I think he would tell you that worked out okay.
Yeah, I think it worked out okay. And after serving your country in the Air Force, you became a commercial pilot. And as they say, the rest is history. Ken, can you please take us back to 1980 when you started your first company, and then give us a 35,000-foot view of your career since?
Well, I actually bought my first company, and again, it was a small little charter company. And I remember talking to my father and telling him that I could buy this company. It was something I wanted to do in aviation, and I could buy it for $27,500. And I thought it was a great idea because the company actually had $27,000 in the bank. And my father said, well, if you have $27,000 in the bank and you're paying $27,500, where are you getting the other $500? And I said, well, Dad, why do you think I called you? And that was really how I got into my first aviation opportunity.
Oh, I love that story. Now, over the years, you have made many numerous gifts to the university. Members of our musical ensembles at Notre Dame practice every day in the Rickey Band Rehearsal Hall. The Band of the Fighting Irish and our rec sports team practice and play on the beautiful Rickey Family Field on the north end of campus. And a few years ago, you and your wife, Pamela, made a historic gift to the University of Notre Dame. Can you share with us the why? Why have you been so generous with your alma mater so many times since graduation?
I have to tell you that I had the blessing of knowing Father Hesburgh very well. And I had a very important conversation with him one time when I said to him that I thought I had been given a lousy gift from God. I thought that good gifts from God would be curing cancer. It would be helping others. It would having just such a soft soul. And I really felt like my gift was in understanding business and finance. And I still to this day think I have a talent for really understanding a balance sheet and those transactions. And I said to him that I didn't understand why I would be given a gift that could be so, monetarily advantageous. And Father Hesburgh said to me, Ken, that is a very, very difficult gift because it's going to be fraught with temptations. And God wouldn't give that gift to somebody who he didn't think had the courage to deal with it. So I think in a very simple way that I am oftentimes showing my generosity, mostly for my children, but also, proving to myself that I still have the courage to be able to recognize that a monetary gift is complicated and tempting, and it fulfills a need I have to make sure I still possess the courage that Father Hesburgh challenged me to have.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And Ken, one last question. In a matter of a few weeks, of course, a number of Notre Dame students will be graduating and then starting the next chapter of their lives. So what kind of advice would you give them right now?
Well, that's easy. I've given the same advice to all my children, which is to do something that you're passionate about and be compassionate about how you do it.
All right. Well, Ken, I know I speak for our students, our faculty, staff, and the entire Notre Dame family when I say thank you to you and Pamela.
Thank you also.
All right, so good to see you. And thank you for joining us on Notre Dame Day. And coming up next, we are heading back to the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Colleen. Great story from Ken there. Always great to hear his advice for our students. 16,578 gifts. We are doing over 1,000 gifts an hour right now. Thank you so much, Notre Dame family, for coming through big for our students tonight. 687 causes have benefited from your gifts. Over 200 additional causes have started receiving gifts since we began the broadcast last night. That is truly something incredible for our students, and $1.7 million raised. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Still a tight race at the top between the Bullard-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases and the Idea Center, although Bullard-Parsegian is pulling ahead. St. Ed's has a lock. They have quadrupled the number of gifts in the last 24 hours. Isn't that incredible? The men of St. Edward's Hall always coming in big on Notre Dame Day. Parsegian Medical Research Fund number 4 and financial aid rounding out the top 5. Also great to see Robinson Community Learning Center coming in at number 6. A huge effort in our community, and a lot of alumni are coming in big for the Art Robinson Center. Next hour, we're going to be talking about a challenge for our residence halls. So here's the chance. All of you who are watching who are alums of your residence hall, maybe there's some parents who are watching who have an alum who's lived in a hall, or maybe they have a current student. This is a chance to make a difference. So whatever residence hall gets the most gifts in this 10 o'clock hour will receive an additional $150 towards programs for the next year. St. Ed's is in a strong position, but BP and Kavanaugh are growing. Kavanaugh had a large goal, and they're already significantly the way there. I believe they wanted to raise $20,000. They're already over halfway there, which is really, really great. Morrissey Manor, Walsh Hall coming in 4th and 5th. Notre Dame residence halls are so impactful on the student experience here at Notre Dame, and they've really become a really big home this year. With all the restrictions on campus, students have spent a lot more time in their residence halls, in the common spaces with their roommates, and really creating that fostered community that we take pride here at Notre Dame. As you know, Notre Dame students are placed randomly into their residence halls, and those halls become a home. I remember my first days in Alumni Hall over 15 years ago, and those men that I randomly met that first week became my groomsmen, my children's godfathers, and really close friends to this day. So we'll be watching this in the next hour to see which residence hall comes out on top. I also want to spotlight here in our student groups, it is a tight race between Chorale and Glee Club, two of the longest serving performing arts choirs here on our campus. Chorale has a 1 gift lead on the Glee Club, so we'll see how this goes. For both of them, and the Glee Club especially, the Glee Club always performs well on Notre Dame Day, and they use their funds raised to go on tour, to travel, to fit their wardrobes, their tuxes that they're so well known for. This is a great example of what Notre Dame Day really means. If they want to go out and sing and perform to more communities throughout the country and around the world, to represent Notre Dame, one of the oldest Glee Clubs in the country, founded in 1915, they have to have the funds to do it. And I know they're excited to hopefully hit the road next year and bring that unique voice of the Notre Dame Glee Club across the country after not being able to travel this year. So your funds are going to help them do that. Your funds will help put them on the road. So we're going to keep an eye on this and see where we go. We also see some other performing arts groups, Themed Entertainment Association, the Band of the Fighting Irish, Notre Dame Liturgical Choir, so many others are coming in strong as we close out the end of this Notre Dame Day. Just 2 hours left, a long way to go. I think we can do over 18,000 gifts. What do you think, Notre Dame family? Can you come through for us? If you haven't had a chance to make a gift yet, click the green button, notredameday.nd.edu, make my gift. You can give to any cause that you want, and you can give to multiple causes at the same time if there are more than one place that's close to your heart here at Notre Dame. And the important thing is that you give. No matter the size, that cause that you give to will receive a share of the $250,000 challenge fund and will be eligible for additional bonus funds as well. We have a lot more great guests coming up in the next hour, so please stay tuned. Take a break here, but we'll be back in just a few minutes here on Notre Dame Day 2021.
When we choose to do something good, the difference we can make in the world has no boundaries. At Notre Dame, the question isn't if we will do good, it's how. There are so many ways for us to help others in our communities, from researching cures to disease, to finding solutions for homelessness, to mentoring youth. For Good makes it possible for us to apply our learning and service to others. For Good provides students the opportunity to reach into their communities, helping to create a healthier, happier, and more just world.
My time here at the University of Notre Dame has been really special. It's afforded me the opportunity to pursue my passion of uplifting marginalized communities. The work that I've done here involves working with the Questford chapter and working towards founding the Financial Literacy Club of Notre Dame. Both of these initiatives work towards supporting first-generation low-income students on campus. Also, I've been fortunate enough to receive a rich computer science education that I plan to use in order to evolve the field of public policy and make a difference in the world. For Good has proven that one man can make a world of difference.
Every day this year, I've worked with members of my engineering team to design and 3D print a prosthetic hand for a child in elementary school. At Notre Dame, cutting-edge technology is one resource I have to change the quality of life for others. For Good allows us to change the life and perspective of those who need it most.
On campus, I've become deeply involved in international research, especially about how underground music can relate to social discourse on race. After my sophomore year, I received a grant from the university that sent me to Cape Town, South Africa, where I performed ethnographic research and personally connected with township artists, really hearing their stories about how they're using the art form to protest injustice. For Good has allowed me to explore a global counterculture that's now empowering local movements.
Because of For Good, we can make our difference.
For most people, the human heart beats about once every second.
Keeping time and keeping us alive.
I never thought about this until I discovered my heart was failing and I needed a new one to keep living. Now all I think about is time.
Will I get a new heart?
Will I get it in time?
And how much more time will it give me?
Clear for takeoff. Stay with me for now.
In the United States, donor hearts are considered usable only if the transit time is less than 4 hours. And every year, thousands of hearts are discarded before transplant because the transit time between the donor and the recipient is too great.
At the University of Notre Dame, engineering professor Pinar Zorlatuna is working to extend the time donated hearts can remain usable through cutting-edge cellular research.
The special thing about Professor Zorlatuna's work is that she builds the closest thing possible to a human heart in the laboratory. This allows us to test the function of our preservation solutions and optimize the time of transportation.
In collaboration with Dr. Keith March, Professor Zorlatuna has helped to identify a solution that will improve the condition of a donor heart and extend its preservation time from 4 to 8 hours.
Each donor heart represents a special gift, and our efforts at Notre Dame are designed to ensure that more of these gifts reach those who need them most.
I'm Eric Lewis. I'm 24 years old, and I've been waiting for my heart for 5.5 years.
I'm still waiting for a heart transplant.
I'm still waiting for my heart transplant.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for the human heart.
We are the Fighting Irish.
I'm nervous. This has been a goal of mine for a long time. 7 years ago today, I was in an operating room having a mass removed from my spine, and I was paralyzed on the left side from the waist down. My doctors told me that I would never walk again, but for me, that wasn't an option.
Anything else she's done in her life, I'm sure, seems easy compared to that. And I've told her I wish I could fix it for her. But man, I was super proud of her to hang in there and fight.
During my rehab, there was no equipment that could help me walk independently, so I made my own. 9 weeks later, I took my first steps.
That's so awesome.
Marissa Koshelski is the founder of Enlightened Mobility, a a medical device company she started as a student in the STEAM Entrepreneurship Program at the University of Notre Dame's Idea Center. Their first product is based on the walker Marissa created during her recovery.
When Marissa came in and presented this, we knew, okay, like there's definitely something here. Over 100,000 people a year have a lower leg amputation, and every one of those people needs a mobility solution.
I came to Notre Dame because of its mission, that our education becomes service to justice. The Idea Center has provided me the perfect ecosystem to make that happen and accomplish goals that I never thought were possible.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to help others walk again. We are the Fighting Irish.
Maddie is our heart. It's our eyes. We used to feel like we had the whole world. It was always our sanctuary.
I love everything about Maddie. For us, it's a paradise.
More than 100 killed in the worst wildfires to hit Greece.
And I remember seeing only flames and nothing else. I could not distinguish where the road was, where the trees were, or if there was anything around us. I don't know how I escaped it. We thought we would never be vulnerable to any situation. And this fire exposed it all.
In the fall of 2019, Notre Dame architecture students traveled to Mati, Greece, to help the city develop plans to rebuild.
The curriculum of the School of Architecture engages the critical issues of our time. Going to Mati and dealing with the issue of wildfires is really part and parcel of the entire purpose of our curriculum.
Make an assessment about what is undamaged, damaged, and what's destroyed.
Mati itself was set as a city where there are 13 ways in and only one way out. We were looking to create more viable paths of egress out of the city in the event of another fire.
The purpose of the project was to design one master plan. It takes into account fire defense zones on the north and the west. It creates greater accessibility to the street network and to the sea, but also preserve the identity and beauty of the place as it was, while ensuring its future safety.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for resilient communities.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 14th hour of Notre Dame Day, a two-day celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Jack Nolan, the retiring voice of Notre Dame men's basketball, and you may also know me as the host of numerous programs over the years from Fighting Irish Media.
And I'm Jessie Ward, a 2012 graduate of Notre Dame, broadcaster and current MBA student at the Mendoza College of Business. We're coming to you live from the campus of the University of Notre Dame. And because things are a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes, right from our studio on the Notre Dame campus. We're practicing social distancing here on set, and all our live performances will take place outdoors.
Now, the reason we are coming to you is to share many great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen. We will continue to bring them to you over the next couple of hours through live one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups.
We're asking you to participate by logging on to the Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. If you're not watching from there already, of course, click on the green Make a Gift button to donate to a cause you'd like to and complete the giving process. It's just those 3 easy steps. And for each new donor to a cause, that cause will receive a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 in challenge dollars through various bonus challenges they are participating in. Again, notredameday.nd.edu is where you can make your gift, so please join us if you can.
So far during the show, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family, and there is so much more to come during this hour. We'll be talking to a Super Bowl champion, a DJ, an aviator, and many more folks. Now, later tonight, there will be even more performances and interviews, all right here on Notre Dame Day. Before you get to hear all of these amazing stories, let's check in at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving.
Hey, thanks so much, Jack. While you guys were just talking this year, we surpassed 17,000 gifts. We are so blown away over here in the Social Media Center how much the Notre Dame family is coming through in these waning hours of Notre Dame Day. 2 hours left, but an incredible progress so far, and how far can we make it go? Only time will tell. We are going to look at the leaderboard. We are still seeing some strong efforts at the top, but again, residence halls this hour, whichever residence hall gets the most gifts in this next hour before 11 p.m. will get an additional $150 for that hall programming. So whether you're a dog from Alumni Hall or a fan of Dillon Hall or whatever the case may be, Keenan, Stanford, please make a gift to whatever residence hall, no matter the size. It will help them win in this all-important hourly challenge. We'll keep an eye on that and share that with you at the end of this hour. Also want to remind everybody to go on to social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever social media you use the hashtag NDDay and let us know how you're celebrating Notre Dame Day and which cause you are giving to today. It helps spread the word, it helps engage your network. Reach out to fellow alumni, classmates, family, friends. Let them know you're celebrating Notre Dame Day and invite them to celebrate with you. We have a lot coming up this hour and next hour, so make your gift now so you don't get distracted and you can keep tuning in and share what we have to celebrate in those last 2 hours of Notre Dame Day. Jack, I will send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you. Joining me now is Notre Dame sophomore Kevin Lynch. Kevin, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, it's great to be here. Thank you very much.
Now, before we begin our topic of conversation, give us your Notre Dame introduction, hometown, class, and major.
Sure. My name is Kevin Lynch. I'm a sophomore from Huntington, Long Island. I am studying finance and econ, and I'm a member of the greatest hall on campus, Duncan Hall.
And you play for the Notre Dame lacrosse team, and you actually met the coach of the team long before you came to Notre Dame. Tell us about your first meeting with Coach Corrigan.
Absolutely. So I was about 6 years old when my sister began playing lacrosse, and her first coach actually came to Notre Dame, knew Coach Corrigan, and eventually moved back from Long Island back to Chicago. And so one weekend we came out to visit them. We came out to a football game. And while we were here, Mr. Lawler actually called up Coach Corrigan and said, "Hey, I have some kids who want to meet you. They're big fans of lacrosse, big fans of Notre Dame." And so he introduced us. Coach Corrigan took a picture with us, gave us a shirt. And it was just a great experience. I mean, it was the first time my family fell in love with Notre Dame.
Now, as if you're not busy enough, you also ran for hall president. Tell us how that went and why did you run?
So unfortunately, we actually lost the election, but the guys who did win were a great group of guys. We're very close friends and everything. So, you know, I'm very happy for them. And I think they're going to be very good for the dorm and, you know, keep the dorm's best interest at heart.
Now, what is the Go ahead.
Sorry. The reason I actually ran with my roommate. The reason we wanted to run was because we've been spending a lot of time in the dorm this year and been having a lot of conversation with different freshmen. My brother especially is a freshman right now. He's also on the men's lacrosse team and also lives in Duncan Hall. And we realized that as much as, Notre Dame has been doing an amazing job for everybody here, like making us feel like it's a normal year and making us feel at home, they haven't been able to experience it to the full extent. And so my roommate and I really wanted to ensure that next year they would be able to, get that full experience. We wanted to bring that to them.
Now, folks who are not familiar with daily campus life at Notre Dame probably don't realize that the residence halls here, there are no fraternities at Notre Dame. So the residence halls are kind of like fraternities from a friendship perspective, not the shenanigans of fraternities, but the close relationships of everybody who lives in them. What has this semester taught you about your hall?
I mean, it's been just such an incredible experience. I know for most people, the COVID protocols have been somewhat restrictive and they haven't had the same freedoms as we usually do. But for me, it's been kind of an eye-opening experience. As you guys all know, I'm on the lacrosse team, and so that's obviously taken up a lot of my time. And when the restrictions were introduced, not only for the university, but for the lacrosse team, I found myself kind of handcuffed a little bit in what I was able to do, going out and different things like that, spending time with friends. And so I actually grew a lot of different relationships within the dorm. Oftentimes at night, everybody in the dorm can find me by 8, 9 o'clock. I'm down in the 24-hour space, just hanging out, doing some homework, playing some music. And I just try and say hi to everybody who stops by, get conversations going, get to meet people and different things like that. And I think this whole experience has just brought me a lot closer to these guys. And I really do feel that I'm a part of the brotherhood now. And, our dorm's motto is community, brotherhood, respect. And I just think I know and understand that a lot more this year.
Now, with all the things on your plate, how do you find the time to manage playing a major Division I sport, your academics, and doing things like running for hall vice president?
It's definitely a struggle. I think one of the major things is I don't rely too much on sleep. I think I've just had so many things that require my attention that I don't know, I'm just running on solar power, I guess. But I think a lot of my priorities are, I do want to do really well in school and I want to do really well with my sport and playing all that. But I know that the relationships you have with the people in your dorm are truly important, and the friendships you make during college are just ones that you're never going to forget. And so I think that really drives me to kind of spend time here and get to know the guys here. And so anytime I can, if we have an off day, I'll try and text these guys up and go meet them out on the fields or stuff, play soccer. I'll go meet them in the 2-4. I'll go out to lunch with them, different things, anything really just to, be a part of their lives and have them be a part of mine.
I have known Coach Corrigan since his first season here at Notre Dame. So before we let you go, I would be remiss if I did not ask you for your best Coach Corrigan story that you can tell to a family audience.
Okay, so recently we played Duke, who was the #1 team in the country up until we beat them, and we're going back to play them again. But Coach Corrigan is a man of very high expectations, and I think all of us truly appreciate that because he pushes us to be so much better than even we think we can be. And I think that kind of just, his personality is just incredible. And so, he pushes us to be better during practice and stuff. He can get on us and can be a little, on our heads and stuff. But his reaction to us winning the Duke game was, in my personal opinion, just so standard and just so him. We got back, we've been using the Loftus athletic complex as our locker room basically for this semester to try and, abide by COVID protocols. And we get back there, we're all gathered, we're all spaced out. And he just goes, "All right, you played well. Good job. On to the next guys." And I mean, just that level of focus and, determination that, that wins behind you. We got to focus on the next guys. We're going to play them again. We're actually playing them on Thursday. And then we have the #4 team in the country, UNC, to play as well. So, he's incredibly focused, incredibly driven. And I think we all take a part of that with us. And, we all kind of keep that mentality of just focus on the next guys.
And that story's so amusing because if you know the intensity of Coach Corrigan before the game, that's completely at the other end of the spectrum. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, Justine, back to you.
Thank you, Jack. Joining us now is Hara Al-Janabi, a sophomore from Breen Phillips Hall who was inspired to form the Community Building Committee this past summer. Hara, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello, thank you for having me.
So Hara, tell us about this committee and why you decided to form it in the first place.
This year has showed us all the urgent importance of adopting strong anti-racist stances, especially after the many lives that have been lost to hate crimes and injustices all over the country. Personally, the dorm community has been one of the most defining communities for me on campus. And I'm sure many Notre Dame students have the same experiences. However, even though as Notre Dame, we try to always be better, unfortunately, we are not immune to aggression against marginalized groups. In forming the Community Building Committee, I wanted to make sure that every student can truly feel safe and have a sense of belonging to our dorm community here at BP. The Community Building Committee is comprised of basically fellow students that craft and lead discussions dorm-wide about issues that many of the minority and marginalized students face here daily on campus, in the dorms, and in the country. And basically, it raises awareness about how to actively stand against these aggressions and build a more safe and welcoming dorm community at BP.
Wow, it sounds like a really inclusive environment that you're helping create. What sort of activities do you do with this committee?
Yeah, the best way to build a safe space at BP and in any dorm is first by recognizing the issues that many students face and struggle with. So to do that, the CBC members lead discussions during the dorm section meetings, where we basically discuss many topics and sensitive topics that many students struggle with. Basically, and by doing it during the dorm section meetings, we get very intimate groups, but at the same time, we get a lot of participation by BP, by students who live at BP. And additionally to that, we have led documentary watches and follow-up discussions about many injustices that minorities face daily.
Was there a topic you felt that the CBC covered that was especially meaningful for the participants?
Yes, honestly, it's really hard to pick one topic to just focus on, because every topic that we've talked about touches the heart of a lot of students, or like a specific amount of students at BP. For example, our topics have ranged from discussing and raising awareness about the rise of hate crimes on college campuses during the election season. Actually, we talked about this this past election, and we tried to make sure that our community at BP is a safe space for everyone to have a healthy discourse about their political stances, but at the same time, at the end of the day, everyone making sure that everyone is, safe and friendly at the end of the day. No hard feelings. Again, one of the other topics that we have led is the internalization of misogyny by women, and how to basically prevent that from plaguing our BP community. And maybe one of the most powerful discussions we've led is ones that were really it's a really sensitive topic and has touched a lot of the hearts of our BP residents here, and especially about the Black Lives Matter movement and racial injustices across the U.S. And basically, we connected that to how to actively become anti-racist as a dorm and as a community here at BP.
Thank you so much for joining us, Hara. We really appreciate you sharing with us and being such a strong campus leader. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Back to you, Jack.
Thanks, Justine. Joining us now is one of the all-time greats in Notre Dame football history. He's won a Super Bowl, been named an NFL MVP, and he's a college football Hall of Famer. Joe Thiesmann, welcome back to Notre Dame Day.
Jack, it's always great to be there. The only regret I have is we can't do this in person. But hopefully next year I'll be back and have a chance to sit and visit with you face to face like we have in the past.
That is the plan. Let's start this interview because we're coming up on the NFL draft. With a look back 50 years ago, you were drafted by both the Miami Dolphins for football and the Minnesota Twins for baseball, yet you chose to sign with the Toronto Argonauts and play in the Canadian Football League. Why did you choose the CFL over the NFL? And if you could do it over again, would you make that same decision today?
Oh, Jack, what a great question that is. For me, it was, I actually did not have an agent help me with my negotiations. I was a Notre Dame guy. I thought I was educated enough to be able to handle the negotiations of professional athletics. Come to find out, I really didn't, because I let my emotions get involved. I had gone down to Miami after they drafted me. As a matter of fact, during the draft, somebody had said, we'll draft you in the first round, a second round. It turned out that I was drafted in the fourth round, and I got bored. So Roger Valdesari, who was our PR guy, I was in his office for the first and second round. I said, Raj, I'll tell you what, I'm going down to play basketball. Call me if somebody wants me. He came and got me, said Miami drafted me. Coach Shula drafted me. Flew to Miami, told him I'd be a Miami Dolphin come heck or high water. But then there was a clause in the contract that had me paying back a bonus, even if I didn't show up. And you have to understand, 1967, 1971 was a very difficult time when you had the Vietnam War going on. So I didn't know if I would be called to active duty. I didn't know if I'd be able to finish the contract, and I didn't want to pay the money back. So we went back and forth. And then finally, Leo Cahill, who coached the Toronto Argonauts, called and said, come to Canada. We have an offer. I flew up there. They said, this offer is only good if you're in the country. If you leave, it's off the table. I signed there. Flew back to South Bend. Eric calls me. Eric was my consultant, who I never consulted. And so he said, what have you done? I said, I signed with the Toronto Argonauts. He said, I know. Coach Shula's on a plane right now coming up here. And Coach Shula came up and read me the riot act. And but I never regretted going to Canada. I missed three Super Bowls that Miami went to. The Super Bowl that they went undefeated in was one of the ones that I wound up going. They went and got Earl Morrall. And so this is the way you reconcile situations, Jack. Had I not gone to the Canadian Football League, the Miami Dolphins would have never gotten Earl Morrall, who I believe started 11 games in that undefeated season. So in a way, I feel, I don't know, maybe a little responsible for the fact that they had an undefeated season because I wasn't there. But that's how I wound up in Canada. And then George Allen traded a #1 pick to Miami for me to bring me back to the Washington football team.
And that certainly worked out very, very well. You were considered to be an undersized quarterback in the NFL, and yet you had incredible success with the Redskins. Please put on an NFL agent hat right now and tell us why NFL teams should be interested in the opportunity to draft Ian Book.
I think, first of all, he's a great competitor. He's smart, he's knowledgeable, he's a winner. And so often people just focus on statistics. Well, in the offense that Notre Dame ran, it features more of a running attack. I mean, that's what Tommy does. That's what Brian's always liked. Brian's always liked to run the football and throw to the tight end. They really don't throw the wide receivers that much. And so it was hard for Ian to be able to showcase that particular aspect of his skill set. I think like I say, he's intelligent, he's smart, he's competitive, he's tough. And he's going to do everything he can to help you win a football game. Jack, I've said this 1,000 times to so many people. The quarterback position is the single most dependent position on the field. And if you don't believe me, ask Patrick Mahomes what it's like when you don't have your 2 starting tackles and go play in a Super Bowl. So I think Ian's going to be one of those guys that, isn't rated that high. Maybe he's a 5th, 6th round pick, but it doesn't matter. All you want to do is get invited to the dance. That's all you want to do. Get on a team, have somebody pick you up, then go show your skill set and let your abilities speak for themselves.
Now, earlier today, we had on a good friend of yours, a former teammate, Tom Gatewood. I'm not sure there are many quarterback to wide receiver combos that are in the College Football Hall of Fame, but both of you are. What do you remember the most about playing with Tom?
Tom was an extremely gifted athlete. Big, really, by comparison today, he'd be like a hybrid between a tight end and a wide receiver. Great skill set, a lot faster than people thought, terrific hands. I wouldn't say blocking was a forte, and I know Tommy's watching, so Tom, I apologize, but the truth of the matter is blocking was not a forte. But it seemed like anytime you threw the ball anywhere near him, he'd catch it. And that from a quarterback is a wonderful, wonderful thing to have, people who can get the job done for you and catch the ball. But Tommy was special. He really was. And obviously was an All-American and in the Hall of Fame, College Football Hall of Fame, because of his abilities. And I know now he came home to South Bend, to Notre Dame. And it's great to see so many guys come back home.
John, nobody knows better than you that there is not a more glamorous position in college football or a more pressure-packed position in college football than the Notre Dame quarterback position. You lived it. There is a battle going on in this campus right now to see who will win that job this fall. What advice would you give the quarterback who wins that role, and what advice would you give to his backup?
Well, I think, first of all, in college football, professional football, high school football, you're only one play away from having a chance to play the game. If someone else is a starter, you have to prepare yourself like you're going to start. And it's hard, Jack. It's so hard. When you're a 2, you don't get the reps. You don't get all the time that you need with the starters, but you still have to do the mental reps. And whenever you get an opportunity to work, you work. And then I used to stay after practice to get all of the physical stuff done. Whether it was professional football or collegiate football, I would take the time to be able to work on my skill set. And that's what you do. And I think the important thing is you study, you learn, and you listen. And you listen to the coaches, you understand what they want and what they look for. As a matter of fact, what I did my freshman year, I was 5'10" and 160 pounds, 55 pounds, when I entered the University of Notre Dame, one of 13 quarterbacks. And I decided I'd go in a week early, spend some time with Coach Pagna, spend some time understanding the offense, spend some time figuring out where I stood in the huddle. Because coaches are like executives when it comes to businesses. They like meetings to run smoothly. They like practices to run smoothly. Era was a stickler for that. So what I did basically is I created an opportunity for myself to be able to go in and be the first one in line. And then it was up to my abilities whether I could keep the job or not. So I think my advice to be, whichever one winds up being the starting quarterback, enjoy it, work hard. It's your job. It's your job to keep it. It's your job to be respected by the guys that are on the field with you and the coaches and the fans of the University of Notre Dame. You have to understand that you're representing something bigger than just college football. I think the University of Notre Dame has done that. And if you look at the legacy of people that have played there, not just at the quarterback position, but you look at our women's teams and the great success that they've had on the athletic fields. There's a real legacy that's been created at the University of Notre Dame when it comes to our athletics. And you become a part of that. And I'll never forget, Roger was a great mentor to me, Roger Baldessari. When I used to do interviews, when I started as a sophomore, Roger would sit behind the person that was interviewing me. And someone would ask me a question. He would sit there and he would either nod his head yes, which means go ahead and answer it, or he would go like this and turn his head side to side. And that basically was, try and figure out a way to avoid this any way you can. So he really taught me the nuts and bolts of doing interviews. And you're going to be asked to do a lot of interviews. I think he used to stress this to me. He said, never take credit yourself, always compliment your opponent, and always compliment your teammates. He said, Joe, if you do those 3 things, you're probably going to be okay for every interview that you do. And you know what, Jack, that hasn't changed one bit. It's a philosophy that I've carried with me all through my entire life, that when I sit down and do interviews or I have time to visit with someone, those are the things that are important. And that's the thing, it's not about you. It's not about you. Yes, you've earned the right to be the starting quarterback. Yes, you deserve it, but it's not about you. It's about the University of Notre Dame. It's about the reputation that you have at the university, and it's about the people that you rep.
Not only has that not changed in this era of social media, it's probably even more important advice to keep you out of hot water, because you can't say anything that's out there nowadays and not pay a price. You have done virtually everything there is to do in sports broadcasting and broadcasting in general, but you've also worked many of the Notre Dame Day broadcasts. I think maybe the most unique video broadcast in the history of video broadcast. Why is taking part in this event every year, and you've not only been a guest, you've also been a host, why is it so important for you to make time to be part of this?
Well, first of all, I love the University of Notre Dame. I appreciated the opportunity to be able to go there. And everything that's happened to me after I've graduated from the University of Notre Dame has been through a lot of different connections that I've had at the university. And I was listening to a couple of the young people earlier. It's about the people you meet. It's about the people that you have in your dorms. It's about what you do socially inside your dorms. It's a culture unto itself. It's a very unique university. I don't know of any other university that does what we do with Notre Dame Day. There isn't anyone out there. I mean, and it's done so well. All these hours that we spend and everybody representing the different dormitories. And I was actually, my first dormitory was Breen Phillips. That's when I was there, it was an all male institution at that time. And so to me, the university is very important to me. The way people think about it and talk about the university is important to me. And I think through what we're doing right now, it gives people a chance to be able to see all the different aspects at the university, whether it's people from around the world. You know, we are an international university. We have an incredible reach around the world. And you mentioned the University of Notre Dame, and it's a bit polarizing. People say, oh, at Notre Dame, I don't like them, or else they absolutely love them. And they never went there. No matter what city you go to, you're going to find someone. I can tell you a real quick story about the reach of the University of Notre Dame. In 1971, we went to Hawaii to play in the Hula Bowl. And as I got off the plane, we'd just beaten Texas in the Cotton Bowl. I got off the plane, and there were about 50 people making a bunch of noise a little bit away. It was the Notre Dame Club of Hawaii who came there to get me and take me to a private luau. Everybody else had to go to a hotel, but the University of Notre Dame family was there to welcome me to Hawaii. And that to me is a great example of what this university is all about. It's about family. It's about the right things. It's about teaching things. It's about expanding yourself as a person and learning as much as you can, and appreciating the opportunity to be there. It's a very, very special place to me, and that's why I love doing this.
Joe, as always, a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time tonight.
Jack, always great to be with you, and go Irish.
In the spirit now of Joe Thiesmann, let's pass the Indy Day microphone back to Justine.
Thank you so much, Jack. That was a great interview. Joining us now is Killian Viderect, a senior film, television, and theater and music double major from Atlanta, Georgia. Killian, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello. So happy to be part of it. Thank you for having me.
Great to see you. How about you give us your Notre Dame introduction?
Notre Dame introduction, Killian Viderect, you know my name. I study French horn performance and film production here at Notre Dame. I'm also station manager of WSND. I live in Siegfried Hall from Atlanta, Georgia. I've got a cool French bulldog named Quimby. How about that?
Wow, that is an excellent introduction, sir. You mentioned all of the things that you're a part of. Let's talk about your radio experience. How has that contributed to your overall time here at Notre Dame?
So we have our own radio station, WSND FM 88.9. It's been a blast. I go by DJ Dogsnake. I'm actually on the air right now in the studio next door with my show. But it's been a super amazing experience to be a part of the station, play music, teach students to all use all this crazy audio equipment, sound gear, boards, DJ mixing, flipping tables. I DJ on the side now. I'm in a band. It's been like such an outlet for all these new creative experiences I would have never been able to experience before being a part of WSND.
That's great to hear. So this year, WSND is hosting its first ever Radiothon. Tell the audience what that is and what it's been like for you organizing it.
Yeah, so actually the Radiothon just happened about 2 weeks ago on April 9th. It was a tremendous success. We were able to raise over $11,000 for the South Bend Foundation for Music and Healing. They're a great charity that was actually co-founded by Father Ted Hesburgh back, I think, 23 years ago. They do work with kids with music who have special needs, disabilities, kids on the spectrum, deaf, blind. They do a mix of music therapy and music education to kind of like bring more music to those who would have never thought it possible beforehand. And having our first ever charity event, being a radiothon, raising money, being awake all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., it was such a blast and such a fun way to not only celebrate a radio station, but raise some great money.
Sounds like a really rewarding experience. You're involved in quite a few things, sir. You're a man of many talents. What is your favorite, or what is one thing you're hoping to pursue after you graduate?
I wish I could pick everything. I'm pretty good at filmmaking. I love making movies, but I think my dream job would have to be being an artist, making music professionally, full-time. I was able to start my own band here from the radio station, Devil's Reach Road, We're all over Spotify and YouTube, and we're just trying to make a lot of music. So dream job, have a band. I know my college professors are quaking right now because they never would have thought I would say throw all my formal education aside and take on the rock and roll lifestyle. But if that doesn't pan out, I want to make movies, but fingers are crossed for the rock and roll band.
Well, we'll be on the lookout for you. You certainly have a big personality, and I guarantee you'll be great on any stage. Thank you so much, Killian, for the time. Good luck after graduation.
Thank you so much.
Take care. We're going to send it back over to you, Jack.
Thank you, Justine. Joining us now is Juliet Webb, a junior from Lions Hall, who created a prayer service in her hall chapel. Juliet, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you so much.
Tell us about your prayer service and why did you create it?
So at the beginning of this semester, I was appointed as the spiritual commissioner for Lions Hall, and I really embraced this role because although I am Catholic and I feel very lucky and blessed to be a part of a Catholic institution as a Catholic person or a person that identifies as Catholic, I also really wanted to work hard to make the Lions spiritual life accessible and open for anyone that wasn't traditionally Catholic or might have identified with other religions or any spiritualities, you know, without trying to put a box or label on it. I really wanted that to be my legacy because I know what that feels like. And although I was raised Catholic, I have a lot of friends and family members that may not traditionally identify themselves as Catholic. So it was really important to me that I could contribute to sort of just like supporting a Lions spiritual environment that would open everyone and make everyone feel welcome regardless of their spiritual background. And so that's where Arch Support was born. And since Lions is known for its classic arch, we sort of took that and me and the rest of my spiritual team took that and made a little pun out of it to make our weekly Wednesday night prayer / meditation / reflection time. So I sort of refrained from calling it a prayer service because I like to keep it as open as possible, but we took the arch symbol and made a little pun out of like arch supports in the feet. So we have posters all over Lions that's a shoe, and in the shoe we have the Lions arch, and it's a different theme for each week, and each week consists of a different speaker, a guest speaker from the hall that speaks on a topic that's really important and meaningful to them that does involve their own spiritual life. And then we all reflect on it. There's personal meditation time, and then we all have a circle of intentions where everyone can light a candle for an intention that's been on their heart or their minds from that past week. And we all pray. And we're sort of just with each other in community that way. And so that's where the idea came from. And it's been surprisingly a huge success since then. And I'm so happy with how it's turned out for the women of Lions Hall this year.
Now, by creating this inclusive space where women can reflect, what has been your most significant takeaway, and what have you learned about those in your hall community?
I think I sort of was already on the process, or I had already begun the process of realizing this, but I had a really tough time transitioning freshman year. And as amazing as Notre Dame was, I did not want to be here for at least, the first month or 2 months. And my biggest takeaway from that experience, as challenging as it was that I was not alone in feeling this way and feeling just so overwhelmed with all the burdens of becoming a freshman and starting this new life and missing my family and my home life so much and feeling like I didn't really have a place in Notre Dame. And before Arch Support started, I had gotten to a place of really accepting that was how I started Notre Dame. And it makes my time at Notre Dame now so much more rewarding because I feel so lucky to be here. And I finally feel like I've found my place and found my people, just like everyone said I would. It did take time and they were right. But I think that Arch Support has shown me, and it's gone even an extra step further in just validating that I was not the only person that felt this way. And really that there are stories that we're all grappling with. And a lot of them are so universal that we can all connect to and attach to as really important and meaningful parts of our lives that we all experience that we just would never know if we don't talk about it. And I feel so strongly that Arch Support has been so successful because of the honesty and the vulnerability that our speakers bring in and that all of our Lions participants bring in. And so from that, it's been so inspiring to watch and learn to understand that these experiences that we're going through in college, especially during a year like this one, are so universal. And, we're the opposite of alone. They do not make us isolated. They really bring us together. And so I just am so appreciative of the fact that I had started to realize that earlier on in my freshman year, and then coming into sophomore year and using Arch Support as just like an additional way to really see that in action, that none of us are alone and that there are all these deeper stories going on beneath the surface that are so much easier to bear and handle when we're doing it together. And I think that that's exactly what Arch Support has aimed to do. And we have done that. And I'm so proud of that.
Juliet, thank you for joining us tonight and talking about this wonderful prayer service that I know is helping many of your fellow classmates. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
All right, now back over to Justine.
Thank you so much, Jack. Joining us now is Luciana Gonzalez, one of the student curators for a new library exhibition, Still History, Exploring Mediated Narratives. Luciana, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
So good to be here. Thank you.
How about you give us your Notre Dame introduction?
Yes. So my name is Luciana Gonzalez. I'm a junior in Ryan. I'm from Cleveland and New York, and I'm an English major and art history minor.
Fabulous. So why don't you tell us what this exhibit is and how it compares to other collections? Why is this one in particular so important?
Yeah, so the exhibit was the result of a winter session class called Stories of Power and Diversity Inside Museums, Archives, and Collecting. And so essentially, the creation of this exhibit was completely done by students, which, was never really done before. And essentially, students ranging from freshmen, undergrads to postgraduate students, 7 of us, essentially looked at actual items housed in Notre Dame's repositories. So the Snipe Museum, rare books and collections, the Hesburgh Archives, and we created an exhibition investigating narratives of power and diversity altogether.
So each of the 7 curators created one of the exhibition showcases. So what showcase did you create and why?
Mine was called Scarce History out of the 7, and it was based on a photograph housed in the Snipe Museum archives. Yes, that's it. And it's a beautiful photograph. It was taken in 1941 by a Western photographer, Ernest Nee. And essentially, my exhibition explored the background of the photo. So that little chapel right there is called La Manga, the Holy Child of Atocha chapel. And the background of why that chapel exists was because there was a resident farmer who felt ill, very ill, and his brother promised that, if he prayed to God and he was healed, he would build the chapel. And so while other, narratives or analysis of that photo have gone into the prettiness of the photo, the beauty of sort of that aesthetic, the Western aesthetic, I wanted to investigate the community that built the chapel and the family, the Ortega family, that built the chapel.
Wow, what a beautiful story. What was that process like of doing all that research and really building that backstory?
I gained a lot of respect for people in archival research. It was difficult. You're working with the primary object essentially, and that's the object. You don't have that much more. So you have to go back, you have to be resourceful. It was a brief research. This is like an end of the class sort of 2-week investigation process, but it was really humbling in its own way, because you realize how much the methodology of how you analyze art history objects in itself writes the narrative of art history. And so, being aware of the way in which we talk about objects, is also being aware of the way in which we talk about history and who is in power in history.
Thank you so much for joining us, Luciana. I know myself and all our viewers are walking away today a little bit more informed. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Jack.
Justine, thank you. Joining us now is one of the latest Notre Dame football players to have earned the moniker Consensus All-American, which is quite an honor. Liam Eichenberg started at left tackle for the Fighting Irish his final 3 seasons with the team. Welcome, Liam, to Notre Dame Day.
How's it going? How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Doing well. Happy to be here in South Bend.
Let's start back in high school. You grew up in the state of Ohio. You were a highly recruited student athlete. You had offers from just about everywhere. What led you to choose the Fighting Irish?
Yeah, Notre Dame has, the opportunities on the football field and then also in the classroom. So for me, it was about, making a decision that would affect my life. And we always talk about, 4 years for 40. And, Notre Dame was just too great to pass up. It was just an opportunity I couldn't pass up. So definitely academics, and then also the tradition on the offensive line here.
Pro Football Focus has let everybody know that you have not given up a sack of the quarterback over the last 2 seasons plus, since week 5 of the 2018 season, playing against arguably some of the best competition in America. That is an incredible stat for a left tackle. What has been the key to this performance for you?
Yeah, I think it has to do with fundamentals and technique. The way I was coached with Coach Harry Heastand and Coach Jeff Quinn. I've had a great opportunity to be coached by great offensive line coaches, and then also having great guys in my room like Robert Hainsey, Tommy Kramer, Aaron Banks. So for me, it's about seeing everything through one set of eyes and just doing my job, going back to the fundamentals.
You've certainly played in some great games during your years here at Notre Dame. What's the game you'll remember for the rest of your life?
I would say the Clemson game. Having the students rush the field, I think that was something special.
There is no unit on the football field of players who are more introspective or more demanding than the offensive line. So I got to ask you this question. What game would you like to have back?
I would say maybe the Alabama game this year. I thought we were a great team this year, and we just didn't finish the season correctly. So for me and probably the rest of the guys would be this Rose Bowl we played in against Alabama.
Now, since that Rose Bowl game, you've been training for the NFL draft. Can you take us through this process? Which agent did you sign with? Where did you choose to train these past few months before coming back to South Bend? And what has surprised you the most about this training experience?
Yeah, so I signed with Tommy Condon Jr. with CAA Sports. They represent a lot of offensive linemen from Notre Dame, such as Zach Martin, Mike McGlinchey, Quentin Nelson. And, after the season, I went home for a couple of days, and I ended up flying out to Phoenix in Arizona. And I was at a facility called Exos, and I was just training to get ready for the combine, which in the end ended up getting canceled. And then so I was just training for Pro Day. And, it was a great opportunity. It was cool going out there, meeting a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds and different areas of the country. But at the same time, I'm happy to be back here at Notre Dame with some of my teammates and, training together.
Now, can you walk us through the NFL draft process so far in terms of Pro Day, your visits with teams, your conversations with representatives of teams and so forth?
Yeah, so, basically what's happened is there's no combine, like I said. We had Pro Day a couple weeks ago, and I was scheduled to go down to Indianapolis for the combine, which is strictly medical. It was pretty much just medical evaluations and just getting checked out, doing MRIs and scans. Unfortunately, I had COVID, so I wasn't able to go. And then so now, I've just been having Zoom meetings, and I had Zoom meetings before Pro Day, before the combine stuff. Unfortunately this year, we're dealing with a pandemic, and I'm not able to visit with teams in person. So I've just been having phone calls and Zoom calls.
Now, I know it was a great honor for you to play at Notre Dame and wear that gold helmet. Now, when you look back at your 5 years as a Notre Dame student athlete, what would you tell the top offensive line recruits and their parents in this country right now about what the experience of playing at Notre Dame is like?
I think it's like nothing you'll have the opportunity to do elsewhere. Coming to Notre Dame, you're obviously going to play against some of the best, defensive linemen in the country and best defenses. So for me, to those guys, I would say, just don't think about that guy telling you you're going to start as a freshman, because if you want the truth, you're probably not. It's very rare. But coming here, I think you're going to develop not only as a football player, but as a person. Notre Dame is going to round you into a whole person. So for that, those guys in high school just kind of think about the future. It's not about the next coming year.
Liam, congratulations on a great career, and certainly the karma surrounding Notre Dame left tackles is pretty good. Under Brian Kelly, there have been a bunch of left tackles. In fact, every left tackle who has started for Coach Kelly has been drafted in the first round, and we think that lies ahead for you, so I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Justine, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. We're joined now by Elsa Barron, a senior studying biology and peace studies with a minor in sustainability. Elsa, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So Elsa, you joined the Keough International Scholars Program in 2018. Tell us about this program and how you got involved.
Yeah, so this program connects students with a faculty mentor to engage in some form of international research. And freshman year, I came in as a biology major, but really excited about international affairs and research outside of the sciences as well as inside. And so my advisor recommended I apply for the program, and I met with a number of people, submitted the application, and was ultimately matched with a mentor to do some international research that has really shaped my trajectory since then.
So what type of international research have you found has really resonated with you?
Yeah, the research that I love the most is really relational in terms of engaging in interviews and engaging in communities. So I've sort of focused on two different areas, one of which being interfaith dialogue and how that plays into community building and acceptance, particularly of migrants in Europe. And the other area of research has been on environmental peace building and how communities integrate sustainability into the way they operate and how that can inform dialogue and peace building further, sometimes around religious aims and sometimes around other different groups that come together for dialogue.
I hear you're quite the international traveler. So what places have you been able to visit so far through this program, and how has that helped your research?
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to travel a number of places, starting out with India and Nepal, and then doing research in Athens, Greece on interreligious dialogue, which really allowed me to engage and get involved with relationships with people who are working on these issues, get connected and passionate, invested in the research I was doing back on campus. And then I also had the opportunity to study abroad in Jerusalem and engage in research while I was there on environmental peace building side of things. So there's been a myriad of opportunities and other travels that have come in, but those have been some of the major ones.
Mm-hmm. And obviously most traveling been put on hold right now. So how are you doing that research right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've transitioned to working remotely with a couple of organizations here in the US. I've been able to be involved with the Environmental Peace Building Association in DC, as well as the Wilson Center Environmental Change and Security Program, also in DC. And so have pivoted, but it's been a great experience to work domestically, still working though on a lot of international issues and the nature of that research and its focus.
Elsa, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciated hearing about your research.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you. Next, we're going to head over to Anne on the performance stage. Hey, Anne.
Hi, and thanks, Justine. I am here at the Notre Dame Football Stadium Concourse, a chilly one this evening, with an amazing group of Voices of Faith, and they're going to sing a song for us tonight called Hymn of Praise. But first, please, we want you to know that we are taking every safety precaution during this performance. Our performers are 10 feet away from any of our camera crew, and everybody is wearing masks, so we are in an open air space, and we are as safe as we possibly can be. Take it away, Voices of Faith.
Lord, we give you praise. We give you praise. Lord, we give you praise. Help me say we give you praise. Lord, we give you praise.
we thank Voices of Faith for taking the time to perform for us tonight. It was beautiful. Joining us now on set, believe it or not, is Notre Dame sophomore Will Bacomas. The first time in this 2 days of ND Day for me that I've been able to talk to someone in person. So thanks for coming to the studio.
Yeah, glad to be here. Hopefully we can start it off right.
Now, you study computer science here at the university, but you have also started the Aviation Association of Notre Dame. Talk to me about how that came about.
Yeah, so I started the Aviation Association of Notre Dame with my friends Nick Raniak, Colin Kenny, and Natalie Tadaro. We're all whether student pilots, instrument-rated pilots, and from flying in the past semesters and sharing those experiences with our friends and people around campus, we realized that there's this need for a club that deals around aviation and not just flying itself, but the industry in general. And there's a lot of passionate students that really wanted to be part of this club and learn more and do activities towards that. So that kind of got us to thinking about forming the club, and we were able to successfully form it the beginning of this semester, actually.
So how many people are in the club?
So we have right now about 30 to 35 students as part of the club, which we thought was really good for the first semester. Kind of just word of mouth, really getting emails out to other students. And so we think as it grows and we have more events, hopefully in-person events in the future, that it can continue to grow to even more students.
Now, you're a pilot with over 100 hours in the air.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the members of the club are also pilots?
Actually, not that many. I'd say out of those 30 to 35, there's only about 5 or 6 that are pilots. Actually, one of the students is a freshman, and he's from Poland, I believe, and he got his European pilot license over in Poland. And so it's been interesting to talk to him. But the club's really for any students that want to be involved in aviation, not just pilots, as I've said. Our past events have featured air traffic controllers talking about the air traffic system and how all that works and how the coordination happens. Future events, we hope to go on the business side of things a bit. Hopefully, FlexJet has been talking to us about maybe having a meeting with them where we can talk about the operations, the business side, the maintenance of airplanes, things like that.
So your meetings are gatherings where people come and explain various topics of aviation to you. Is there any hands-on experience at all?
Yeah, so far this semester there hasn't been, unfortunately, because of COVID.
Yeah.
They've been primarily on Zoom. We've tried our hardest to take this opportunity to get speakers from other parts of the country to speak to us on Zoom, and we hope that starting next semester we can go to other places. There's a lot of air shows in the late summer, early fall in the area, whether it's Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland. We'd like to go to air museums in the area, go tour air traffic control facilities, whether that's in Chicago or South Bend. So hands-on things like that we'd like to do a lot. And we're always working on different ideas of in-person maybe workshops or lessons or stuff like that we can do for the members of the club.
Now, there's a lot of general aviation airports around the Notre Dame campus. It's not just South Bend International Airport. There's a lot of general aviation out of there, but a lot of smaller airports. Are you hoping to get to the point where maybe on a regular basis you can even offer flight lessons?
So currently that's not part of our club just because of university policies. However, we are hoping to offer what's called ground school lessons in the future, which allows students to just kind of get the understanding of how an airplane works, what's the mental thinking that has to do with being a pilot. And actually, we're working hopefully with ROTC and the AME department here at Notre Dame to form a course next semester as kind of part of the club, one credit fund course for students to learn more about that ground school and what it takes to really be a pilot. So that's kind of some of our future plans. But right now, actual flying is unfortunately not in the works. We do, however, hope to kind of form a partnership with ROTC here at Notre Dame and be able to purchase a flight simulator for students to use. So kind of gain those hours and feel like you're flying a plane without actually taking on the risks and dangers of flying.
That would be really cool.
Yes, it would.
I hope you were able to succeed at that. Thank you for stopping by to chat with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Flight simulator. I might get in line for that. Now let's head over to the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving.
All right, thanks, Jack. 18,321 gifts. This past hour has been the biggest hour of the entire broadcast. We've got more gifts in the last hour than we have at any other point today. What a wonderful way to head our way out. 1 hour left. Make your gift now if you haven't already, and we'll talk more about the leaderboards as we start the next hour. I'm going to walk over here and preview our last hour of Notre Dame Day, and it is a star-studded one. Molly Seidel, a member of the class 2016, a long distance runner, and she'll be representing the U.S. in the Tokyo Olympics this year. You won't want to miss that. Mike McGlinchey, former Notre Dame offensive lineman, now plays for the San Francisco 49ers. Always great to have Mike on, and he'll be joining us next hour. And we'll close Notre Dame Day, as we always have for the last 7 Notre Dame Day broadcasts, with a performance by the Notre Dame Trumpets. You won't want to miss any of this. Stick around.
Education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 14th and final hour of Notre Dame Day 2021. I'm Jack Nolan, the newly retired voice of Notre Dame basketball and many Fighting Irish athletics projects.
And I'm Justine Ward, a proud member of the class of 2012. And after spending 7 years on air, most recently in New York City, I'm thrilled to be back on campus where I am an MBA student at the Mendoza College of Business. And Jack, I graduate in just a few short weeks.
Congratulations. Now she can do just about anything she wants to do, and she'll be good at it too. Let's talk about why we're here. To share many great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen. Over the last 2 days, we've heard from students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and we've heard performances by Notre Dame student music groups. All the people that make this university great.
And for the last time this broadcast, we invite you to participate by logging on to the Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. Of course, if you're not watching from there already. All you have to do is click on the green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. It's just those 3 easy steps, and for each new donor to a cause, that cause will receive a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 in challenge dollars through various bonus challenges they are participating in. Again, notredameday.nd.edu is where you can make your gift, so please join us if you can.
Now, this hour is filled with great stories and performances. We'll hear from Olympic runner Molly Seidel, 2 former Irish football players now in the NFL, Aloy Gilman and Mike McGlinchey, and we'll visit with Notre Dame Vice President Lou Nanni. We'll also have a host of musical performances, including a very special one from Irish singing sensation Chloe Agnew. But first, let's go to Brian at Duncan Student Center for an update on the giving.
Thank you, Jack and Justine. We really appreciate it. Last hour I said, can we get to 18,000? We did, and we got to 18,406. Incredible stats so far. Want to check out the leaderboards. Some tight competition. All of our top 5 have doubled their number of gifts since we started this morning. It's absolutely incredible. And the club water polo team, the women's club water polo team, has jumped into the top 5 overall. There's some interesting competitions going on right now. Residence halls, Breen Phillips, Morrissey Manor, Kavanaugh, very tight there for behind St. Ed's. And our club sports also, club water polo for the women's and ultimate frisbee club, very, very close. This last hourly challenge, everybody's eligible, so whichever cause gets the most gifts in the next hour will get an extra $150. Might I suggest financial aid? All of our students rely so much on all of your support, but especially the students on financial aid, the #1 fundraising priority here at the university. So if you haven't made a gift yet, log online notredameday.nd.edu, make a gift of any size financial aid, and give the gift of Notre Dame to a Notre Dame student today. Back to you all in the studio.
Thank you so much, Brian. Joining us now is quite frankly the most decorated Notre Dame student athlete of all time. She won a number of national titles during her time at Notre Dame, and she'll be representing the USA this July at the Olympic Games. Molly Seidel, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
So Molly, I understand that right now you're in Flagstaff, Arizona. Is this a training spot for you? And if so, why Flagstaff?
So Flagstaff is kind of my semi-permanent home. I live out here for half the year, and it's really important for me for altitude training. It's just one of the ways that I get very prepared for my races. And so it's been a really special spot to me. I started coming out here when I was still in college, and yeah, it's just become a regular feature in my training.
So some may not know the story of how Molly made the United States Olympic team. So let me start by saying this. She qualified to represent the U.S. Olympic team in an event she had never competed in before. And Molly, I'm not making this up. So what made you and your coach think the marathon was the right race for you to try to make this?
Basically, we were going in and trying to use the marathon as a way to prepare for running the 10K in the Olympic track trials in the summer. And we just believed that this was going to be a great way for me to get strong and healthy so I could do that shorter race and maybe someday come to the marathon. And got into the trials, and all of a sudden I found myself at the front. And it was really kind of just that incredible moment where I realized, like, oh, wow, this was the event that I was supposed to be doing the whole time.
Oh, wow. So let's go back to training, especially for the marathon. You're 3 months out from the Olympics. So what's this period like? Are you doing a lot of heavy training right now?
So I took a little bit of a break. I was training for the half marathon this past winter and ran a PR in Atlanta for that, and took a little bit of a break in between. And now I'm starting my 15-week build towards the Olympic marathon. So we're in full swing of it now.
So since then, you have run one more marathon, I believe. Is that correct? And it took place in London?
Yeah, so I ran the London Marathon this past fall. I was really lucky that I got the opportunity to travel intercontinentally during this past year, and it was really a cool experience. It was difficult. We were in a full quarantine bubble for it, but the opportunity to run another marathon was just absolutely invaluable.
Yes, did you see some improvement the second time running that race?
Oh, so much more. So I was able to finally practice a lot of things of learning how to pick up bottles while I'm running for my fluids, and just learning a lot more about the marathon distance.
So as you look forward to Tokyo and the Summer Olympics, do you already know the 26.2-mile course you'll be running? And do you try to mimic that topography of that course in your training? Or is it just training more so to be in the best shape of your life when you arrive in Tokyo?
It's a little bit of both. There is some aspect of trying to look at what the course is going to be. It's fairly flat and fast, and so we'll train on similar terrain. But to some degree, I love running hills. There's a lot of great hills to run up here in Flagstaff, and so we'll make the most of that definitely as we go into it. So yeah, the answer is both those things. Train for the course, but try to be as fit as possible as well.
So over the last decade, Notre Dame could be called Distance U with the success you've had and many others in the distance events on both the men's and women's teams. Is there something in the water here at Notre Dame, Molly?
I think there's definitely something in the cross-country course or just on the track out there. Maybe it's in the water as well. But yeah, it's really been incredible to see just how the legacy that Notre Dame track is building over there with Yared Nuguse the past couple of years, the men's cross-country team taking second at nationals this past year. It's really exciting to see just this incredible momentum the school has going and really building a dynasty there.
Molly, I know I speak for the entire Notre Dame family when I tell you that we are thrilled that you will be representing our country in Tokyo. Go run like a champion. Good luck. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much.
Now let's go over to Ann Maxfield at the performance stage.
Thank you, Justine. Joining us now from the Notre Dame Football Concourse is an incredible a cappella group, Unchained Melodies. Please know that we're taking every safety precaution during this performance. Our performers are 10 feet away from any of our camera operators and audio techs. Everybody is masked, and we are in an open air space here at Notre Dame Stadium, right inside Concourse E. Take it away, Unchained Melodies.
Ashamed of what I've done, what I've become. These hands are dirty. I dare not lift them up to the Holy One. You plead my cause. You right my wrongs, you break my chains, you overcome, you gave your life to give me mine, you say that
Another beautiful performance. Joining us now is a young man who hails from the Aloha State, who transferred into the Notre Dame football program from the Naval Academy, and boy, are we glad he did. He now plays for the Los Angeles Chargers at safety. Aloy Gilman, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Jack, what's up?
Good to see you again, my friend.
Good to see you too.
Hey, let's go back to Saturday, November 5th, 2016, and you're in a victorious Naval Academy locker room after a 28-27 victory over the Fighting Irish, in which you made 12 tackles. What do you remember most about that moment?
Man, I knew for sure being at the Naval Academy, it was huge for us. It was like playing in the Super Bowl. So I remember winning, and it was a great feeling, and just being able to play against some of the top players in the country. That was definitely one of those games I'll remember forever.
Now, a few months later, you announced that you would be transferring to the University of Notre Dame. I know you had a lot of options. Why did you choose Notre Dame?
I've said this little slogan before, but I like to say Notre Dame chose me. I felt very comfortable at Notre Dame. I loved what it was all about, being a part of the Notre Dame community, and I know it meant a lot to the people around me. So I really appreciated that, and I just felt very comfortable and very blessed to be a part of this Notre Dame community.
Now, of course, you had great success at Notre Dame as well, including earning a team captaincy. When you look back at your 3 years at Notre Dame, what are you most proud of?
Man, I mean, Notre Dame comes with so much great memories and opportunities. I wouldn't say there was one specific thing I could point out, but more so being able to be involved with the people around you. The Notre Dame community is so special, the type of people that you meet, from the people in the dining halls to the dorm room to the football facility. It just means so much, and I still am in contact with those people, and I'm just so blessed to be able to have them in my life, and being able to be representing Notre Dame logo.
Now, a little more than a year ago, you were sitting around during the NFL draft waiting for your name to be called. Now, a number of your former teammates will be going through that same ordeal in less than 2 weeks. What do you remember about that waiting period, and what did you feel like when the call came from the Chargers?
Oh, man. I mean, the draft process is a big deal for, people who have this dream of theirs. I knew for me, it was a long process. Going through different meetings and meeting with teams. And when that day comes and, you get that opportunity to get your name called, all you can remember is, for me personally, was just all the things that I was able to accomplish, kind of a reflection of my career at Notre Dame, at Navy, in high school, and just being able to be grateful for that opportunity. And the Chargers called, and it was such a blessing for me. And here I am, still got a lot of work to do, but just being able to represent Notre Dame is so huge for me, being out here. And I'm here with a few of our fellow Notre Dame players as well, Notre Dame guys. So it means a lot.
A few Notre Dame guys, so much so that some people have joked that the Chargers roster is Notre Dame West. You, Drew Tranquill, Isaac Rochelle, Jerry Tillery, all on the defensive side of the ball. How helpful was it to have all those familiar faces around when you joined the team?
Man, it was so special, man. I'm able to play with these guys again. Obviously, Drew and Jerry were guys that I actually was able to play with at Notre Dame. Isaac was a little older than me, but it was just a blessing to be with them and help me to, go through that transition period of being in the NFL, being able to rock that Notre Dame. And, those guys were huge support for me, and especially during a tough year, it was just a big support to have them in my corner.
Aloy, I know from talking with you during your Notre Dame career, you are very hard on yourself. You have high standards. So how would you grade your rookie season in the NFL?
Yeah, like you said, I have high standards for myself. For me, it was just a building block into what's ahead. I have so much room to grow, so much avenue to learn, and to be able to expand my game as a football player, as a professional. Going into this next year, I'm very excited to get started. Being able to have a year under my belt gives me some confidence, ready to go into this upcoming year and to attack it. And, just take that next steps to being the best that I can be.
Now, Aloy, you've done a couple of things this offseason that has really warmed the hearts of all of your Notre Dame fans. First, you got your hands on a bunch of football cleats and you took them home to Hawaii. Tell us about that.
Man, that was such a special, event that I was able to put together. The Chargers luckily donated to me some cleats, some used and new cleats, and I was able to give back to my community. I've been a kid during that time, not having any cleats. So seeing these kids and seeing the smiles that I was able to give them and inspire them, being able to give a kid a professional football cleat meant a lot to them. And it meant a lot to me because I've been in their shoes before. And it's just such a blessing to be at an opportunity to serve and give back to my community.
And you talk about used cleats, but in the NFL, that means they might have been worn in 1 or 2 games. So these are pretty good cleats.
Right. Yeah. Some of them had, it was brand new, had tags on them, and some of them were worn once or twice. So the kids were definitely stoked to see them.
Now, I know a few days ago you surprised your dad. Please tell us about that and why you felt the need to honor him in this way.
Yeah, that was something special. I was able to give my dad his dream truck. For those who don't know my dad, he's a hard worker, a grinder. All he does is just work and hustle and sacrifice so much for me and my family. But for me specifically, he's given me so much tools to be successful, to get to where I'm at now as a coach, just as a father, and just a figure, a role model of mine. So being able to give him this truck, a brand new truck, this is his dream truck, meant so much. He was so grateful and just surprised by this. And he's never owned anything like this before, anything new car, truck. So, I love my dad so much, and I was just so happy that I got this chance to do this for him.
Well, Aloy, we're happy we got a chance to talk with you tonight. Everybody here on campus is very proud of you, and we wish you and your Chargers teammates good fortune this coming season.
Thank you, Jack. Go Irish.
And now let's go to Ann Maxfield at the Performance Studio.
Thank you, Jack. I am here on the Notre Dame concourse with a recent Notre Dame alum, Matthew Cabrera. He has the coolest looking violin I have ever seen. I can't wait to hear you play it. Have at it.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world addicted to the drama, only attracted to the things that'll bring it trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only got love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate, let your soul gravitate to the love. People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. Can you pray? practice what you preach? Would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love? The love, the love. Where is the love, the love, the love? The love, the love. Where is the love, the love?
Another amazing performance here on Notre Dame Day. And joining us now is one of the youngest ever professional football players to be named a team captain. Notre Dame fans will always remember the left side of that O-line that had Big Q and Big Mike side by side. Mike McGlinchey, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Mike, let's go back to your days at Notre Dame. What was it like for college defensive linemen lining up against you and Quentin Nelson on that left side? Any good memories you can share with us?
Yeah, there's plenty. We had a great run at school with not just Q and I, but the guys that came before us of Zach Martin, Nick Martin, Ronnie Stanley, Alex Barr, Sam Musser. We had a hell of a group. And over my 5 years at school, there's plenty of memories that stick out. But probably my favorite one that we had was my 5th year. We dismantled USC at home in a top 10 matchup where we beat them by about 40 points. And our line had a big part of that. And I think we rushed for close to 400 yards or something like that day. And that's one I hold on to for a long time.
Now, we hear a lot about the tradition of the offensive line at Notre Dame and what it's like in that room. You lived it. How was this manifested, and what were the standards that were set before you that you have since followed since you left?
Well, we had an unbelievable coach. Harry Heastand changed all of our lives and for the better. Not only if you weren't a football player or not, Harry made you into a grown man, and he taught you how to live life the right way, how to work the right way, and how to be a part of a team, and how to be a part of a group, and how that matters, especially in the position that we play. And it's been a huge blessing to be able to carry those lessons on throughout my career in football and in life. And I think it started with Harry, but it also resonated with the whole group. We had a great group of guys over my 5 years there, and then the years after. Since then, I know there's a lot of great guys still there, but we had a hell of a deal, and very, very thankful to be a Notre Dame offensive lineman.
Yeah, really a brotherhood. Now, when you look back at your time at Notre Dame on the football field, in the classroom, how do you think Notre Dame prepared you for life on and off the field in the NFL?
Well, I think it certainly on the field speaks for itself. The career that I had at Notre Dame and the teammates that I had helped shape me in order to be able to become what I always dreamt of being, which was, a professional football player. Coach Kelly and his staff and the strength and conditioning staff that we had and the training staff that we had prepared me to be a pro. And they did it from day one, from the time I stepped foot onto campus. And it truly shaped me into who I am today. And off the field, it doesn't get much better than Notre Dame. I'm obviously a proud alum, one of the guys that drinks the Kool-Aid pretty hard. And I don't think there's a better place to go to school than ours. The people that you get to meet, the professors, the supporting roles in academic life, and the student body. And the cool thing about what we were able to do and live on campus 3 years I did in Siegfried Hall, ramble on, so we had a great experience there as a student life. And we were not, Notre Dame is so good because it integrates you into a community, and by doing so teaches you a lot of real life lessons that you take on for a long time.
Obviously, playing in the NFL, there's some differences compared to playing in college, but there's nothing quite like a Notre Dame game day. Former football players from Notre Dame say they miss that. What do you think they are referring to exactly?
Well, I mean, it's the whole experience of the whole weekend. And my mom and my dad always tell me they're, you know, as great as you are, you know, I've been fortunate enough to play in the Super Bowl, but there's still something that Notre Dame holds on to that just might be a hair better. And it starts on Friday when you get into town, the pep rallies, the trumpets under the dome, that feel for the families, the feel for the student body, the communities. You just, as soon as you step onto campus, you just feel the air about you. And then, you know, on Saturday with the, you know, 81 or 85, that whatever the number is strong, there's no greater stadium in the country to play football in other than Notre Dame Stadium. And just something about that crisp air in South Bend, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, it doesn't matter. Everybody's there. It's always sold out, always have a great fan base, always have a great support system. And just when you hear the band strike up the song, every time you score a touchdown, you get chills down your spine. And there's nothing like it. There's never going to be a place like it. And it's really hard to replicate no matter how deep in football you get.
Sure. I've only been as a fan, but it really is something special. Let's talk about this current team. The Fighting Irish are going through a major transition on the offensive line with potentially 4 new starters lining up against that Florida State defense Labor Day weekend in Tallahassee. We know this is a well-oiled machine. Tell fans at home why they shouldn't be concerned about this offensive line.
Well, if you know, they have a great coaching staff and great kids to lead them. And I know there's guys there that I played with that are still going to be stepping up, and they have a 5th-year leadership and guys like Josh Lugg. And I know I never played with Jarrett, but Jarrett Patterson's played a lot of football for Notre Dame, and he's a great player and has done a great job. You know, Coach Quinn's done a great job continuing the tradition that we set when I was there. And on top of it, you have two, you know, Coach Kelly, I think is one of the greatest leaders in the country in the way that he's able to prepare and get a football team to go and get to where it needs to be. And Tommy Rees is as good as anybody in the country right now of putting his players in a position to succeed. And so I don't anticipate any problems happening for Notre Dame football. I think they're going to be fine. Obviously, it's a huge challenge replacing as many seniors as they've lost this year, but if any school and any coaching staff's ready to do it, it's us.
Love to hear it. Now, you've had 4 unique seasons in the NFL, riding the lows and the highs. Obviously, 2019, very much a high for the 49ers. What was that Super Bowl experience like for you?
It was incredible. That whole season just was every week. It just seemed to build and build and build. We started 8-0 and just couldn't. It just didn't seem like we could fall apart. And there was just each week we just kept getting better and better and better. And we had unbelievable leadership from another Coach Kelly disciple and one of my best friends, Joe Staley. He was our offensive tackle. DeForest Buckner was on our team, and another unbelievable human being. You know, George Kittle, the superstar that he is, and Fred Warner and Richard Sherman. I mean, I can go down the list of the guys that I was fortunate enough to play with in that season. And on top of it, I think, you know, Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in football. And we've that year was magic from start to finish. There wasn't a game that we shouldn't have won. And unfortunately, the Super Bowl didn't bounce our way, but we were 6 minutes away. And if we could have just closed the deal, it would have been ours. And unfortunately, Mahomes' magic took over. But what a year, what an experience. And hopefully we can take from that experience building in 2021 with a little bit less stressful COVID year, and hopefully keep our guys healthy and on the field, because we got kind of attacked by the injury bug last year. So hopefully we can stay away from that.
Well, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Your love for Notre Dame is certainly infectious, and we wish you the best of luck this upcoming season.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. Go Irish.
Thank you. Let's check in with Ann Maxfield, who's standing by at the performance stage. Ann, who do we have now?
Thank you, Justine. I am here in Notre Dame Stadium, and here to perform are 2 extremely talented Notre Dame sophomores, Lyric Medeiros-O and Nick Moringa-Lowe. Take it away.
so close to me. It's hard to fight these feelings when it feels so hard to breathe. I'm caught up in this moment, I'm caught up in your smile.
I've never opened up to anyone, so hard to hold back when I'm holding you in my arms.
Oh, we don't need to rush this, let's just take it slow. Just a kiss on your lips in the moonlight, just a touch of the fire burning so bright. No, I don't wanna mess this thing up, I don't wanna push too far. Just a shot in the dark that you just might be the one I've been waiting for my whole life. So baby, I'm alright with just a kiss goodnight. I know that if we give this a little time, it'll only bring us closer to the love we wanna find. Yeah, it's never felt so real.
No, it's never felt so
right. Just a kiss on your lips in the moonlight, just a touch of the fire burning so bright. No, I don't wanna mess this thing up, I don't wanna push too far. Just a shot in the dark that you just might be the one I've been waiting for my whole life. So baby, I'm alright with just a kiss goodnight. No, I don't wanna say goodnight.
I know it's hard to leave, but you'll be in my dreams tonight.
Tonight, tonight. Just a kiss on your lips in the moonlight, just a touch of the fire burning so bright. No, I don't wanna mess this thing up, I don't wanna push too far. Just a shot in the dark that you just might be the one I've been waiting for my whole life.
So baby, I'm alright.
Whoa, whoa, let's do this right with just a kiss goodnight. With a kiss goodnight.
Kiss goodnight.
Thank you, Ann. Joining us now is the person responsible for this celebration that we call Notre Dame Day. For nearly 2 decades now, Lou Nanni has served his alma mater valiantly as its vice president for university relations. Lou, welcome to the last few minutes of this edition of Notre Dame Day. We've now done this for 8 years, and you have often said this is your favorite 29 hours of the year. Why is that? Why is this so important?
First of all, it's a little far-fetched to say I'm responsible. I'm the beneficiary. There's so many others that make this happen, beginning with you. And I want to thank you, Jack. Your legacy and your service to Our Lady's University is unmatched. And we are humbled. We're deeply moved to have you back here in one of your final kind of work sessions here before you wrap things up. But somehow, we're going to keep asking you to come back, on a retirement and to help us out. But we again, you've always carried yourself with incredible class and dignity and amazing generosity to others. So my heartfelt thanks to you for that. I love this because of the storytelling. Every year, I'm amazed to see the number of students and faculty members and alumni and parents and friends who step up and in their love for Notre Dame are testifying to a love that is what this place is all about. They're giving back to others, they're making a difference, they're living out their own dreams, but all of it's other-centered, it's God-centered, and it's making a difference in this world. And the fact that so many people rally together and so generously step up to support the Student Emergency Relief Fund, to the Arab Parsegan Medical Foundation, to the Frisbee Club. I mean, it's all over the gamut, and it's really it's quite amazing just to sit back and watch it all unfold.
You know, when I first did this, I kind of compared it to the Jerry Lewis Telethon,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I actually used to do for WNDU, and they carried it a little bit.
Did you? Wow.
But we don't ask really overtly for money. We have a tote board, but it's just storytelling, and the Notre Dame community responds. And no other school seems to be able to do this. Why do you think that is?
You know, I think it goes back to the experiences that people had when they're students here. We're the beneficiaries of that, right? It's the rector who went out of their way when somebody down the hall got sick and they accompanied them to the emergency room and were attentive. It's the professor, you know, who gives that extension and is incredibly compassionate. It's the cleaning lady in the dorm that you develop a deep relationship with, who goes out of the way to kind of help you out. It's those things that we remember over time, or you see that being done for your child as a Notre Dame parent, and so people want to step up and give back to that. They believe in the place, the ethos of the place and the community, and it makes people want to give back. And we're so blessed and so fortunate to have so many people step up. And it doesn't matter if it's a gift. What I love about this day, it's not the size of the gift. It's all about participation. So it doesn't matter if you give $1 or $5 or $500. It's about giving back. And that's what the whole spirit of the day is about.
Because of the pandemic, we've done fewer live hours this year.
Yeah.
And yet I understand that the giving is up, which is a tribute again to the Notre Dame family. But you always are so humble. You just come on the end to talk a little bit. But since the pandemic began, every Wednesday, you're in this seat and you're interviewing people, Notre Dame people with stories all across the country. Do you plan to keep doing that? Because some of them have been really interesting.
So I have learned very quickly, and many people have told me, don't quit your day job. So I am not the professional. I don't do it like you do it, and Justine and so many others do it effortlessly. So I've been humbled by that process. But in doing what I do, I love to ask questions, and I love to learn and grow, you know, from the people that I get a chance to interview. So yes, we did do it initially when the pandemic began and nobody knew what was happening and everything was still. And we wanted to keep the Notre Dame family close to its family members. And we started out by interviewing leaders, you know, Father John and Tom Burrish, and then his successor, Mari Lynn Miranda and Shannon Cullinan, and even John Affleck Graves before he left. And then people were watching in big numbers and sending in all kinds of questions. So we've gone on to interview faculty members and students. It's been just a real blessing to see so many people continuing to follow Notre Dame in such passionate ways.
You know, you just gave a nugget that should be in an FTT class, because that's all a good interview is.
Yeah.
It's a conversation between people. And you've had some very interesting ones. Recently, you had one that was literally from outer space.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about talking to astronaut Mike Hopkins.
Yeah, what an incredible, Jim Small, who's really the mastermind behind all of this. Jim's the one in July who contacted NASA and said, could we work this thing out? And it was incredibly complicated to line up the satellites. When they had to be over South Africa at the time, we had 22-minute window. And, you know, Mike is a Notre Dame parent, and he's the commander of the space station about to return after a second 6-month tour of duty. Just an amazing human being. And to see him floating around in space as he was answering these questions, probably for me the most moving part of that interview was at the end when we had a little time to fill, and I told him about Father Ted's dream. And Father Ted, who desperately wanted to travel to space, and his dream behind that was he wanted to be the first priest to celebrate the Eucharist in outer space, to bring Christ to the universe, beyond Earth. And he had figured out the whole way in which he was going to do that. And I mentioned that toward the end of the interview, and Mike Hopkins responded and said, I have consecrated Eucharists with me.
Wow.
And he says, before I go out to do a spacewalk or to do some repairs externally on the space station, some of the more dangerous things we do, I take the Eucharist. And I know that Christ is with me in the times that are most scary. And, you know, it was part of the interview that we didn't expect to unfold that way, and it was deeply moving.
You got goosebumps, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Still
when you
do.
know.
Yeah.
That's when you know you've done a great interview.
Yeah.
And you've expanded it now to even current Notre Dame students. This past week, you interviewed a Notre Dame senior from Texas by the name of Emily Eagle. Tell us about her.
What an amazing young woman. And in all of these interviews, as many of the clips from Notre Dame Day too, go to the ND Loyal YouTube page. And you can find them all here. And Emily is one of the most, and you know, it's so incredible about working at a university is you get to be inspired and humbled on a regular basis by people who are far younger than you. And Emily just exudes a holiness. She is God-centered. She is other-centered. You just got to hear her story. She is blind. She lost her eyesight between the ages of 5 and 10. She came to Notre Dame accompanied by her, seeing eye dog Rebel, and she's now an RA in Howard Hall. And to listen to this young woman talk about why she is so proud to be a blind woman, because in her brokenness, she has learned empathy, and she has also gained a resilience and a call to serve and reach out to others who have different disabilities. Really, one of the most inspiring interviews I've ever had a chance to be a part of. And it reminds me of a shared friend, a classmate of mine, Louis Samogi, who just tragically died. I mean, this is a guy who not only was one of the great Notre Dame sports writers, but he's a person who exudes holiness. This was a man who was good to the core and always had a great word, compassionate to others. And, we're so lucky to be around people like this, like Emily and Louis, that make you not only want to do your job better, but to be a better human being, to live out your own faith more fully.
One of the nicest men I have ever met, and no one who has covered Notre Dame has not benefited or been helped by Lou Samogi. I mean, I'm right here, 58 years old. It's hard to process that.
Yeah.
And this is a tough segue because we're going to talk about something cheerful now. But Lou would want us to be happy.
Yeah.
And one of the great tenets of the Catholic faith is literally breaking bread.
Yes.
So another thing you're doing now is an interview called Fighting Irish Foodies. Talk about where that came from, and that may be one of the most popular things you're doing right now.
It is crazy. I'm not a cook, and my wife, my mother, everybody would tell you right from the start. So there's a tremendous irony in me interviewing these incredible chefs at Notre Dame. Many of these chefs have won all kinds of food competitions, cooking competitions on the Food Network and so on and so forth. We have them here at Notre Dame, and they design their own recipes, and then we cook them together, and they explain them, and I get to ask them questions about food and cooking at restaurants in South Bend that they love, and it's been really interesting. But I'm there, I think, for comedic relief. I ask obtuse questions so nobody can know less than I know about this process. My mom has watched the first show where we made Guinness stew at least 7 times. I think she's wet her pants laughing at some of the stupid questions I made and how I dropped the carrot as I was trying to skin, So one time I said to Father John, it feels like I'm always in this situation where I'm playing the role of the buffoon. And Father John said to me, yes, but it comes so naturally.
Yes.
He's quick. He's always quick-witted with that.
I've been made part of the Notre Dame family, and I'm so blessed. But I went to Missouri, and we have a journalism school, Missouri Mafia. That's the Alumni Association of the journalism school. I grew up in Boston with all the Ivy League schools and MIT and their alumni associations. But there's no alumni association. When people ask me one of the things that separates Notre Dame, there is no alumni association like Notre Dame's. I was in Oslo, Norway about 15 years ago, driving down the street, and we drove by the storefront of the Notre Dame Alumni Club of Oslo. Yeah. It's everywhere. Yeah. You oversee the Alumni Association. Why is this Alumni Association so active and so strong and so productive in terms of not only helping this school, but helping society?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, we are so blessed. We have 292 Notre Dame alumni clubs. We actually don't call them alumni clubs. We call them Notre Dame clubs, right? And about 220 of them are domestic, and the rest are around the world. the Notre Dame Club of Baghdad, Oslo. They're all over the place. And people come together to do service locally. They come together to raise money for scholarship funds that supplement what the Notre Dame gives, Notre Dame Financial Aid Office gives to students to help them from their own areas to attend Notre Dame. They do all kinds of projects to celebrate Notre Dame and to live out the values of Notre Dame, but to serve locally their constituencies in heroic ways. It's amazing. We have a club in Gettysburg that is one of our most celebrated clubs. It has 110 members, and 100 of them are not alumni. It is just amazing when you go around and visit these clubs. These are people who bleed blue and gold. They love Notre Dame, and this is a way for them to participate in the dream, and it's a way that keeps Notre Dame alive. And 85% of these clubs every year, notwithstanding COVID, has a Notre Dame speaker who travels to give kind of a state of the university update and answer questions. So they stay really close. They're the arms and legs. There's a soul of Notre Dame as we try to be a force for good in the world.
And another thing about the clubs is they're competitive. And maybe that stems from the athletic department and all the great teams here, going back to Newt Rockne and the football program. So they will give more and more just to give more than their fellow clubs. And for this particular event, you have some families who have now come together to kind of just stir the pot a little bit, to get everybody off and giving by contributing right now, donating a $500,000 challenge fund that you've divided into two groups. Can you tell us who those people are and how that came about?
Yeah, I mean, we're just so blessed. Jim Burgess, class of '69, from the St. Louis areas, and on our Mendoza College of Business Advisory Council. Jim has year in and year out very generously stepped up to provide the matching dollars that all of these student clubs and academic units and sports teams and alumni clubs, participate for. Bill and Linda Hoagland, and Notre Dame parents of a sophomore here currently, have stepped up very generously. And then Father John has a number of folks who contribute to his President's Circle and Kavanaugh Council, gifts of $25,000 and $50,000 that at the end of the year, Father John collects these resources and allocates them to the kind of highest priorities, needs, and opportunities. And he has taken some of that money and provided that from many people as matching funds. So we're so blessed that money stretches the support that we can give in addition to the outright gifts that people make to the clubs, here through Notre Dame Day.
The next person who's about to appear here is Chloe Agnew, who has become part of the fabric of Notre Dame. And of course, she's a brilliant singer, but she even stepped up more this year. She actually sat in this chair and helped host the show. Talk about her and how she has become part of the Notre Dame family.
Yeah, no, we're so blessed by Chloe. It's, she's been here she actually flew during the pandemic from Dublin to make it here to be with us in person. I mean, the sacrifices that people make is just, I can't emphasize enough how humbling and how inspiring it is. To have, one of the original Celtic singers, the leaders who has branched off to have just a terrific career as a singer, but comes from a family. Her mother is a very prominent talk show host and television personality in Ireland. So she comes by this naturally, and to have her doing both, the hosting as well as the singing here, is a blessing beyond measure.
And as we wrap this up, talk a little bit about just what this campus has done, your department has done, but the student body has done. There was a little pandemic hiccup back at the beginning of this year. And since that time, everybody's pulled together. And unless you're part of it, and I've been blessed to be part of it, I was in the Notre Dame bubble for basketball, so I saw what they did there. The athletic teams have been able to compete with very few interruptions, but everybody's been able to get their academic work done, and you brought people back on campus. But it was so hard.
Yep, it was hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to remind our students from time to time, because I've been working with our off-campus students in particular, and at the request of Father John. Father John made a courageous decision to be one of the first major universities in the country to welcome back the entire student body for in-person classes. And everybody said, wow, this is courageous, this is courageous. Well, it's courageous for one reason. It was difficult. We, as you said, had our setbacks along the way, but we persevered, and everybody rallied together. I can tell you that 40% of our department in development and alumni relations worked in the COVID response unit. I mean, everybody from throughout this university stepped up and took on additional or just changed jobs for the past year and a half to support our students. It's been taxing. Our revenues have been down from sports. I mean, the Morris Inn was converted into basically beds for students that were isolated or quarantined, and the bookstore. All the revenues have been down. We've spent about an additional $40 million on testing and all kinds of other COVID response, the tents, everything that we put on campus to try to accommodate students. We'll see about $130 million deficit this year, but every dollar, every drop of sweat that has been worth it. And we're close to the end of completing a year, and we're going to be the only school I know among the top 20 that is going to have an in-person commencement ceremony where we're going to be able to welcome at least 2 members of each graduate's family back. Almost nobody is doing anything like that. And so we've been at the cutting edge of doing this. It has not been easy, but we've been able to make it through. And without, thanks to God's graces, anybody being lost or anybody suffering any, tremendous hardship along the way. We've been really fortunate and blessed, but a lot of work has gone into that.
And a student body that was committed, you know this, Notre Dame's hard.
Yeah.
And one thing that makes Notre Dame stand out, and not just for athletes, but for every student, just showing up in class and being polite, that doesn't get it done here. Your professors are going to challenge you. You're going to be challenged. So you work hard, you play hard. But this year, the students couldn't play hard. They had to give up that part of student life. And that made it much harder. And I've been impressed how they did it, and did it as cheerfully as they could, and fought through the difficult times. So the university provided the groundwork for it, but they had to follow through, and they're a big part of this too.
We made it for one reason. The students wanted to be here and did not want to go home. So they sucked it up. They made the sacrifices. They followed the rules. They so wanted to make it happen. Their desire to be here and the sacrifices that they made and the hardship that they endured is why we're still here today. They're the champions of the success that we've enjoyed.
So as we get ready to wrap up another successful ND Day, what is next in terms of challenges for the Notre Dame Development Department to help the mission of Notre Dame?
Yeah, well, I think it's really important to focus on where your question just ended, the mission of Notre Dame. The mission of Notre Dame is not about Notre Dame. Father Soren said that we're going to build one of the greatest Catholic universities in the land, and more importantly, one of the greatest forces for good in all of society. 6% of the world's population has a college degree. At the University of Notre Dame, if we're not asking ourselves every day, how are we making ourselves relevant to the other 94% of the world's population, then we've missed the boat. Our fundamental mission is to help develop the full God-given potential of our Notre Dame students intellectually, emotionally, physically, spiritually, socially, for one primary reason, so they can go forth as graduates of this institution and transform the jangling discord of this world into a more harmonic symphony. They make a difference through their careers, by being good husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, whatever their personal calling might be, leading lives of integrity and service. And they do that, and we are so blessed by that. But there's another calling beyond that, and that calling is that through our research and through our example as an institution, that what we do is impacting real world problems. In a sense, as Notre Dame evolves more and more, it's less and less about Notre Dame, and it's more and more about becoming a conduit through which we can impact real-world problems. Poverty in Africa, how to build cities that are more livable, how to enact greater areas of conflict resolution, how to come up with cures for rare and neglected diseases. All of these and so much more are fundamental to the mission of Notre Dame. And when we understand that the mission of Notre Dame is really not about us, but it's about God and others, then we understand why it's so worthy to give our lives and to give our resources to serve a mission that is that God-centered and other-centered.
Lou, thank you for the time tonight and all you do. And a point of personal privilege here, thank you for how wonderful you have been to me. It has been my privilege to be here for 39 years. And I'll say this, Notre Dame is not easy. No. It's not easy to work here either. Yeah. But I'm blessed to be here, and I've stayed here when people have asked me, and it's because of the people of Notre Dame. That's what makes this place great. And I'm so blessed to have been able to spend time with all of these great Notre Dame people over the years.
We love you, Jack, and we're grateful for you.
Thank you. And we're grateful for Chloe Agnew, who is here to wrap up our show by singing one of her new songs and then one of our all-time Notre Dame favorites.
Yes, I am with Chloe Agnew. I am so honored to be here with you. A voice from God. She's singing her new single, original single that you wrote, Written on My Heart. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Anne. The great James Joyce once said, "When I die, Dublin will be written on my heart." Inspired by those wonderful words, this is my little song about my hometown, my beautiful hometown, Dublin.
I should be happy when the sun is shining on me, but today I miss the rain. And I keep thinking about the cobbled streets where I fell in love with all of you. You always feel like that old friend of my eyes. Can't wait to see you again. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name is written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. I hear the music in the air, singing streets are everywhere, full of faces that I know. Wish I could bottle up this place, take it with me every day, 'cause no matter where I go, you always feel like that old friend of my eyes. Can't wait to see you again. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name, it's written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Hey, on my heart, it's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Would I still love you if I stayed? Everything's changed, but it's the same. You're the same old town I love, and I've got you written on my. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name, it's written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, On my heart, you're written on it. Hey, on my heart, it's written on it. On my heart, oh, on my heart, you're written on it.
Well, speaking of Ireland, it wouldn't be a night complete without this next song that I'm going to do for you. I wrote this little song all about Ireland and how great I think we are. It's called The Gathering. It's all about the Irish all over the world. Wherever you're watching us from here tonight, I hope you feel that Irish in your blood. Raise those glasses and sing along with me for this one. Woo!
From a tiny green island in the bluest of seas, we've traveled the world throughout history. From the taverns in Boston to the streets of New York, you'll find someone Irish in every city and port. And though we may wander from the south and the north, we carry on when life steers us off course. And rivers of memories flow through your veins, and the heartbeat of home is calling your name. Gather near, gather far, wherever you are, in the name of Kate me la Foncha. Here's to you and I, and the times gone by won't be long till the next on a while, yeah. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. For the gathering. So I call to the millions of us abroad. Don't ever forget it's Erin abroad. So I'll bring the stories and you bring the laughs, and we'll drink till the morning like no time has passed. Here we go. Gather near, gather far, wherever you are, in the name of Kate me la Foncha. Here's to you and I, and the times gone by won't be long till the next on a while, yeah. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. For the gathering. So come along, say Slancha. Come along, say Slancha. Come along, say Slancha. In the name of Kate me la Foncha. Gather near, gather far, wherever you are, in the name of Kate me la Foncha. Here's to you and I, and the times gone by won't be long till the next on a while, yeah. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. So raise your glass and sing with me one last time. Gather near, gather far, wherever you are, in the name of Kate me la Foncha. Here's to you and I, and the times gone by won't be long till the next on a while, yeah. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. So raise your glass and sing with me for the gathering. Slancha.
Slancha to you all, wherever you are watching us from this evening. Well, it wouldn't be complete without this last song for the evening, for the day that's in it, for the weekend that's in it. You all know that's what's coming next. I hope wherever you are watching this from, cue it up there, boys. I hope wherever you're watching this from, you're going to sing every single word of this with me at home this evening. Woo!
Well, I remember the leaves are falling, and far off music
life's a calling, and I remember the golden morning. I saw the long ranks as they were forming, and there's a magic in the sound of her name. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. The pilgrims follow by the sacred waters, and arm in arm go the sons and daughters. The drums are rolling and forward bound. They're calling spirits up from the ground, and there's a magic in the sound of her name. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. Here we go. And there's a magic in the sound of her name. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. Happy Notre Dame Day to you all for 2021. Go Irish!
All right, thanks so much, Chloe. What a way to end this night. Thank you so much. I am joined here by my colleague, Tim Kenny. He's been sitting behind the computer all night, sending the emails out, engaging the Notre Dame family. We brought him in front of the camera tonight to close us out. Tim, why don't you announce where we are right now at the end of the day?
Well, after just an absolutely incredible day so far, Brian, we have reached a milestone that I think we are all just so thrilled to be here with 19,521 gifts. It's just something that, you know, has really blown us away. The incredible generosity of the Notre Dame family, to see so much support coming out for so many different causes, almost 700 different student groups, residence halls, Notre Dame clubs having an impact here.
And they're still coming in. 952, 523.
It's just getting to be something that's just really, really humbling to see this.
Why don't you check out the leaderboards? Where do we end up as the night closes down?
So a couple just incredible stories that we're seeing here, right? The Bullard Price-Egan Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases coming in on the top. You know, something just so special here is that all the different fundraisers who we've seen for this club here and for this research center are really looking at, you know, diseases that they are really passionate about, that have affected their own families, and people from so far outside the Notre Dame family who really want to come together around this research. It's just really remarkable.
Yeah. Incredible work from all the causes tonight. We are so excited for how the Notre Dame family came together, showed their generosity throughout this year. So Tim, thanks for all your work today. Thanks to all the work of the team behind the camera. And I just want to share as we close tonight, what a tremendous year this has been. You know, this has been a challenging year for us for so many different reasons. This pandemic has affected so many of you and your families, and has affected Notre Dame students. And twice this academic year, we've asked you, the Notre Dame family, to come together and support the student body in their clubs and their residence halls so that they can really have that rich, distinct Notre Dame experience. So when you take the Notre Dame Day results from this past fall, couple them with today, and we're still counting as we talked about, over 43,000 gifts have come in from you, members of the Notre Dame family, raising over $3.8 million over the last 2 Notre Dame days. That is simply incredible, and the combined efforts of these 2 Notre Dame days have blown past any other Notre Dame Day in the past. 733 causes across the campus have benefited, all because of you. So on behalf of all the Notre Dame students on this campus who are enjoying what we know is the most distinctive gift they can ever receive, that of a Notre Dame education, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for engaging, for being a part of this special day. And for now, I will send it away from this social media lounge, send it back to Jack in the studio to close it out.
Brian, thank you. As we come to the end of our 887 minutes of live storytelling of our second Notre Dame Day in this most unique year in Notre Dame history, we reflect back on all the good that the Notre Dame family is doing. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, we hope that the stories shared on this broadcast have served as bright lights. Our special focus on student stories illustrates the endless creativity, innovation, and empathy of the young women and men who are attracted to the University of Notre Dame. They've shown us the best of humanity amid the real loss experienced by so many during these uncertain times. We heard from faculty on the front lines of research that will change the world, alumni who are living out the mission of their alma mater every day, and the staff who make this university operate so well. We also showcase the exploits of an American who holds 10 current national records, multiple national champs and Super Bowl champs, a World Series champion, the NFL's leading quarterback of all time for passing yards, college football Hall of Famers, a WNBA All-Star playing in Russia, 4 members, maybe 5, of this year's U.S. Olympic team, and one selected in 1980 when the United States boycotted the games. A 4-star admiral leading the largest Navy fleet in the world, a pioneer in the aviation industry, an icon in the video gaming industry, one of the world's top broadcasters, to name just a very few of our guests. That's Notre Dame Day, a storytelling platform unlike anything in higher education, unlike anything in the world. And because of you, almost 700 student and campus organizations and areas of interest now have the dollars to continue the activities that make their Notre Dame experience complete. We cannot thank you enough. Nearly 179 years ago, a 28-year-old French priest stepped foot on this campus with $300 in his pocket and a dream in his heart. Inspired by Father Soren's timeless vision, we are living out that dream with greater passion than anyone could have imagined. And now it's time to close this broadcast from a special location on campus we affectionately call God Quad.
You can go. You can go.
I should be happy when the sun is shining on me, but today I miss the rain. And I keep thinking about the cobbled streets where I fell in love with all of you. You always feel like that old friend of my eyes. Can't wait to see you again. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name is written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. I hear the music in the air, singing streets are everywhere, full of faces that I know. Wish I could bottle up this place, take it with me every day, 'cause no matter where I go, you always feel like that old friend of my eyes. Can't wait to see you again. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name, it's written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Hey, on my heart, it's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Would I still love you if I stayed? Everything's changed, but it's the same. You're the same old town I love, and I've got you written on my. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name, it's written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Hey, on my heart, it's written on it, on my heart.